how you doing, my friend?
I said, I'm doing well. It does seem to be bugging out on us. Thank you, Mr. Elon. Hopefully, my mic on and mic off button works. But thank you for the
No
intro.
problem.
Hello, everybody. Happy to be here.
Yes, I'd
Welcome.
love for you. Maybe if
Welcome,
you could
welcome.
just give a little introduction to yourself, Simon, who you are, and then also if you could give the audience some kind of an idea. I think if it's for first timers, what is Superteam? What is its role in the ecosystem? What do you guys do? And then we'll jump into some questions.
Sure. Super high level overview. Can dive into any part of this story that you want to. My name's Simon. I'm based in Canada. I've been in crypto for a long time, 2011, 2014 era. In 2021, kind of dove into multiple other chains, primarily into Solana. I've been based kind of in the Solana ecosystem for a long time, interacting with various little levels of different community initiatives, primarily like MonkeyDAO or like the NFT era of the Solana monkey business. And then about a couple of years ago, I started the initiative called Superteam Canada, which works with the Solana Foundation to basically support the Solana ecosystem in Canada in whatever means necessary. And we kind of been doing that for a couple of years. So me and myself, Fibonacci in the audience there, as well as Ben, we all three of us work full time to basically support any Canadians working in the Solana ecosystem. And that's what we do at Superteam Canada. There's also 19 other super teams around the world working in various countries to help support the Solana ecosystem in their particular country.
Nice to meet you, Ben. I see you there, Ben Bottle. Everyone go give them a follow. Thanks so much. Yeah, this is very interesting. Go ahead.
Jim.
Yeah, you guys can run the presentation however you want. The hour is yours. I can ask you questions however you want to do it. But I think the most important thing is let everyone know about Superteam, however you need to.
What is Superteam? It is the Solana support structure system for various countries. We work with different talents and accelerators, incubators, if you will, for founders and developers and designers in the Solana ecosystem in the country. So we host a lot of events across the country. So in Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary, Halifax, and other cities. Everything from co-working days to mixers and founders dinners to obviously kind of big celebration parties on boats that we rent out in the harbor to kind of go and have fun for the 1 year anniversary of Superteam. Obviously, we do a lot of big focus on the Coliseum hackathons, so a lot of big hackathon support systems for workshops, mentorship, and startup support. And so twice a year in the spring and the fall is the major Coliseum startup competition, is a global online competition for everybody building on Solana. And our primary goal is to help all Canadians try to win this global competition. And we do so by providing co-working spaces, mentorship, and feedback to their pitch decks for kind of the project they're working on. And hopefully they are pushed to the absolute limit to push themselves to submit an excellent project or idea to this hackathon and potentially win. So we have a lot of stories and examples of doing this over the past couple of years. That's pretty much it. If you want to ask any questions, like if you're interested in any part of this, happy to dive into any part of that.
Simon,
Yes,
I've got
you
a
go
million
ahead.
questions here for you,
Go ahead.
unless, of course, you wanted to use the hour to present something specific. But
Dika, if you want to, Dika, why don't you run with it? You know Simon better than me. I have some questions, but maybe you want to handle it.
yeah, let's keep it conversational, Marty. We can
Sounds
chime in,
good.
both of us chime in here. But I guess just like very high level, like maybe give a little bit of a sense of what the Canadian Solana ecosystem is like, right? I've gotten very different vibes on, I'm going to say, interacting with the various super teams, right? We knew the Japan guys obviously very well from working with them over here at DFDV, but would be helpful for the audience to know, how big is the Canadian Solana ecosystem, what the vibe is like, just a general commentary on that.
I'd say the ecosystems for different countries, like the flavor definitely changes depending on where you are. Super Team Balkans is very dev heavy. I think you've done some work with Super Team Japan and in Super Team Canada. I'd say we're particularly very founder heavy and almost like a mature founder ecosystem in Canada. So there's a lot of OG projects or companies from the 2021, 2022 days that were founded by Canadians that are now like really well established in the Solana ecosystem. So if you are familiar with some major companies like Helios, like Cladosaurs, The Tensor Vector guys, they're from Toronto. The Clinosaur guys are from Montreal. There's even a full company with like 15 full-time people, all based out of Vancouver, called Vibe Network. They do on-chain analytics for the Solana ecosystem. There's also MonkeyDAO, like 2 of the 5 co-founders of MonkeyDAO are Canadian. Bonk, like, was one of the early meme coins. One of their main contributors, Nom, is also Canadian from Calgary. So kind of like it's silently one of the most established kind of founder ecosystems for some of the major companies on Solana.
That's impressive, actually. I didn't know that Bonk was or Nom rather was Canadian. That's super interesting. How did you personally first get involved in crypto more broadly?
Sure. Yeah. Long time ago, strolled across it in some forum somewhere, probably in Reddit, and attempted to mine Bitcoin on my discrete graphics card in my MacBook Pro, I think in 2011 or 2012. And I had that up and running. I had it installed. I was part of some sort of pool, but the fans were running full blast on my laptop and I couldn't go to sleep in my room. And so I just shut it off for that night. And I never actually completed a full block to get a payout on the laptop. Biggest regret to this day is not just kind of leaving that thing running. And then in 2014, the first ATM came to Vancouver. So I was super curious about it. I've been following it for a long time. And back then, you actually put in cash into the ATM and it would print out a QR code of your private key right there in a public area. And I feel like that probably wouldn't fly these days, but that was kind of like the only way to get access to Bitcoin in those days. And then from there, like I kind of just was sidelined for a long time. I was focusing on kind of my Web2 career for quite some time. And then, as I said, in 2021, I saw the Beeple NFT sale, the 5,000 dailies or whatever it was, for $69 million. And I saw that headline and I was like, what is this? What's happening? What changed? What is going on in this space? And I just kind of went down the rabbit hole from there and just got really involved again and loved what was happening. Yeah, never let go again.
I resonate with the story of the fans running on full blast, by the way, because a friend of mine from high school who basically plugged in his MacBook Pro to do Bitcoin mining and was using up all of the electricity in his dorm room to get this going. Yeah, it's just funny hearing eerily similar stories of folks who go that far back. I do not go that far back personally, but that's really cool to have that rich background going all the way back to 2011. And I guess as a follow-up to that, might be worth giving folks a sense of, I'm going to say, what the environment is like in Canada for crypto builders today and how it's evolved over the course of the years, especially since you have such a rich ecosystem of founders that go back to the 2021 days. And I think it would be helpful to frame it in the context of how Canada compares to US and other regions.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about this. I am going to defer to kind of a follow-up from Fibonacci. I know she can talk a lot about kind of how actual crypto works, like legally in Canada and stuff. But from what I've seen is like there's some sort of natural and special ingredients that happens with Canadians. And I honestly think it's because of the weather. So when you combine a well-educated populace like Canada with some really good universities, and you put it together with this self-sustaining founder mentality, and you also combine 4 to 6 months of frigid cold weather where everybody's just stuck inside, grinding online, I think it kind of breeds this idea of like it just outputs this founder people, these people that are highly educated, well-skilled, independent, well-connected, polite people who want to build cool things. And that recipe kind of comes together and you have people that are experimenting with the internet early on, experimenting with online social media very early on, one of the highest and most active countries on Reddit very early on. And also people have picked up crypto and blockchain and Web3 pretty early on as Canadians. And so the space is like, there's a lot of people in crypto, like even Vitalik went to University of Waterloo way back in the day, just a couple hours outside of Toronto. And, Elon Musk also went to university in Canada. So there's something interesting and weird about kind of these tech founders kind of coming out of the Canadian ecosystem. Now, in relation to the States, like the Canada definitely follows the States in a lot of things in terms of regulations and kind of laws and kind of general trajectories of all that kind of stuff. We did have like a Bitcoin ETF very early on, quite a few years ago, that we actually got one way before the States. We also got the Sol ETF a year or two before the States did. So in some senses, it is quite far ahead of what's happening in the States, but at other times it definitely follows it one or two steps behind. If you can quickly introduce yourself as well. If you want to talk about the nature of the startup ecosystem in Canada and how it relates to States, please go ahead.
Thanks, Simon. Hello, I'm Fib. I am currently leading digital asset onboarding and business development for Superteam Canada. I'm excited to be here. And I have historically run a lot of the startup programs for Superteam, including Spark North, which is our program to support founders competing in the Coliseum competitions twice a year. And yeah, in terms of, I have a background in fintech and a bit of a familiarity with the regulatory landscape as well. Canada has some of the top engineering programs in the world, and the University of Waterloo being one of the most well-known in the Solana space. And so there are a ton of incredible technical founders. Yes, we are often a step behind the US in our regulatory frameworks and advances, and very conservative in that regard. However, it doesn't seem to have stopped the innovation that's been happening in Canada. Teams are finding a way either around those limitations or finding a way through them. Teams are doing really well raising and getting the legal resources they need to overcome the fragmented regulatory landscape that we have here in Canada. So like Simon said, like Helios and Titan, for example, like Titan just released built-in compliance tools for their trading DEX aggregator, which is insane. And I mean, all in all, in comparison to other countries, like Canada may be slow on the regulatory side, but our builders just keep building and finding ways to make it work.
And I'm curious, since you talked a little bit about the talent pipeline, and obviously you work with some folks coming straight out of university. I'm curious for like the mix of talent that you guys work with. So there's obviously folks who are maybe like super ambitious engineers right out of college. They say, hey, I want to go and build on Solana. You probably have maybe some mix of folks who come from TradFi, maybe some folks who work in crypto for a bit as well. Like maybe talk a little bit about the mix and what you guys have seen recently. I know for quite some time, it just, at least in the US, right, we didn't really have a lot of, I'm going to say, folks at the university level who were necessarily willing to take the risk because the environment here was so hostile, right? You weren't going to go and take the risk right out of college to build something in crypto and then just get slapped with a Wells notice. Just curious if you could talk a little bit about the mix of talent that you guys have seen in recent years.
Yeah, I can chat about that as well a little bit. And I will also get Ben to intro himself and kind of talk about that as well, because he works quite closely with a lot of the talent. We all do. We all try to kind of give our feedback on the kind of the funnels that we've created for talent. And I will say, like, it's very wide, the incoming demographic that we get. Obviously, there's a lot of students that are interested in what we're doing, and like they see the kind of the Coliseum hackathon as like a call to action, a very simple call to action for them to come in and get involved. We do a lot of community activations with universities. So we've worked with the UBC, Dalhousie, we've done a bunch of stuff at Waterloo as well, kind of just being an initial touch point for students. And most of those are kind of developers looking to kind of cut their teeth a little bit and understand Rust and understand the ecosystem and build some sort of product or something like that. And we have a lot of support resources for them. With that said, we do also get a large amount of inbound from other ecosystems outside of Solana, particularly some ETH or other L2 EVM devs or founders kind of coming in after having been in the space for a few years or more, and they've heard about Solana, they want to build on Solana, they want to meet the community of Solana. And that can be also not just developers, but designers from BD and growth, marketers, even social media managers, KOLs, who kind of just see it as an opportunity to kind of expand their own, experience in different ecosystems. And so we get a huge amount of inbound. Like you can even see some people in the audience, I don't want to name any names, but they come over from the ecosystems. Like some people work for MetaMask, some people are DevRels in different protocols on EVM, and they kind of come in. So kind of managing that funnel is a lot of fun as well. And then we get people from TradFi, from banks, from RBC, the Royal Bank of Canada, that kind of maybe they work in a blockchain or Web3 associated division within their massive company, and they just really want to like jump in with both feet. As they come in and they kind of work with us, they might work with a co-founder, or they might help out a different protocol, or they may even get feedback on a pitch deck for somebody submitting into a hackathon, or they're looking for like a full-time job in Web3, and they're just trying to like figure out who's who, what's a solid company, who's hiring, who just completed a raise, who has capital. And we're kind of there to be like that initial touch point with like a little bit of knowledge and the connections to kind of help open a few doors to these people. So we try our best to help Canadians kind of meet each other. Now, it's a really big country, as you know, and we're primarily focused on Toronto, but we do a lot in Vancouver and Montreal as well. And like all of those different cities have different work cultures. I don't know how many Canadians are actually in this chat, but we are bilingual. So mostly on the East Coast in Quebec is mostly French speakers. On the West side, like the work culture is very different. It's like Seattle versus New York for Toronto. So kind of like managing those expectations, managing the experience, and managing those connections is probably like one of our biggest focuses. Ben, if you want to comment on that at all, feel free, because I know we all work pretty closely with these founders.
Jim, I mean, you said a lot about it already. One thing that I would add is just the fact that our job is really to get across Canada, get the local community, activate and help and support the local communities to leverage us in the best way. And that's what Simon and Phoebe was saying. That's just like we have a lot of founders or future founders, entrepreneurs, and having them, giving them the tools for them to leverage us or network or exposure or marketing capabilities or funding capabilities and network. That's how we get like Canadian in every big protocols. One thing that Simon didn't mention is that we have also a good amount of members. Like we have a few members that are working directly for foundation. Now we are like the gateway for them to get more exposure and get performance for their startup, their projects.
Marty, did you have a question?
What are some of your like huge success stories? Are there any projects we know that came out of Superteam on Solana?
I saw Simon unmuted. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, anything.
I mean, one of the biggest one so far. I mean, so far when we have like a ton of different stories. Simon was mentioning that. Yeah, I mean, some of the top founders like Nom, like Meta from Lucid Drake, that they are like Canadians and they joined Superteam after. I mean, the project were already live and they joined us and they contributed to this ecosystem. But we also have like sort of incubated startup or successful project or project that we help a lot. I think in our capacities, I would name two different examples. One is like Titan. The team at Titan has been coming to our co-working monthly, then weekly co-working since the beginning, since Superteam Canada started. The full team was there like grinding every single Friday in the office with us. And that was like 7, 8 of them, I would say. They participated in the Colosseum. They did not win a track. They kept grinding. And now Titan, like, I guess like a lot of people know what Titan is. They did a great, I think they raised 7 million a few months back. They are developing crazy fast. So that's, yeah, we saw that. And our way to support them is to provide physical infrastructure in a way that we provide them an office to go and work together and build their product. So facilitate that part for them instead of having the trouble of how do you make 8 people work together all the time. Provided connection, VC introduction, all of that.
That's very good.
That's the leverage. Yeah, that's the leverage that we can provide. And the other story that I have for you to share, that's Z, so Tape Drive, the winner of the Colosseum last spring. I think that was Breakout at the time. Z is he's originally from Toronto, has family, had a job, in crypto, but had a job, had an idea, decided to work at night, extra hours to participate in Colosseum, and ended up grand champion of the Colosseum because his idea was great. Talented engineer, built that middle of the night between like a family, job, and young kids, and just like used us and not our office and thing because he had like no time to do all of that, to come and share time with us, but he used our resources. And like FIBA had put like a wonderful resources listing, workshops, and walkthrough to compete in the hackathon. And that's one of the things that he shared with us, like saying that without these resources and access out to this lifeline guidance, we would not have been able to make it to the hackathon and submit in time and know what the judges were expecting in this kind of thing. Different level of application or needs, and we try to cover everything and get the feedback from the community on what would help them the most, and we try to make that happen, whether that's events, dinner, connections.
So could you, maybe what would be really helpful kind of leading into this for the people in the audience that maybe want to start getting involved, to change their career, get involved in crypto, start building on Solana? Like, what are the steps, like from your experience? Like, let's say you have a good idea, or even if you're looking for an idea, to co-mingle and hang out with people that you can maybe brainstorm ideas. And then obviously once an idea gets created, to get in touch with VCs, to find funding on superteam.fund. Like, what is the sort of roadmap for a newbie that potentially wants to get involved in building something on crypto, or building something on Seekerphone, or learning Rust, or building an application on Solana? Like, do you have like a roadmap you could just talk through? Like, how would you explain to somebody?
Yeah, I get this question all the time when I'm traveling to different conferences and meeting people from all over the world. It depends on what country you're in and if you can get in contact with the super team in your local country. So we do have 20 different super teams around the world: Superteam Canada, UK, Ireland, Germany, Balkans, of course, UAE, Nigeria, Singapore, Korea, Malaysia, Philippines, and Japan, and then many, many more. And if you are based in any of these countries, show up in person to any and all of their events and meet their core team if possible. That's definitely like the first step I recommend. You know, reaching out online is great, and like Telegram DMs is great, but like showing up in person and shaking their hand and meeting their face and saying like, I'm going or want to be a builder in Solana. Where do I start? Who do I talk to? They can definitely help you the best way they see fit in your country. And then kind of the next.
And to do that, they go to like superteam.fun, right? And then there's a thing that says find your nearest super team with all the countries.
That's
So
right.
that would be like entry point, right?
Yeah, there's the main super team Twitter handle as well, very active at promoting all the different super teams and things that they're working on. And the website, the main website, superteam.fun, has a lot of resources as well. And then there's also like 2 other ecosystems within the super team ecosystem. Is kind of like earn.superteam.fun, and the earn platform has bounties and have projects and grants, and kind of the slogan is earn your first crypto, don't buy it. And on there can be like $200 in bounties for various different projects hosted by different protocols or super teams. It could be $500, it could be $3,000 if you're building an open source project or something that just betters the ecosystem as a whole. You can apply for up to 10,000 USDC grant to kind of get yourself funded to build this project. So it's also like a much accelerated way to kind of get involved in the ecosystem and be paid to do so. Now, if you're not necessarily a technical founder or like a creator for writing, you can also go to Superteam Talent. which is a whole other website where you could basically submit your profile, your resume, your experience, and the Superteam talent team will do its best to connect you with a lot of companies that are hiring, and they're basically like a resource manager for all these different people and different companies trying to grow. So it's kind of the three main things of roadmap is like find your local super team and show up IRL and talk to them in person. Go to Super Team Earn, see if there's some sort of way that you can earn your first crypto. And then the last one is like find a job in crypto on Super Team Talent. If you do all three of those things, you kind of really get yourself involved very, very quickly.
And so the Earn website, is that like a separate thing, or is it part of all of the country super teams involved in that? They can all post their opportunities there. Like who runs the Earn website?
Yeah, all of the above. So the
All the
Super
above.
Team Earn website is kind of run by kind of the core Super Team team. I know that's kind of a mouthful, but on the Super Team Earn website, all 20 super teams kind of post bounties and grants for themselves. But then also all these different companies like Sonic, like Jupiter, like up and coming growing companies that want to get exposure, people kind of contributing to the protocol, contributing to the content, they can also all post bounties on this platform, and all of the grants and money is distributed through this platform as well. So it's like an all-in-one platform for kind of engagement with communities and growing your company and growing your project or your grant.
That's insane. So you can just click on any of these bounties. I see here's one out of Nigeria. And so this is it's like allowing users to borrow instant Naira using Sol as collateral. So it's like little application ideas, or these are actual loans you can get. What are these things?
So yeah,
Go
if I
ahead.
can complement what Simon was saying, that so on Earn, like and to respond to your question, like you can participate in a bounty, so you'll see like what's expected and compete with other people participating in this bounty and a protocol, whether that's a super team or DFDV who wants to do a bounty to do marketing creation, video, code, whatever. You will then have like application and you will judge who did the best job, and so they will get paid for that. Another way I think that needs to be highlighted for the Earn platform is that if you are a founder or work for a project and you have like a specific project that you want to be done and you don't want to hire directly someone, you can put the spec of the project and you'll get people to apply for it, show proof of what they've done in the past, and you will select someone to work with on this project for a few weeks, few months. But that's a way for you also to source talent in the ecosystem.
So it's kind of like the Fiverr idea.
Yeah, that's Work, Fiverr, Malt, they're on Solana. And so, yeah, every protocol can create their own either bounty or project they want to get a job done for.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. I was just going to say the bounty concept is very cool because you can set up a competition. Like there was a thread competition a while back for, it doesn't matter. There was a thread competition. And so like hundreds of people will submit a thread and you're essentially crowdsourcing like a ton of content about a project or event that you're holding. And then you get to select like, say 5 winners. And I think it's a really great way to get user generated content as well, and also enable people to start to get their work out there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And so
just if I can just add one more thing on the 3 points list Simon shared, so they are like Earn, obviously the superteam.fun website, and the talent, superteam.talent. But we also, as Superteam Global, each super team most likely has a Luma calendar for the events, but there is a super team global Luma. So luma.com/superteam, where every super team from every country share their events. So when we are talking, and Simon was mentioning, that's one of the first steps is like to meet your local super team in person, share your ideas, pitch, get feedback live at events. The best way to find an event close to you is just to go to luma.com/superteam, and you have filters per country at the top. Right now, I see like 120, 150 events across the world organized by super teams. So there is definitely something happening close to you if you are in one of these 20 super team countries.
And what is the general vibe in Canada in crypto right now? Would you say, like based on regulatory culture in the industry, like what is the vibe? How has it
I mean-
changed over the years? Is it good, bad? Give us insight. What's going
Maybe
on?
Simon Fib jump in, but yeah, I think that's the vibe. The global vibe, like the past months, is the same everywhere. That's not Canada. The sentiment is shared everywhere globally. But yeah, I mean, what we see and what I see, the way I see it is that even if there are like some challenges in terms of regulation, framework, legal, I mean, still we have like a lot of funders, a lot of people who want to build and build on chain. We have like years and years of proof record of people building and building successful projects. I mean, Simon was mentioning that, yeah, Vitalik he did some study in Canada. There is a culture around that. So that's just like, there are up and downs in the mood, obviously.
I mean,
like
do you think,
everywhere.
I mean, let's just talk philosophically. So when the underlying price in dollars of the token goes down, then the sentiment goes down, right? Even though the technology is still like the plumbing and infrastructure on which to build very viable businesses and startups, you can use stablecoin, right? So it's just really interesting to me how the entire industry sentiment is based on the price of these assets when the technology is really about building things to make businesses, which shouldn't change. That sentiment should be good.
I think that's the ecosystem we have in Canada, and especially in our members at Superteam Canada. We have people that have seen multiple cycles already, like if not all of them. We have experience, we have young entrepreneurs and first-time entrepreneurs, but we also have experienced people and founders that have seen multiple cycles, that have done multiple startups, multiple products, pivoted like multiple times. So the sentiments is less. I don't think that there is that much impact compared to previous cycles. That's people are up and down, and like, yeah, most of them were there when FTX crashed, and that's a part of the 70 dev left for Solana a few years back were from Canada. So we have some of these guys around helping to get the mood up all the time, whether the market is up or down.
Yeah, I find it interesting. Like personally, I think it shouldn't, the vibe shouldn't be so dictated by the price of the asset or volatility, because at the end of the day, it's software. And I mean, there's been software for many years. Look at React, JavaScript, Linux. They didn't have tokens and token prices, but they were used to create startups that made unbelievably good businesses. Amazon is built on code written in React and Java. But for some reason, in crypto software, the token price dictates the vibe. It's so weird, right? Don't you agree?
Yeah, so somehow I agree with you. The tech is, I mean, there are two sides of it. That's the price, the assets, the speculation on that side, and there's the tech, the software.
And it feels
Software is there.
all the ideas are all surrounding speculation projects. Everything that comes out now just seems to be another DEX, another perp contract platform, another meme coin. It's literally just all gambling.
Well, this is actually a segue into something I want to.
Yeah.
Is there something you guys would classify as an underrated project or protocol on like Solana
that's
right
a good
now? Something you're really excited about, and whether it falls into the speculation bucket or not. Just curious what you guys are paying attention to.
Is there anything new, any new technology or project or ideas that you've seen come through Superteam that you can tell us about that are exciting?
I think one that is probably most relatable to the general audience, it might not be new necessarily to us, is something we definitely heard before, but it's being well executed by far. And that is the Claynosaurus project out of Montreal. They originally minted an NFT collection back in 2021, 2022. Typical NFT collection with 10,000 collectibles. It was like animated dinosaurs, and they had kind of plans to do an IP. But fast forward 4 more years now, and they're basically like a full-fledged design and animation studio, rivaling up there with Pudgy Penguins Their social traction and engagement is off the charts. They are partnering with major legacy animation studios to create some excellent content and games and TV shows and shorts. And they're doing that while also not forgetting the roots in Web3. And they're using their NFTs as a core fandom interest group. I don't want to speak too much to the technicalities we're working on, but they have built a new umbrella company so that the NFTs are part of a share of ownership of the Clinosaur's IP and interest. I think they've talked about this a couple times on stage. Ben, please shut me off if I'm incorrect on this. But like, yeah, incorporating the Web3 blockchain NFT tech into partial ownership of different IPs, I think, is a very easy way for me to explain the value of it to some people.
Excellent. Did you guys have any of you guys involved in Superteam Canada gone through the Superteam process and built something? Personally?
I guess I can kind of speak a little bit about that. I was kind of one of the founding community members of Monkey DAO and been there since the beginning when the Solana Monkey Business NFT minted back in 2021. I've been part of the leadership team now for just over 4 years. So through many iterations of DAO, drama, and chaos, and the bylaws and the vote proposal processes, we've created a real kind of country club style, Web3 country club style model where the NFT is basically your membership into the club. And once you get access, there is kind of a suite of services available to you as a member of the DAO. And we've turned into like a real true global active community where there's over 25 local active chapters with local ambassadors who are organizing frequent and high quality networking events in their city. And then a couple times a year, the DAO will organize a monkey hotel where during NFT NYC, when that was happening, or during Breakpoint, which usually happens around November, which is the biggest Solana conference of the year, Monkey DAO will organize a massive block of hotel rooms, 150 rooms together, where the global community of monkeys get together and stay in this hotel. I think we had the Ritz in Abu Dhabi for Breakpoint. So think of like 150 people all part of Monkey DAO together for a week in the hotel during Abu Dhabi Breakpoint, high quality VIP merch access. It's a great full experience they get access to, as well as the Monkey Ventures, which is like an investment syndicate. So you can kind of invest in projects from like an early stage round that you typically wouldn't get access to, along with a bunch of the other perks and access for events and side events during any type of Hacker House or Accelerate or major Solana conference. There's always something being organized as like a side networking event at these major conferences. I've been part of that personally, growing and building that community and kind of country club style model for the past 4 years. I don't know if that necessarily included in like the super team model. However, we do, the current leadership team of Monkey DAO are members of various super teams, whether it be Superteam Canada or Superteam Singapore, and they get heavily involved and spotlighted by their local super team for things that they're working on. And that's been a lot of fun. Now, Ben or Fib, if there's a certain project that you want to talk about, maybe you could talk about Lucid Drakes. Fib, if you want to.
I'd love to.
And Ben,
I'd also love to hear your take on DAOs. Like, what's the status of DAOs? Are they still a thing in Canada? Like, are people still thinking of DAOs as a way to assemble a team of people? Is there legal regulation or any progress in Canada around DAOs? I know in Wyoming in the US, there's some forward progress on that. Like, what's your thoughts on DAOs?
yeah, I could talk to more like the social aspect of DAOs. I think the definition of DAOs definitely changes depending on your own experience and kind of background. I think Ethereum is quite harsh in terms of that definition, where Solana, it kind of means more like a club in a way. So a DAO is more like a group of people. And we have kind of set ourselves apart in Monkey DAO as a DAO where we actually have like annual elections to elect a leadership board for oversight and kind of a lead CEO of Monkey DAO. And then once that election happens, it's on-chain voting with your NFT. There's a certain whole process that it goes through for 2 to 3 weeks once a year. Once the CEO is elected, he basically has the right to choose his team within the guidance of the bylaws and with the oversight of the board to kind of execute how he sees fit for the community for the rest of the year. So like the DAO has kind of become government style model within our social club, not necessarily like a true on-chain decentralized autonomous organization per se.
Got it. Any more questions?
I've got some more thematic questions for you guys, especially since you've been in the space even longer than I have. Maybe going back to the convo that Marty and I were having before you guys jumped on. One of the big narratives that's been taking wind is like, well, crypto's acting really badly because AI is sucking talent away and AI is just a more investable universe and it's easier for folks to grasp and understand and everything. I'm curious how you guys sort of think about the complementary nature of AI as pertains to crypto and maybe even Solana more broadly, or how you think the two may sort of intertwine as we go forward here.
Yeah, I'll quickly talk about that. I'd love to get Fib and Ben's take as well before we wrap up at the end of the hour. But I'm currently actually at Consensus in Hong Kong.
Oh,
Accelerate. Yeah, it's a wonderful 2:45 a.m. here. So really, really happy to be chatting with you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
But of course, like a lot of the talks and presentations today and the conversations side events yesterday that I've been attending to, all of them are AI themed or AI flavored in some capacity. And it really seems like there's a lot of interest. Like, how can we find a way to merge these two things that we find super, super interesting? Because yeah, you're right. AI has taken over all of the sound waves, a lot of the liquidity, a lot of the developers, a lot of the founders are all kind of focusing on AI, especially the past 6 to 12 months. And even the past 3 weeks to 4 weeks, there's been so much advancement in AI and the management of ops and the running of your company. And it's just absolutely crazy, the level of acceleration that's happening. And I see everybody in crypto and NFT talking about it and improving their own operations and experience and speed at which they're developing. And I see it as another tool. It's just another tool to make you a better, more functional person in whatever you see your fit. So yeah, you can keep working on blockchain and incorporate AI into everything that you're doing. And I kind of see it in every aspect across all industries. It's just making everybody more efficient and better at executing. If you want to talk about this, but yeah, Ben, I think has an interesting take as well.
I was definitely going to ask Ben for Ben and Fib's views here. Definitely want to hear their own.
Fib is not unmuting. I'll take it. One of the things that I didn't say, that's before Superteam, I worked for an AI company. And I started that pretty early, like 2015. So really early days, not the craze that we know right now. And one thing so I heard a part of the discussion you had before, like about AI and the job market, and most of this, I agree with what was the discussion on the fact that AI is like a new type of revolution, industrial revolution, and not like anything that we had before, like even like electricity, internet, all of that's changed the way people were working. AI will not really change the way people are working, but also change the job market itself. And that part is pretty scary. And I don't think the market movement on the crypto side is tied to that part, but it's more reacting to all the side effects of the past 12 months or 40 more. So the last 12 months or year and a half where crypto has become really mainstream and everyone has heard about crypto. They understand it or not, that's another question, but they have heard about it. It's more an asset for a mainstream asset, and the AI industry came on the regular market and stocks like a few weeks ago, months ago, where that's the whole software industry and SaaS model that was flourishing and doing really good is threatened. Is like going down because that's a change of an era like we are seeing live. And the fact that the whole market structure is going down due to that threat reflects into crypto. But I don't think that's really like because of AI that's people working in the space, in the ecosystem, are giving up there. It's just like, yeah, there is this focus and acceleration of tech on that front that's just like will help do better. I mean, I see AI and blockchain complement each other, because like when you have agents working on their own, they are not opening a bank account. They are not like doing a wire or transfer. They will use blockchain. The ecosystem from agent is blockchain. So it's not like, I think it's positive for blockchain to have like all these AI agents and evolution that we saw like in the past weeks too. It's just like mainstream, the retail markets seeing and starting to understand how AI is disrupting the entire society that we know for years. That's just like, that's a big shift that people are not understanding or not ready for. And that's coming like 100x faster than what they expect.
Yeah, I completely agree. And actually, the irony is that it's been very, I'm going to say, easy to invest in the picks and shovels of AI via like AMD, NVIDIA, Micron, Taiwan Semi, whatever have you. I don't think folks are necessarily thinking of crypto as like the picks and shovels of AI, but maybe eventually will when you sort of think about where it is they're going to need to transact. Faith, I don't know if you'd add anything else to that.
Yeah, I had a delay in my tech is kind of acting up today. I noticed I was looking at the venture monitor from PitchBook for 2025 and noticed that debt financing has reached another all-time high for a second year in a row. And the major driving force behind that, the majority of the deals for debt financing were driven by AI. I guess, on trend in terms of what we're seeing across the Solana ecosystem and the markets in general, but also a lot of those were very large deal flows with more mature companies. And the other thing that I think is interesting is I keep overhearing people at the build station saying like, oh, my dad, like he doesn't even know how to code and he just vibe coded his first app. And that level of sudden ability for people to create things that, people spent years studying to learn how to do is insane, creates a lot of uncertainty, and also is going to be a really exciting opportunity, I believe, for the world, especially in terms of things like beyond Canada, looking at financial inclusion. There's a lot of struggles with digital literacy and giving people access to blockchain without education and tools. Now you can just talk to ChatGPT and ask questions and learn about anything that your heart desires. So there's a ton of opportunities for a lot of increased productivity, including more people in the global economy, and in a way that equips them with information needed to succeed and not fall into traps or scams. And that's a really exciting prospect. So yeah, despite all the uncertainty, and I know I've gone a little bit off script in terms of your question, I just think the combination of AI and blockchain is going to be a massive thing for creating more equity and opportunity across the globe.
Fantastic. That's great. Okay. Any other questions? Anyone in the audience got any questions for the super team? If anybody's interested in contacting them, what's the best way to get hold of you guys? It seems like it's X, right? So Superteam CA, is that correct? How do people get hold of you?
And local
meetups. And then that's basically tracked on X, right? So if people want to find any regional things, they can come.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, you can reach us all here on X. I got myself, Ben, and Fib. Just DM us on X if you want to, or mostly Telegram. You got the main Superteam Canada account there. There is a global calendar as well, showcasing all of the events that we host. Usually it's like 3 to 8 events per week across Canada. So there's definitely something happening or coming up soon in your city. Get involved, DM us. We'll add you to the group chats. We have a main Solana Canada group chat as well, where we post a bunch of information about hackathons, resources, upcoming events, just posting good vibes posts about Canadians getting big wins in the space. If you're interested in any of that, DM us, say hello, say hi, get involved, and come out and have a good time.
Fantastic.
I'll definitely send you a DM. Let's keep a link and a contact. And, our group is pretty big and lots of people coming in and out. A lot of devs very curious about how to break into the space. So if I can be a funnel for those connections, also have some pretty interesting questions myself. So I'll be following up.
Yeah, please contact us. One thing that I want to add, that's just like we have build house, hacker house, build station coming in a month and a half, something like that for Colosseum. So if you have an idea how you want to build, if you already have a company, you have a new feature launch, so this kind of thing that you want to build and participate in the next Colosseum hackathon, please reach out. We have like a lot of resources. We'll have workshop, build station, all of that. And the last thing that I want to tease a bit is that we'll be organizing a massive event in Canada, Solana Summit Canada in September. So we'll share more. We have time, but we'll do like a 2 days event, mini Apex Accelerates just for Canada in September.
Thanks so much, guys, for coming today. That was excellent. We're going to roll on now. 2 minutes time. We're going to have Solana Policy Institute. I'm very excited about this. Kristen Smith will be here. I'm just going to queue her up and make sure she's there. DK, you here with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Simon, Ben, Ted, thanks so much for joining.
How are you, Kristen? Nice to meet you.
I'm good. Good morning or good afternoon or good night, depending on where in the world everyone is.
Oh, on Spaces. Yeah, we're all over the world and we're all talking with no latency, unbelievably. How are you, Kristen? Are you at Consensus as well?
No, I'm actually in California right now.
Okay.
So it's still morning time over here.
So excited to talk to you. I'm very much, we had Perry and Boring on the space a couple of times. She's been somebody we talk to a lot. And
yes, I know her well.
Exactly. And I mean, obviously we're going through pretty much the craziest regulatory regime change of all time in crypto. So this is pertinent and you're the person to talk to. And apparently you brought one of your colleagues. I'm waiting for them to request.
I think this might be Patrick's first spaces.
Okay.
He's our counsel at Solana Policy Institute. He should hopefully be requesting and get in shortly. He is smarter than I am on the details. So I thought that the combination of the two of us, we'd be able to answer everyone's questions.
There we go. We got him. Patrick, can you hear me?
I can.
There
Thank
we
you
go.
for the flattery,
Thanks, guys, for
Kristen.
joining us
But it
today.
is
So quickly, a little introduction. Maybe, Kristen, you want to take this. For the audience out there that might not be familiar with Solana Policy Institute, maybe you can give us a little bit about what you guys do, what's your function, the history, the makeup of the group, how you connected to Solana Labs, etc. And we'll lead into some interview style questions from there.
Yeah, no, that's, I think, a fantastic way to start. So I am president at Solana Policy Institute. Solana Policy Institute is a US-based organization working on public policy issues, mostly at the federal level, but we also engage sometimes at the state level if needed and also internationally if needed. It's obviously a critical time in Washington, and so we want to make sure that any new legislation or regulation or even just the conversation around crypto policy, that people are aware of Solana, that policymakers understand what Solana is, what it's doing, how it works, and making sure that the details of the policies allow for Solana to thrive in the US as well as around the world. It's a great organization. We launched about a year ago. I think it was April that it was announced. And our CEO is a guy named Miller Whitehouse Levine. Miller and I have a long policy background. I was the CEO of the Blockchain Association for almost 7 years. And I first met Miller when he worked at the Blockchain Association, but then he went on to create the DeFi Education Fund, which still exists today and is incredibly involved in DeFi policy. Over the past several years, the crypto lobby has gone from being a very kind of small handful of people in Washington working on these issues to an incredibly sophisticated organization where different parts of the crypto ecosystem have their own teams. And so we are the team that is doing this on behalf of the Solana ecosystem. We have a lot of conversations with folks at Solana Labs and Solana Foundation, as well as many projects in this space to make sure that we're pushing for the policies that work best for them. And then Patrick joined us a few months ago as our lawyer, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Yeah, go ahead. Nice to meet you, Patrick. Tell us about yourself.
Of course. Thanks very much, Kristen, and thanks for letting me in today and share a little bit of Kristen's time. As Kristen mentioned, I joined just back in September, so I'm actually the newest hire over here at SPI, and I'm really, was really excited about the prospect of this organization and how how pivotal it can really be and how critical it will be going forward for helping to establish Solana as the home of the future of finance. And the regulatory issues and all of the tax issues and what we're doing before the SEC and other regulators is really my bread and butter and what I sort of nerd out on. I previously was at Uniswap Labs and have started my crypto legal career at Coinbase. So I've kind of been over the centralized exchange and the DeFi land. And now I'm excited to be in a place where we're influencing policy proactively rather than having to be on the defensive all the time.
So before we get into the nitty gritty, Patrick and Kristen, I'd love to know, what is your education with Solana? Like, how did you learn? Have you had a long history with Bitcoin and crypto? How did you get to where you are now in understanding Solana versus Ethereum versus Bitcoin, the differences, the nuances, why it's special potentially, why it's different, why it should have different regulations, et cetera, et cetera? How did you get there?
Yeah, well, I think I'm still learning about Solana every day. I think it's just fascinating to learn about what people are building and the progress that Solana is making. And so, I think every Friday I try to find someone in the ecosystem to teach me more because there's so much going on. But, I came to crypto through Bitcoin, I think like most people did. And I first heard about Solana. We actually had an intern many years ago when I was at the Blockchain Association who was super into Solana, and he kept talking about it every day. And this was before the token had launched. And so that was how I first got to know about it. It was just kind of somebody who had been deep in the weeds thinking about it. And I think what was really, I lived through sort of the FTX era and sort of the aftermath in Washington as a result of all of that. And I had always sort of very much associated Solana with FTX, to be quite frank. And so when FTX blew up, in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, I don't think Solana is going to bounce back from this. And I think what really got me to go deep on Solana was when it did come back. And I was surprised, when Solana got to the point where more transactions were happening on Solana than anywhere else. That really caught my attention. And I love a comeback story and I love a success story. And that caused me to dig in and figure out why Solana was doing so well. And, ultimately it was one of the reasons why I was willing to make the jump working for the entire industry to focusing on Solana specifically. I do want to clarify the policies that we work on aren't for Solana specifically. When Congress or regulators are looking at policy, they are looking at how to apply what they would call like tech neutral regulations. And that tends to be a policy they follow. So we are not going out and trying to get into law specific advantages for Solana. We're trying to do it for any sort of competitive blockchain. We just think that Solana is the best poised to take advantage of these. So,
Kristen, you preempted one of my questions, which I was going to ask how you think about balancing advocating for Solana specifically versus advocating for crypto broadly. But I guess maybe as a related question, like what's your relationship with just other policy groups more generally in crypto?
Yeah, so SPI is members. We are members of the three big trade associations in Washington, D.C. So, trade associations are supposed to try to bring together the views of the industry. And so we work with all of the working groups across my old organization, the Blockchain Association, the CCI, the Crypto Council for Innovation, and the Digital Chamber, where Perian got that launched many years ago. So we're very involved with those organizations. There are also some sort of informal groups that come together to work on different issues. So we work with a lot of the other orgs in like the DeFi space, for example. We also connect with other sort of layer one blockchains that might have kind of aligned policy positions. And so we are always trying to collaborate and kind of build coalitions within the industry, because it certainly doesn't work to go to a member of Congress or go to a regulator and be pushing for a position that doesn't have broad support. So we spend a lot of time working on that. But then we also work with a lot of these same individuals on the political side when it comes to hosting fundraisers and things like that for members of Congress. Sometimes we'll collaborate and do joint comment letters with like the DeFi Education Fund, for example. Patrick is the king of our letters there. Coalition building is a big part of trying to get policy done in Washington. And so we spend a lot of time talking with other participants in the industry. And it's kind of interesting in DC, I've been in DC for 25 years. We might be sort of competitors in the marketplace, but when you come to Washington, you often end up working closely with competitors in order to advance common policy position. This is something that transcends all industries. And I like to think we work pretty well with all of the major players in DC.
I got some questions for you, Kristen. From my experience, how does the average person in Congress or the average US regulator view crypto right now?
Well, I would say it's way better than it used to be, but it's still a little bit mixed. For a long time, crypto was not taken seriously. I think it is a pretty complex technology, and that for policymakers who are working on a bunch of different issues, it's very hard for them to maybe grasp the utility of it. I think over time that has changed. A lot of that has changed because things got so bad when Gary Gensler was the chair of the SEC, like so bad. And with all of the debanking going on with the debanking regulators, I think there were a lot of sort of leaders within crypto projects and then exchanges and at venture capital funds and others that got together and they said, we have to fight back. And the only tool kind of left to use at that point, outside of doing all the work Patrick was doing, fighting the SEC in court, is that they needed to engage politically. And so there was this Fair Shake super PAC that was very active in the last election. They've already raised $200 million to deploy in the midterm elections. And I think that was a really big game changer in catching the attention of policymakers saying, hey, like people care about this. There's real economic activity happening here and we want it to be in the US and people care about this. I also think something interesting happened in the last election. We saw for the first time, people were voting on crypto issues. And it wasn't major in the polls. Like most polls had people cared about a candidate's crypto position was like at 20%. But if you're looking at a competitive race, like an issue that 20% of the people care about can move the needle. There was also a lot of advocacy among crypto users, largely organized through Stand With Crypto, but some sort of individually on their own, that were going to campaign rallies and calling their members of Congress, et cetera. So I think there was just across the board a real political awakening within crypto, and that had consequences in the election, right? Like Sherrod Brown, who was the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, who was very anti-crypto, is no longer in Congress anymore. So I think we've caught the attention, and there is a nice pro-crypto army in DC that is going out and trying to take advantage of really the sort of second chance we've had to make progress on the policy front. I think we've seen a tremendous amount of progress this past year.
I mean, as somebody that's been in technology my whole life, I came up as somebody who sold technology to non-tech savvy people. I've always known that the biggest problem when you get into a negotiation or try and talk about policy or anything to do with the utility of software is education.
Yes.
From the first moment they're educated on a whiteboard or a discussion about what something is, they become biased. They get a view. And usually the view and the bias tends to be that of the person who educated them first. What is your perspective? Like, who educated the policymakers in DC through the Gary Gensler era that created such a hostile narrative around, you know, in those days, Bitcoin and Ethereum? Like, how did that happen? And
Well, I think,
are they getting better education now?
yeah, I think it was the media. I don't know, Patrick may have other ideas, but I think, there were a lot of stories about illicit finance that were sort of, not well founded. And, there was a long time where there were just, there are a couple people working on these issues in DC, but it wasn't a critical mass to get the type of kind of broad-based education that we needed. And so I think it was largely some of the negative media stories around Bitcoin and illicit finance in particular that sort of led to this. I do think, the question about why was Gary Gensler so hostile, I don't know the answer to that. And I've spent many a night awake trying to figure out, why does this guy hate us so much? And I think a lot of it comes down to, Elizabeth Warren playing a very prominent role in the last administration when it came to sort of being the I guess, queen maker, I should say, to deciding who was going into key regulatory spots. Like that's one theory I've heard, that, maybe Gary Gensler wanted to be Treasury Secretary and was trying to appeal to Elizabeth Warren. I think there are some members of Congress much less than there used to be, but there are still some members of Congress that really want the government to have control, right? Like they want to see all of the transactions and they want to be able to know whose wallet belongs to who. And they're just have a mindset that big government is the way to go. And when they see a technology that comes along that challenges the whole regulatory regime that they've set up around intermediaries, they start to see that as a threat.
Patrick, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Kristen, I wouldn't lose sleep trying to figure out what the motivations of the prior SEC chair were, because I don't know if we're ever going to figure that out. Look, I mean, I think part of it too, you mentioned the media, Kristen, but I do think there's something to the fact that if something is new and you don't necessarily understand it, and then you hear sort of these scary stories coming out, then it is easy to sort of run in the other direction. But what we are so grateful for now is that, when we have the opportunity to talk about the potential for this transformative technology, people are actually listening now, and people are getting the facts, whether it's at the SEC or the CFTC. Like we are in a much better position, as Kristen was explaining now, than we ever have been. And we are trying as hard as we can to sort of rewrite that narrative and make sure people really understand the benefits that this technology can provide and how this can carry forward into the next era of finance.
Absolutely. I mean, Kristen, you said that word utility. And when, as somebody's just from the outside watching the regulatory regime, the conflict, the disputes through this process as a technologist, I don't know if you know that I was actually part of the team that made the first blockchain for Oracle. Larry Ellison, back in the early 2000s, called Common Object Broker Request Architecture, Corbo, which was, we were in R&D to build the next Oracle database and, the next architecture of databases. And so we built these distributed architectures, but at the time, we didn't have CPUs and Jensen and NVIDIA making incredible progress with chips. We didn't have an unbelievably fast, low latency network. So we had dial-up modems, if you can believe it. So we couldn't really make it function or demo it to prove its utility. All we knew, though, was that it had no single point of failure, and it had unbelievable redundancy and anti-corruptible data. And that was really the use case. But coming through this whole adventure, through, the 20 years it took for the infrastructure to catch up to make this stuff actually function in real time, I've always wondered why the government would be anti this incredible utility. Because at the end of the day, they almost benefit the most from blockchain. It literally removes inefficiencies from their entire work. You can remove literally 75% of the overhead of bureaucracy by implementing blockchain. And it just feels to me like nobody's ever explained that to them. It feels like it came in as a competitor to the dollar. Then it came in as a competitor to the banks. And then it came in as a competitor to control. It never came in as a software utility designed to introduce unbelievable efficiencies and velocity of money, velocity of finance, which benefits everybody. And what do you guys think of that? Why did it, how come the banking lobby got so involved so soon? Did that come in with Elizabeth Warren?
No, the banking lobby only really recently, kind of organized on crypto policy issues in DC. I mean, I think that the biggest one out there is, there's this market structure legislation that's been working its way through Congress.
Right.
And, the Genius Act, the stablecoin law that was passed this past summer and signed into law, prohibits issuers from providing yield themselves, but allows sort of third parties to provide rewards to holders of stablecoins, which might not be a big deal to incentivize people to use stablecoins in international jurisdictions, but in the US, everyone here loves their points, they love their rewards, right? And so it's a real incentive to get people to use stablecoins. Banks only recently decided that they had a problem with that bill that was just signed into law. The rules, once a bill signed into law, then the agencies have to make more detailed rules. And the rules aren't even finished yet, but the banks are already trying to kind of reopen that issue. I just think they didn't, like many in Washington, the banks just didn't think this was something that was going to stick around. They didn't think that this was an industry that was going to be politically influential, and they didn't think they had to worry about it. I think they were very caught off guard this past summer and by President Trump's enthusiasm for crypto. And so I think that we're seeing a real sort of effort for the first time. I do think it's going to be short-lived. I think at some point, banks in some way, shape, or form, or the securities industry, if we're looking at kind of the SEC side of things, I think they're going to come around and they're going to want to use this technology. But the status quo is very powerful. There are a lot of people that are employed by the status quo in government, outside of government, and some people, like we see this a lot in AI. People fear change, right? And
That's exactly right.
yeah, and I think that's part of the problem that we're trying to combat. I think this is not going to be an ongoing battle. I think at some point the banks will realize that their customers want this and that they're going to figure out how to provide more access to crypto and not try to shut it out of their customer base.
Then the other question that this leads into really nicely, before I talk about the central bank and their mainframe ledger and the risks about that, and the fact that this technology probably is a better technology to run the central bank. But at the end of the day, this Clarity Act, right? That had good intention, and it's been missing for the longest time, which is that everyone in the world was narrated by the media that crypto is crypto and all crypto is the same, and meme coins are the same as Bitcoin, and it's just crypto. And this categorization of these vastly disparately different technologies into the same bucket, and therefore try to regulate it as one thing, which is literally impossible when you consider Bitcoin is a completely different thing to Solana. The use cases of Bitcoin and Solana are entirely different. The use cases of Shiba Inu and Solana are completely different. So we needed clarity. And what was the process? Because the naming of it, of Clarity, was a perfect name. I remember when Cynthia Loomis announced it, but then over time it just got omnibused with all of these other things that have made it, locked it up with all these sort of fringy side quest problems, when all we really wanted was some form of categorization of each different project's classification as either, I guess, a commodity or a security, right? In order to apply the regulatory agency. Can you talk us through that from your perspective? And maybe, Patrick, you want to chime in. How did it go from a perfect Clarity Act into this massive omnibus with all this yield and stuff that's keeping it locked up?
Yeah, well, listen, I would say we should definitely spend a few minutes on the Clarity Acts, because this is one of the most important things going on in Washington right now. And for those who aren't familiar, the Clarity Act was originally introduced in the House last year, fairly early on last year, passed through the House committee and had a very strong bipartisan vote on the floor of the House. And then the bill was passed over to the Senate. In the US, we have this bicameral system. The Senate tends to take longer than the House, right? They're a smaller body. People always say it's the analogy. They're the saucer that cools the teacup. The House of Representatives, those elected officials are up every 2 years. The Senate is up every 6 years. So just sort of by its design, the Senate is a much slower institution. And the Senate rarely takes things that the House has crafted outright, because I do think the bill that the House came up with was quite good. They want to kind of put their own mark on it, as they're sort of entitled to do, and they tend to try to take their own approach. I do think the bill, I think you're right, it's gotten much more complex, because what we were always asking for was just like, give us the lines, like tell us what's a security, tell us what's a commodity, and like let us go on with life. But to get legislation through Congress does require a lot of compromises. And I think after FTX flew up, there was like, oh, wait, we don't have a regulator in the US that looks at crypto spot markets. Like, okay, we need that piece of it. So, that kind of got attached on. And then there were some members of Congress that are like, well, we're worried about illicit finance, so we want to kind of reopen those provisions. And so, as the bill works its way through the process, it's gotten a lot more complex. I would say, listen, like, this is legislation is very, very difficult, right? It does not happen often. And we did get the Genius Act earlier this year, which was, a fantastic start. But, this is never a smooth process. And to get a bill through the House, you have to have 60 votes. There's actually another path to get bills signed into law, and that you commonly see, that is to attach a piece of legislation to one of the big quote unquote must pass bills, like the Defense Authorization Act or the big appropriations spending bill or something like that. But this path is not available to crypto, because to attach something onto a different bill that's not of the committees of jurisdiction, you have to have sign off of the Republican and Democratic ranking member and chair of the relevant committees. And right now, the ranking member on the Senate Banking Committee is Elizabeth Warren, and she's not going to want to see any legislation that would benefit crypto move forward. So as a result, we have to work around Elizabeth Warren, and we need to get 60 votes, which means we're going to need to have a handful of Democrats on board. And, the Senate is just in a different place than the House right now. The House has had the benefit of last Congress. They worked on Fit 21, and they learned a lot about the issues. They learned a lot about what crypto is. They're a little bit ahead of the Senate, but I would say the Senate has been working very hard to catch up. And the White House's direct and personal involvement, I think, is really, really important in this process. And I think that this truly is a bipartisan issue, Elizabeth Warren aside. I think that everyone is committed to working on this. And Patrick and I are on daily calls with different folks in the crypto industry, talking to the Hill. There are a tremendous amount of conversations going on and a lot of work going in. I think we need to be patient, but I think there are a lot of people committed to getting this done, and hopefully they will get it done. What I would also say, though, is, we've gotten a lot of clarity out of the SEC, right? We know that meme coins aren't securities. They've told us that. We know that DPIN tokens aren't securities. They've told us that. We know stable coins aren't securities. They've told us that. So we are getting some relief at the regulatory level without the legislation. And I think, the chair of the SEC, Chair Atkins, as well as the chair of the other market regulator, the CFTC.
Yeah, Selig and
Selig.
fantastic.
And there's listen, they have a certain authority today, right? They have laws that give them power. And I think, and Patrick can maybe talk more to this, but there's a lot that they've talked about that they can do with the powers they have. And I think they're going to, I attended a meeting at the CFTC where the two of them spoke, and they said, hey, we're going to use the power we've got to do what we can do to help you guys. And then hopefully Congress can continue to work through its process to make these changes permanent. Because the big fear is, what you don't want is for new leadership to come in and to try to undo all the work that Selig and Atkins are doing. But there's a lot that they have the power to do today that we're hopeful we'll see some progress on in the weeks and months ahead.
I've got a left field question for you before we carry on. What if I had to ask Paul Atkins or Mr. Selig or Elizabeth Warren about decentralization, do they understand what that means?
I think Selig and Atkins do, yes.
Okay.
Elizabeth Warren's a very smart woman, right? She's a professor at Harvard, right? I don't know how much time she's personally spent on these issues. I kind of gave up after being rejected a dozen times to try to meet with her. So I cannot personally say how much she actually knows, but I think her staff is very well educated. And I do think I know it's funny, right? You'd think she'd be into this, right? She's always kind of hated the banks, and she wants power to the people. You'd think intuitively that this is something she would be excited about. But
yeah, at the bottom, if you look at it from base tax, when I educate blockchain, it's actually quote unquote quite a socialist technology. Never heard that in the media. Blockchain is actually a friend to the socialist Marxist thinking. It's power to the people. It's literally equity and democratization of everything. But the narrative has come out that it's a capitalist stream and a key manipulation point, people making money off of it. It's just such an interesting paradox, I find. The question I had for you is, what do you think happens once President Trump signs the Clarity Act?
Well, I think it'll be a big boon for getting more institutions and banks involved in crypto generally, right? And so I think, that kind of falls into two large buckets. You'll see more institutional investment coming in terms of people are like, okay, maybe it's okay to recommend that my clients buy Solana or Bitcoin, or I'm going to do that for my fund, or, I think we'll see more dollars coming into the space. But then I also think we're going to see much more adoption around the technology, whether it be issuing more assets on Solana, like stocks and derivatives, and utilizing DeFi in lending or securities markets, et cetera.
And this current draft will absolutely regulate and support like security token offerings on Solana.
Well, actually, that's an interesting question. I might hand it over to Patrick for this one. So there's a lot that the SEC can do today to enable tokenization. And they've talked about this through their innovation exemption. So maybe I'll let Patrick kind of weigh in on that piece, because I don't think we necessarily need to have clarity for tokenization.
Great. Yeah, let's hear about that.
Yeah, I think the real benefit is having a framework that differentiates between what is a security, what is a commodity, and what are the associated obligations that come along with those. But you asked what happens after clarity. These agencies have to make a lot of rules to implement this legislation. And some of those rules will specifically be around how tokenized securities can trade on secondary markets, how they can be issued. So all of those details are really reserved for agencies to go into more detail in explaining how you're going to be able to do that. But the framework from clarity is what I think is important in differentiating sort of the jurisdiction of the SEC versus the CFTC and allowing them the time and space to really create rules to implement the end goals and to facilitate on-chain finance.
So Patrick, in your opinion, and maybe for the audience's sake, can you succinctly, like we're 12 years old, what is the difference between a digital commodity and a digital security?
Yeah, so securities, I mean, one of the things that we've been saying a lot with this since this new SEC has come in is that a security is a security no matter where it is. So an on-chain security acts and behaves in the same ways that traditional securities that you think of as like an equity or stock, something like that. Like those are fundamentally securities and things that are regulated, by the SEC. I think when you are talking about crypto, there has long been a disagreement on whether just sort of any token, choose one, whether it's Solana, whether it's Doge or something, something in between, is a commodity, or if it should be treated like some sort of regulated financial instrument. And so for the Clarity Act itself, the important thing is to be able to get that different framework in place so we know who is regulating what type of asset and what are the obligations that come along with each. And because each of those regulators will have different expectations and different frameworks for how those things are trading on markets and how they can be regulated in terms of spot activities and potential fraud manipulation.
Got it. And why do you guys think Ethereum got so much sort of preferential treatment early on? Do you think it was just because it was first to market and had early mover advantages? And do you think that that's a problem you face, that Bitcoin and Ethereum sort of got cemented in and grandfathered in, and Solana and other networks have to now come and sort of prove themselves?
I mean, I don't know the exact answer to it, other than I think a lot of it was kind of a first to market. And, today there are a lot of different assets, right? Solana included, that, have an ETF that was a result of having the, properly regulated futures market. And I think there are, those are pretty clear that those are commodity status today. So I think it could have happened a lot faster and in a more sort of neutrally applied way if there had been more open-minded regulators at the time. But I do think that there has been a lot of catch up with this administration in getting, kind of the parity with Ethereum. So yeah, I think a lot of it was just, Ethereum was here.
So
earlier.
Paul Atkins could put out a press release and say Solana is a commodity tomorrow.
They approved an ETF. And so that is, an implication essentially that Solana is a commodity. But I don't know, Patrick may have.
I mean,
other
technically correct, but the media, I've never seen, the public has never had that statement. They don't know that implication. As far, if you were to ask somebody, they would say, no, the only commodity is Ethereum and Bitcoin.
This is one place where the current drafts of Clarity would be incredibly helpful because they make it very clear that assets like Solana are digital commodities. End of story. And so Kristen is right to point out the sort of the ETF approval on the basis of the underlying asset Solana being a commodity. That is the implication, but you're right. No one has ever, and it's not necessarily to anyone's benefit to come out and give us a list of what they think are commodities versus what they think represent.
Well, more so the point, Patrick, is they have the authority to do so, right? It doesn't require clarity in Congress to classify Solana as a commodity. He's
And what
already
we-
classified it as a commodity. He's just never made the statement. Is it because they don't want to just do one at a time? They want to do sort of
Yeah,
a
no,
blanket.
well, he has said that, not specifically to Solana, but I would have to go find the exact statement. But he has said that he thinks most crypto assets are not securities, which is obviously quite different than Gary Gensler, who said almost all of them are securities. And so, I think that has given the market some kind of reprieve here. I mean, Gary Gensler was seeking information and engaged in litigation with almost every major crypto company and crypto project in the US on some level. And Atkins undid all of that because he didn't think those were valid investigations or cases. And so, I think he has indicated that he thinks most of these things aren't. And we've seen some statements, we've seen some no action letters that are starting to slowly carve away different categories. I think this sort of goes back to we really need a rulemaking that lays this out, because rulemakings, again, there's the legislation and then agencies have rulemaking authorities. Rulemaking is a very formal process that once those rules are established, they can be undone, but they have to be undone by that same formal process that takes time. And so anything we can see out of the SEC that gives, puts in the most permanent place possible their interpretation that, would take time to be undone later would be helpful. But also this is why we want the Clarity Act, is to, sort of formalize this, because Atkins can say something one day, but if we get somebody more hostile, which by the way, I don't think we will, but if we were to get somebody more hostile, they could potentially undo that. So I think for the long term, we want to get that addressed and made permanent.
Just add one more comment is what we saw during these joint efforts and conversations with the CFTC and the SEC is that they are amenable to hashing out sort of a token taxonomy framework that would give us the clarity that you were just describing, even in advance potentially of legislation coming out. And then you can really figure out, what is the security, what is the SEC regulating, what are these sort of investments into companies or enterprises where you're expecting money versus what is a commodity where it's really just sort of a good trading among people.
Okay, and then the next line of questioning I want to have, I've always wanted to ask somebody in your position, is let's just say that Clarity goes through and Solana is a commodity. The implications of that are a commodity typically like gold or oil is now something that is traded on secondary markets on multiple jurisdictions around the world and is by all means the same asset. However, it's under a separate jurisdiction, right? So the CFTC would manage the US trading of the commodity, but Japan or Hong Kong would trade the same asset, but under their different jurisdiction and regulator, correct?
Yeah, well, I would say, the CFTC doesn't today, with their current authority, they don't regulate the trading of the spot commodities, right? Like what they do is they regulate derivatives and futures. And so one of the things that the Clarity Act looks at is expanding the jurisdiction of the CFTC to give them the authority to regulate companies like Coinbase, right? Like companies operating in the US that are, facilitating the trading of these commodity assets. So yes, so Solana itself would not have, the holders of Solanas or the DeFi users of Solanas would not have obligations, but the centralized exchanges would. And so I think that yes, that's different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but I think that's kind of consistent today. Like, to operate in the US, you currently have to have money transmitter licenses, you have to be registered with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, et cetera. To go for a centralized company to go into a new space, they would have to be regulated there as well. But that doesn't mean that the market can't be connected on an international level. I don't know, Patrick, if you have anything to add.
So currently Coinbase is regulated by the SEC, correct?
No, not unless they are trading securities, which I don't recall if they are doing. So today,
are they being regulated at all right now?
Yes, they are being, for their crypto markets, they need to have state money transmitter licenses. So not almost all states require a license for money transmission, but not all. There's I think Montana doesn't or something like that. And so, yes, so they have, state level regulators, but no, their markets are not, for spot crypto trading, they're not regulated. Now, I do think they have, and Patrick might know more because he worked at Coinbase. I think they do have some licenses at the CFTC. Did they have a broker dealer? Anyway, I'm not sure, but they may have some licenses. But yeah, you can't operate in the US without some licenses today. The Clarity Act should try to be more precise and streamlined and maybe help consolidate some of that regulation.
Yeah, I will say too, it's always one narrative that we've tried to push back on, is that crypto is entirely unregulated, because it's just not true. Kristen just went through all of those licenses. Coinbase is also a public company and has to file a ton of disclosures and a ton of information with the SEC just to continue to be listed as a public company. And as Kristen mentioned, they have a ton of different business lines that are all regulated in different ways. There's also state attorney general's offices across the US that are all interested and have some sort of authority to regulate activity that are happening within its borders. So there's also consumer protection that's at play. So it's not the Wild West like folks sometimes try to portray it. There are real obligations that already exist on these sort of markets. But as Kristen mentioned, the CFTC spot authority on something like a Coinbase is something that would be new in terms of new legislation that passes.
So, part of the Clarity and Market Structure Act I read was a lot of anti-manipulation guidelines would be introduced, similar to 1933, anti-wash trading, anti-manipulation, not using customer funds, no coagulation of customer funds and things like that. So a lot of those, it's also packaged in these acts, right? Does that assume that currently there isn't that, or is it just an enhanced set of rules? Because as far as I could tell from the Clarity Act, this would be the first time that those 1933 anti-wash trading type laws would be applied to secondary markets of crypto.
Yeah, so I do think each of these, and I don't want to speak specifically, but I do think there are self-policing mechanisms within these organizations too, where they are actively identifying and attempting to find that type of your activity. And maybe this is just something that's codifying or putting in the law something that's happening in a lot of these places, because as I mentioned, there are enforcement authorities that already exist at the state level, and potentially others, depending on what the actual product is or what the market is, where this may already be something that's covered, or at least arguably within the purview of that regulator.
Right. It's obviously an ongoing dispute, and I'm very close to it. I'm very much part of the community that's starting to ask the questions. People just assume the price of one of these commodities is factual and accurate, when this is a very unique asset class where you have over 150 synthetic order books in 65 jurisdictions, all emitting a price for the same commodity, which is not, you don't have that in other commodities. In fact, in gold, I've researched the most. There are gold exchanges around the world, but they have a very integrated regulatory regime to make sure that there's no, the price of gold in Shanghai is factually based on customers buying and selling gold, and to remove manipulation. And I would just think that crypto would impose a whole new domain of complexity at the policy level, because it's so many venues on the secondary market. There's not only centralized venues, there's decentralized venues. So you have DeFi prices of Solana. You have centralized prices of Solana on 5 continents in countless jurisdictions with different regulations. That would pose quite complex problem on policies to do with regulating that commodity.
I think, you're going to have different countries are going to, as a buyer or seller of a commodity, you're going to be subject to different regimes. There's not one sort of global policymaking body, but I do think one of the things we've been focused on is looking at the DeFi world, because this is different, right? A lot of the regulations that, and by the way, the exchanges, like, I certainly don't speak for them, but I think they've been very public, welcoming to having a federal regulator for their spot commodity crypto trading. I think they're not opposed to that. That's one of the reasons they want it. And I think that'll help instill more sort of trust in, especially amongst the institutions. So that isn't an issue. I think one of the things that Patrick and I have been focused on is when you have a decentralized exchange or some kind of decentralized trading where there's not a centralized intermediary, but it's really more of a peer-to-peer transaction facilitated by software. We don't want the same sort of regulatory obligations to apply to DeFi, because it's not something where a software developer is going to be able to obtain that license. And so I think we need to be very mindful in Washington to differentiate between the DeFi world and the CeFi world, because you do want to be able to participate in some of the global DeFi activity potentially without, if we impose the wrong kind of rules, that could really prohibit users in the US from accessing the DeFi world.
Yeah, I think, and if you add to that, I mean, for the audience out there, the complexity even grows. If you take the picture I just drew of all of these venues, with very opaque order books and different regulators to a certain degree, some of them on islands. I mean, FTX was on the Bahamas. Binance is the largest by volume and is on the Seychelles, totally out of the US's regulatory purview, and pretty much dominates the price of Solana and all crypto through their futures markets and their spot market. And if you add to that now the advent of the ETFs like IBIT and MicroStrategy, etc., and the option liquidity and option venues on top of that from the CME, etc., and now add option markets in Japan and Hong Kong, you now have even more, I would say thousands of different vehicles, markets, and exchanges influencing the price of the same supply of the commodity, which is actually one single ledger replicated in all the nodes around the world, which I think is an absolutely insanely complex problem to regulate. In my opinion, I think it's overwhelming. And so when I look at Washington right now, or any authority, with my experience, how would you create guidelines to suit a single regulatory regime for that problem space? I would think that it is an extremely multi-year, multi-complex problem. And I think it results in this chaotic volatility, honestly. I think it results in the Wild West feeling, this, I call it artificial volatility in this asset class, is because there are so many different venues trading the same commodity without regulation. Now, I mean, I might be putting myself out there by saying that, but from my experience, that is the case. And as a Solana lover and believer, you add to that the FTX blow up. And I mean, I'd like to ask you, Kristen and Patrick, what is the current status with the Kroll bankruptcy, the Solana that was locked up? Does that ever come out in policy negotiations or discussions? Is that cleaned up? Is there concrete evidence that that's gone away? I mean, how does regulators see that? Because that is quite an event.
Yeah. No, so I don't know, because I don't follow the day-to-day sort of specifics of what's going on with the FTX bankruptcy, but there is a provision, I believe, in the Senate version of Clarity that does update bankruptcy laws for crypto assets. And so I think that is something that is on the mind of policymakers and could be one of the benefits of getting new legislation enacted. But, listen, I think there's a reason why we don't have a law. I've been working in Washington on these issues since I guess it was 2018 when I started the Blockchain Association. Not quite 10 years, but a long time. And it takes a long time, right? Because all of us, we think about Solana all day long, and policymakers, it takes time, it takes education. And on top of that, this is the most crazy thing, but if you work at the SEC or the CFTC or the Department of Treasury, there's currently rules on the books that don't allow you to own crypto assets or play around. Like, you can't go play around with DeFi if you work at these agencies. And so in addition to the learning curve, for some of the folks in government, it's really like a sheer intellectual exercise to wrap their heads around what's going on, because they're not allowed to get in and experience some of the technology themselves. And so, it takes time, but I think, that's the reason why Solana Policy Institute exists, right? Or the
100%,
Blockchain Association, or all of us working on the ground.
That is why we're here
is to
talking
try to
about-
fill that gap.
Absolutely. Kristen, that you hit the nail on the head. That is why you exist, is to try and educate and fix that and get that right.
Yeah, and we'll get there. It just isn't a process that can happen overnight.
No, absolutely. I think it's extremely complicated. I mean, do you think that Congress is aware that centralized exchanges are not crypto? They're simply managing a derivative with a dollar price, and that the blockchain is completely in a different closed loop to exchanges that sell it. Like, do they are aware of it, or are they?
I think some of them are. And,
Okay.
Congress has a committee system for a reason, right? Because if you're a member of Congress, think about all of the different policy issues that are going on in the US at any one given time, right? Like, it is more than any single person can handle. But that's why Congress has committees. They have the Senate Banking Committee, they have the House Financial Services Committee. And then within those committees, they have special subcommittees that focus on digital assets. And so the people with the pen, the people writing the legislation, they do get very deep into these issues. And then they have staffers and lawyers on their staff who are also dedicated specifically to these issues. So we don't have to get all 535 members of Congress to understand that in detail, but what we need to do is get the key people who hold the pen to understand it. And I think they've come a long way, and work with them and provide feedback to them and work within the process to try to get there. And I think, it's a long process. It's a frustrating process, but, compared to the world where Patrick was at before, where he was working on litigation and defending against lawsuits coming from the SEC, like, I would rather be in the place we are now, where we're trying to get the rules of the road in place with a Congress that's really open and wanting to do it right, and a White House that's supportive of it. I would rather be in that situation than where we were years ago. And I think we really have turned a corner in the US. I mean, what the president and his Treasury Department and the SEC and the CFTC and Congress did in 2025 alone was just a remarkable turnaround. And we still have a long way to go, but we've definitely, gotten the US into a more competitive position.
Is it true? Did I see you on the Fortune 40 thing?
Yeah, I did, like, a few years
That
ago
was
during
you.
COVID.
Oh, right. So you were on the Fortune 40 under 40, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Oh, I was going to add one more thing to what Kristen was just discussing. It's not even just about our work is cut out for us, because it's not even about education on sort of the tech and getting good rules for market structure. There is so much more out there for us to also try to accomplish with this Congress and with this administration. Tax is one thing that really comes to mind that we've focused on at SPI. So I think I would be putting all the listeners at a disadvantage if we didn't at least say that this is another issue out there that we are advocating, on behalf of holders of digital assets and in the Solana ecosystem, particularly on issues with how staking rewards are taxed in the US. This is, it's not just market structure that we're focused on. There's a lot more out there that we're educating on and trying to get past and help people to understand. So there's a lot of work to do still, even though we've had a lot of good progress.
It's an extremely complicated problem. I mean, there's so many elements of regulation that it touches, right? The taxation, the regulation, the secondary markets, everything. It's an extremely complex task you guys have in front of you. And we really appreciate your work. And it's nice to meet you guys. I mean, and let me make myself available. I'm a great educator, very experienced in this stuff. I can talk through anything. I used to teach the government, actually. in the previous iteration of the internet. And if you ever need anybody to whiteboard exactly technically what's going on.
Be careful what you wish for.
Oh, I could teach blockchain. I can show you about Solana on a whiteboard. I can show Elizabeth Warren why she's so wrong.
I would love to watch that.
I literally think if you give me 1 hour in a whiteboard with Elizabeth Warren in a room, she will leave completely differently.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Kristen and Patrick, really thank you for coming. Are there any questions from the audience or anybody wants to add anything to that? Ted, Wes, anybody got a question?
No, that was an incredible space. We've had so many conversations that have led up to this conversation. Really want to thank you guys for participating today and going so deep with us. I think very important for crypto as a whole. I wish we could produce maybe some reports or maybe some more content or ideas to continue these conversations in the future, because it's very important conversations here.
Absolutely.
Expand.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much, guys. And
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Kristen, you can reach
Thank
out.
you.
Patrick, reach out to me anytime. Maybe we can do another space dedicated to this post clarity or halfway through once we have some resolution and see, and kind of like look back on what we spoke about.
Yeah, I think
and
we're going
see
to
where
get
we
there.
were.
We're going to get there.
Nice to meet you, Patrick. Okay, guys, that was excellent. I love that. That's my thing right there.
Yeah, I can
So
tell
next
you
up we have
you were very much vibing with that, because like I said, we've kind of led up to that conversation over the past couple of years. So
I'm hoping that we've with a little bit more of a broad understanding of the problem.
unpacked it quite a bit.
There is a massive mismatch in education at the highest levels. And I'd like to make myself, if I can help, I would give my time and energy to educate those that are fighting for the cause so that they know exactly what's going on and they can speak about it without holes, without nuance, without deception. It's a massive problem. And I don't think it's a simple fix. I don't think the US can fix it. That's my point. I think these big shots in Washington think they can fix things. I think they don't even realize the problem. It's much bigger than that. It's a global thing.
It needs to be cut off in pieces too. Tackle
needs to be
tackle
chopped
tackle
in
one
pieces.
piece at a time and stop
Right.
trying to fit it into a box it doesn't fit into as a new digital asset that has innovative technology that needs to be reassessed into the 21st century instead of the 1930s. So
100%.
it needs pieces at a time. Just cut off little pieces. And the issue with that, of course, is the timing for midterms before shit gets turned off. But it's more about just putting the practice in place of recognizing how big this is, of trying to marry it into fintech and just taking it one little piece at a time instead of such a broad thing that gets just shut down and messed up. It's a tricky one, Marty.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that the miseducation of crypto is one of the biggest travesties of the 21st century. I think if it had been done correctly from the start, I don't think we would have any issues and it would have been fully adopted by now. And in fact, I believe we may not be in as much debt as a US country or world or have sovereign issues. I literally believe that as a technologist. If you fix the money, you fix the world, and the money is broken, and it's been broken for a long time. And what we're doing now is reverse engineering where the problems in money to try and come up with a solution when it's too late. And we had the solution. And in fact, we have the solution right now. Last night, I watched him on a YouTube podcast. We have the solution. We heard the guy from Jido yesterday, Andrew. We have the solution. These solutions we already have them. All that's lacking is buy-in from the regulators, buy-in from the industries, buy-in from the government, buy-in from the media. And she said it, Kristen. The media are to blame, like literally everything. Like every narrative that gets us in a state because it's so invalid is coming from the media. They literally ran with crypto bad. They didn't even know what it was. How come they didn't know that crypto benefits the poor? It benefits the country. It's unbelievable to me, the travesty of misinformation in this asset class. Jacob, you there? Hey, how are you doing, my
Hear me?
friend?
Doing good, doing good. How's everyone here?
We're very good. We're having a great day. We just spoke to the Solana Policy Institute was an excellent 1 hour of questions, obviously at a very pertinent time with the Clarity Act and, this deep dive into the regulations and the miseducation of crypto. So yeah, very, very good time. How are you doing? So are you at Consensus?
No, I'm in the office in New York. So,
Sounds
but yeah, Ben is in Asia right now, so that's why he couldn't find the time, unfortunately.
problem. We had a space with Ben before, and he had a terrible connection. I don't know if anybody on the space remembers that. We could barely hear him. But what I could tell is that he's an incredibly intelligent person. And the space you
He's-
guys are filling is very needed. We had Gido yesterday, so I think this is
Mhm.
pertinent that now we have Harmonic. And so, Jacob, are you able and willing and ready to explain to the audience about Harmonic, an open block building system for Solana, the second one after Gido, and potentially discuss the differences with Gido and the reason for existence, and fill in for Ben, and we would love to hear. So everyone, there we go. We have Jacob from New York, Harmonic. Go ahead, sir. Tell us about yourself, your story, your history, Harmonic, what you guys are doing, your vision, where you are, and take it away, sir.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thank you for having us. Yeah, that's a lot to unpack. I mean, I can give some history. We've been in the Solana space for quite a while now. I personally joined at the tail end of 21 and been in DeFi ever since. But yeah, a lot of the team comes from kind of similar circumstances. We've been using the chains in various capacities along this time, and we've started off servicing a lot of the needs that validators had, that apps had on the chain. We've developed Nozomi, which is a very successful transaction lending product today. And it's used by most of the apps and for purposes like sandwich prevention, stuff like that. Like we have a pretty sophisticated systems for detecting which validators are leaking, stuff like that. So we provide a lot of value to the users. And at the same time, we were doing a lot of validator operations and working on ways to improve performance, increase rewards for validators, and that kind of naturally extended into block building. We saw quite a large opportunity to provide value further with the expertise we had and taking some approaches that we believe are better at long term, at innovating and providing utility long term. So we launched Harmonic, and Harmonic is fundamentally, I like to say that it's a system that aligns incentives between users on the network. Like what that means in principle is that different users on the networks, for example, like validators, apps, users, stakers, they all kind of, they have different interests that might not be aligned fundamentally. For example, validators are very revenue focused, like they want to increase their bottom line. Like running a validator on Solana is like a pretty expensive endeavor. Like you need quite a lot of stake to make it worth your while, to cover your voting costs, to cover your infrastructure costs. So the bottom line is super important to validators. Stakers might have similar incentives, but also have long-term incentives of like Solana growing and accruing value. Then you have users and apps which might be interested more in just user experience of the chain, like getting good feels, quality execution. Apps might have more nuanced interests where they would like to see like some specific type of execution. They might care a lot about liquidations going through, or they might care about, market makers like Rethinking might care a lot about the structure of the auctions that are happening when block building, because that affects like markouts, which affects in turn how tight you can quote, which affects user experience for users, because the whole space we want to get to is the really like kind of division of the on-chain NASDAQ, where all the trading and execution is like best on Solana. So Harmonic really comes into essentially enabling kind of a really transparent system for block builders to, service these needs, and for, all the users to kind of align on incentives. A concern that was there in the past is that there's a natural regression for validators to start dabbling in unethical behavior, like slot lagging or delaying execution, like with revenue scheduler, in order to increase rewards. So really what we're trying to achieve is create a system where long-term interests of the network can be clearly expressed through direct incentives to the block builders and the validators, so that there's an equilibrium of things. That was a bit abstract, but in essence, that's kind of what we're trying to do.
Well, so if you can explain, Jay, first of all, you're the co-founder, right? With Ben.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, perfect. So for the audience that might not be familiar with the space, what is the problem that Harmonic is trying to solve? Like, what is the problem right now, and what, so people understand it?
I mean, the space where we exist in is in block building, right? We provide essentially an open remote block building infrastructure where validators can receive blocks from block builders that fit specific criteria that validators want. And we achieve that through essentially an open competition between block builders. So block builders essentially will, within certain criteria, so you would tell them, hey, you need to like abide by certain rules. You can't sandwich, you can't, extend your slots. You have to like respect some ordering. And then block builders compete to make the most valuable blocks for the validators.
So Harmonic is kind of directly competing with the Jito block assembly marketplace?
Yeah, definitely. Like we would say not necessarily, because like our model does not exclude, BAM from being a block builder. This totally like fits within our space, because for us, Jiro is free to provide blocks to validators, and if validators are happy with their blocks, they can take them and publish them. That's totally within the framework that we've developed. So we like to see it as kind of an additive thing.
Got it. So maybe if you could explain to the audience, so when blocks are built, what is the process of building blocks right now on Solana versus what Harmonic is offering?
I mean, so the local block building, which is kind of the default validator behavior, is, the validator will receive a bunch of transactions from the network, and then it will attempt to essentially order them in a way. The default kind of scheduler is like pretty naive. Like it essentially will pretty much pack stuff as it comes in.
There you go.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, no, I like that word,
Yeah.
naive. Keep going.
But yeah, the default scheduler will basically just slot stuff in as it comes. And then once it kind of like either runs out of time or runs out of space, it will publish that block, and, the network will see it and vote on it. How Harmonic works is that that all still happens. None of that changes. But at the same time, Harmonic will essentially send the validators its own block. And if it gets that block, and if the proposer likes it, it will publish it instead of its own. But the way we set it up is very robust, so that if we go down or something's not working, in theory, validators will, just publish their own blocks. So we've built it with resilience in mind, because obviously we don't want to... And making the chain rely on Harmonic is obviously not kind of within our vision. So we want to be strictly additive to the validators.
Next question I had was, how do people use Harmonic? Is it like an SDK?
It's a validator client that, validators run instead of the default Agave one.
So you run your own boxes, like you run your own, is it kind of a fork of Solana, or is it a separate piece of software?
Yeah, it's a fork of Solana. It's a fork of Solana with like added components for Harmonic.
So Harmonic will be like sort of a fifth client.
Yes.
So if you go, it's Agave, Firedancer, Jito, Lighter, and Harmonic.
Yeah, essentially. There's been a few more, but our client ID is 10, so we've skipped a few versions just to take 10. But yeah, there's been some other versions in the past. But yeah, we're doing, so we have forked Agave now. We have just finished and are auditing our Firedancer version. So, we're big fans of the Firedancer team and the work they're doing. So we're going to have, both versions supported. And so
you have a unique, complex problem now where you have to backport and make versions of both clients, right? Has that been very challenging?
Not necessarily, because at the end of the day, like I think we're making something that's a bit simpler than, like, for example, how BAM works or how Agave Jira works. Because in essence, like, we just send the full block, the proposer looks at it, and if it's happy with it, it just publishes it. We have had to do some optimizations just to make certain things like run a bit better, but in essence, I would say it's been less painful than it would have been than I imagined.
And what can you tell us about Fire Dancer? Is it ready? Do you think it's ready? It's in auditing, right? Final auditing.
I mean, the Frankendancer part has been live for a while. So this is like, as the name suggests, it's kind of a Frankenstein of both Agave and Fire Dancer. So it uses a lot of optimized components, that perform much better. So, for example, like signature verification or, shred propagation, stuff like that is much faster, or, the quick server. So how fast you can ingest transactions. Those are all the things that are super, super fast. The full Fire Dancer, I forget if the release has been cut, but it's definitely, Anzo doesn't like to hear it, but on a lot of things, it's much, much more performance. Obviously, huge fans of, and to Anzo's credit, their job wasn't to make a perfect client. They were trying to ship something fast. So Fire Dancer did have the luxury of looking at each piece and really making it super well. But we welcome it, and we think it's going to push the network forward.
That's fantastic. And what can you tell us? So you'll run your own validators, and then people can stake their soul on you, just like a typical validator, or how will it fit within?
So this is for like external validator operators. So this is, like we have today, a lot of people are running us. Like we're on about 17% of the stake. Yeah. So we have people like Coinbase running us, Kraken. Now the main Jupiter validator is running Harmonic. So I'm sure I forgot a bunch of them, but yeah, there's quite a lot of big validators using us. Obviously, Harmonic, the firm, doesn't operate any Harmonic branded validators. So staking is all for external validators.
Got you. So how are you funding yourselves?
We raised from Paradigm. We raised last year. So we had a seed round. So we're pretty staffed for now. So
how many people in the team?
Let me think. I think Harmonic specifically, it's like probably 6 people in total, maybe more, 6, 7.
And so at the end of the day, once Harmonic is fully adopted, let's say Harmonic is fully adopted and has all of the stake, what do you think will be the primary benefit to the Solana user on the user end? How does the user benefit from Harmonic? And I understand how the validator does, but how does the user experience change?
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, there's a lot of like secondary effects. Like we're big believers in improving like the market structure. And like one of the reasons why we wanted to start this initially was because we thought the market structure was bad and the existing system at the time didn't function well. We hope to essentially facilitate things in a way where market makers function better, where apps like Ellipsis can increase their risk models to the limit because they can rely on liquidations happening. And those are all effects that users feel at the end of the day, as well as just really efficiently packing blocks. And like our thesis is kind of that like as Solana scales, as we go from a few thousand transactions per second right now to tens of thousands or like hundreds of thousands, the problem of like packing an efficient block becomes really difficult. So this is where we think like this system will truly shine, because you're not like relying on a single scheduler to kind of like figure things out as, the problem really scales, but you have a lot of block builders running a lot of diverse strategies that all perform better under certain conditions. And that's really where the system benefits, right? You get the robustness of really trying, 3, 5, 10 different approaches at the same time, right? And really only the best one, gets through then to the actual network.
Dude, can you help us maybe understand, like if I go to the Fire Dancer dashboard right now, what is a shred?
Well, so shred is like a very the way Solana like network propagates state is through shreds essentially. So the way blocks are produced, the leader is the validator that proposes the blocks. The leader gets a bunch of transactions, it packs them in a block, like it kind of gets the block from the block builders, but then it essentially converts the block into shreds. So shreds are essentially a shred of data, a shredded block, and that gets sent out through the network in like small packets, and it's done in a way where it's redundant. So even if a few get lost along the way, you can still recover most of the data from it. So yeah, shreds are really just a mechanism to propagate state across the network.
And what is TPU waterfall?
Oh, I think that's just the visualization for like how the TPU stands for transaction processing unit. So I think what you're seeing there is just how the transactions are coming in and at what time and in what capacity. Yeah, it's definitely very, very informative.
I just can't believe more people don't just sit and stare at this thing.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
I mean, this is the most dazzling piece of software I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. They're a great team.
So do you believe that this thing is being built to run 1 million TPS?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in test environments. And I don't even mean like a single server that's being like hammered. I think they've set up, if I remember correctly, a network over 00 like a while ago, before 00 was public. And they ran a load test that went, I forget how much, but it was pretty high. I think it was like in high 100,000s transactions per second.
So when you work with integrate with the actual code, it's like Rust, right?
Firedancer is in C. So the Agave client,
E and Rust.
The Agave client is in Rust. The Firedancer one is in pure C.
Wow. So you guys can have both capability in Harmonic.
Yes.
You have to build a version in Rust and build a version in C.
That's right.
Wow. That must be complicated. Are they very similar languages or very different?
I mean, they're both system languages, meaning that they're designed to operate very fast and low level, but they're very fundamentally different. Like C is much older. It's from the 70s. It's a very direct language in terms of you're telling the machine what to do and you need to know what not to do. It's very easy to make mistakes. Rust was built as a response to that a bit because it's really easy to mess stuff up. And when you're writing mission critical software, like airplanes or medical software, you really don't want to make mistakes. So Rust is very safe from that perspective.
So when Harmonic is live, will there be something here on the Firedancer dashboard that will show the building of the block is on Harmonic?
I think that's already visible. Like if you go into the reports.firedancer, you can see like Harmonic clients. Like as I mentioned before, like we've been live for a while. We're running on 17% of the stake. So every sixth block basically is built by Harmonic right now.
That's amazing. I'm trying to find see where it says where it says that.
I think if you go reports.firedancer.io, there is a validator dashboard, and you can filter.
You guys
there.
can follow along on the space. Reports.firedancer.io. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Wow. Okay. A whole other toy I can play with. So these are the clients. There are 6 of them. Agave with Jito BAM, Frankendancer with Jito, Agave with Harmonic, Agave with Jito, Agave Vanilla, and Firedancer with Jito. Wow. And soon Firedancer with Harmonic. What's the timeline for that?
Well, hopefully in the next week, right at the tail end of that. So
you're not messing around over there, Jacob.
No.
Wow.
Hopefully we can take a vacation soon, but not yet.
Dude. So like, what did you build before this? Like, what's your career? Like, how did you get to where you are now?
Yeah. I mean, I spent a lot of time before crypto in digital identity. So I was working at a startup that was trying to solve like identity in a privacy preserving way. So like, for example, you don't have to like share your entire passport every time someone tries to KYC you. So things like that. But then I found Solana late in 21 and I joined the DeFi space there, so I was there for a while. But then soon after, I met Ben, and we started a small kind of research and trading firm, and that kind of grew larger and larger. And then at some point last year, we decided that Harmonic is the best way we could provide value to the network.
That's amazing. And your education, like I sense your accent's European. What is your education? Are you a computer science major from university?
Yeah. I'm a computer science. I studied computer science I'm from Slovenia originally, so moved to the US recently. But yeah, went to uni there a while ago. So, but yeah, been in software engineering ever since.
That's amazing. And you live in New York. Are there a lot of blockchain development people in New York?
Quite a lot, actually. It's pretty good crowd. I mean, that's like one of the reasons like why we're here is there's like a really large concentration of people that are active in this space, and people we kind of respect and that have a lot of interesting ideas. So yeah, we're definitely not lonely here.
That's excellent. And what do you think is the next thing? So in your opinion, once you've deployed Firedancer with Harmonic, do you think you constantly, as Firedancer and Agave upgrade, will have to maintain your version, right? And so this is an ongoing career. Like as long as the validators evolve, so will Harmonic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of pieces there. There's definitely like maintenance of the software, but really what we're like, as I mentioned before, like kind of our vision is in figuring out a system where like incentives can get like properly aligned, because there's always like a problem with misaligning incentives like all the time, and that's like why kind of things fail or things don't succeed. So like, for example, like BAM has a specific philosophy and they're making a very opinionated take on like how the scheduler should behave, but like we think that comes with a ton of sacrifices, and we think that that's basically just a fundamental misalignment with like the economics of the chain, how they're approaching it. So that doesn't mean necessarily that like we completely, that we're, completely ANCAP, like do anything, like no rules, just, sandwich and extract everywhere for the validators. Like it's very far from that, but like we want to basically have a bit more, a system that's a bit more sophisticated, where there's still competition and there's still like a drive to provide like value to the validators and stakers, but at the same time like it's done in a way that's healthy for the network. So in a way that's like transparent of like how the builders are behaving, so the stakers can say, hey, we don't like how this guy is like acting, and we're going to stop like accepting blocks from him. So really we're trying to create something that's like, value additive to the network, and, facilitates kind of the discovery of like novel use cases a bit better than right now.
So would you say that the competition between you and Jito is hostile?
I'd say there's more drama on Twitter than there is actually in real life. I think a healthy space for both of us is, I think the best place for the network would be where we can compete against each other and we both have space to coexist.
So you'd say it's healthy competition for the network?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely necessary for us to exist. And you don't want to end up in a situation where you have a single block builder and that block builder can do anything. Like our concern we had with Jito was basically that like it's really hard to hold them accountable for, even like increasing fees and stuff like that. So, they're like free to do whatever, and there's no really like built-in mechanism to like push back on that. Like with our system, because like it is open block building, if one block builder either stops innovating or like starts raising fees or starts extracting, like that block builder is immediately non-competitive, right? Like we're really taking like approaches, from free markets and like applying them to block building in Solana.
How do you actually blacklist a validator in that way? Do you keep like a decentralized blacklist then that replicates across your network? Like, how does each instance of Harmonic know which are the bad validators?
I mean,
And how long are they blacklisted?
it's essentially relationships, right? Like block builders send blocks to the validators accept blocks from the builders, and they can either do it or not, right? So like if a validator says, hey, I don't like how you're behaving, like I don't like the way you're building blocks because of, some reason, either it could be completely like compliance-based reasons, as in like, okay, this guy's including OFX transactions, some guys building in a way that's harmful to the network, and stakers of this validator don't believe in this way of building blocks. So the validator is completely free to say basically, oh, okay, I don't want blocks from this specific block builder. Or it might say, hey, there's a group of block builders that I really trust, and I vetted them and I know them personally, and I'm just going to accept blocks from them. So it's basically the choice for the stakers and the validators. And like they make the same choice today, right? Validators make a choice of like what validator clients to run. They make a choice of like which scheduler to run. So this is already happening. Like this is not a novel thing. Validators also make a choice to not sandwich or to not extend like slot times. These are either like subconscious or like explicit decisions they're making, but this is kind of already the culture in Solana. So all we want to do is help this decision-making process be like more transparent and actionable. So, and at the same time competitive, right? So that block builders can actually focus on backing blocks better, earning more rewards for validators, facilitating, searchers, and pushing basically the network forward in that way.
100%. And how did you and Ben meet?
I think we met in Mountain DAO. He was interning at, this is a long forgotten DeFi protocol called Cypher. But Ben was just out of school before his summer internships, and I think we met there one February.
That's amazing. Does he also live in New York?
Ben visits, but he doesn't live here.
Yeah, I need to come and visit you.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to come and see what you're doing.
Come by, absolutely.
I want to build some of this stuff. It looks so cool. How can we look at harmonics? Do you guys have your own dashboards?
We have, if you go to explorer.harmonic.gg, it's our own block explorer that we're still evolving right now.
This is sick.
But there's going to be a big update coming there very soon, because we do want this system to be maximally transparent so that stakers can make the best decisions possible. The Explorer is going to kind of be the place where we are hosting this, but we're going to have a larger announcement in the coming weeks for how the Explorer is going to evolve.
So dissonance, what is dissonance? Is that the name of the dashboard?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is the difference between load and current?
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to look at some stuff, you can just click on current and it will load the latest slot.
Got it.
But it should give you like a kind of an insight into like how the block looks, how is it constructed, each transaction, the accounts and everything. Like a lot of the inspiration for this Explorer just came out of our own work, because like a lot of our day-to-day is basically looking at transactions and where they are in the slot and what's happening around those transactions in the slot. This is so we primarily built it for ourselves, but then it seemed very cool, so we open sourced it.
Does this network still amaze you? Does it excite you still? Like, are you still passionate? Like, tell me about, because we've been speaking to people obviously in the market downturn, and the sentiment has never been worse, right? You agree? And it's mostly people that are here just to make money, and they're not really here for the technology or the software, and they always leave.
It's definitely the largest disconnect that we've seen so far.
I agree, Jim.
The network is doing really well.
Why do you think
technology?
Do you think it's a macro thing? Do you think it's because of low liquidity? Why do you think people got so depressed and lost faith in crypto. What happened?
I mean, I think there's multiple things. There's definitely macro, like the fact that Bitcoin's down has nothing to do like with Solana, and they're like pretty correlated price wise. But there's also like, we've kind of run through the on-chain games a bit, I think. We've had, I guess, the big meme coin boom like last year, and that's dissipated a bit over the last year. So I think, there's definitely a component of like there needs to be some new use cases or like some new apps, but also like broader environment. I mean, we've had like our research, prop MMs basically appearing on Solana in the last year, and that's been a really important innovation. It's for the whole history of like crypto, it's been like, okay, like if you want good liquidity, go to Binance or go to some centralized exchange, and that's like not true anymore, which is a really big like fundamental shift. Solana is also getting like really good perps now with Phoenix. I think a lot of exciting things are happening, but these things are like cyclical a bit. I don't feel too phased because I feel like I've been through this a few times now, so the emotional response is not that intense. Yeah, I think it's gonna turn around eventually, or we might go do something else.
So tell us a little bit about Phoenix. I know that I can just join the waitlist. I have no idea. I can't see what it is. Do you know the people behind it? Is this something special?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Ellipsis Labs team.
Right.
They're an old team as well, like very, very talented. Eugene and Jerry are extremely technically capable. I think Eugene was old school James Street guy, but Jerry was like an OG at Solana Labs before it rebranded. He's the guy behind compressed NFTs, if you remember that era. Phoenix is basically, it's a perpetual exchange on Solana that's supposed to take some novel concepts on how to operate, like using some hybrid order book between a central limit order book and a prop MM approach, which is supposed to be like much more efficient. I haven't looked at the actual technical implementation, but it's supposed to be like Solana's answer to Hyperliquid, basically. From my perspective, it's very exciting to see something that's a bit competitive. Solana has had a long history with perp exchanges. Hopefully this one is...
Why do you think that Hyperliquid, I mean, I've used the user interface. I don't find it to be very special. What do you think it was? Which is just clever marketing or right place at the right time? As an engineer, like, is Hyperliquid truly that advanced?
I don't think there's anything like lacking in Solana that would prevent something as technically efficient. I think it was just like they're obviously very capable. They're a very talented team. They're very driven, and I think that they've positioned themselves really well, and they got lucky. So I think it's a combination of a lot of things.
I feel like it was the right place at the right time.
I mean, they kind of...
As somebody that's done perpetuals for years, I was doing perpetuals on BNB back in the day. I've seen so many UIs, centralized and decentralized. And when I use Hyperliquid, I don't think it's that good at all. I just think people that are using it have never used anything else.
There's a lot of structural reasons why Hyperliquid is successful. The team put a lot of effort into making that happen. They've pushed kind of the legal risk at the right time, and then the administration changed. So a lot of they made paid off. They have really good relationships with power users. So
I'm very interested to see though how the regulatory classifications address Hyperliquid, because
that's a good question.
It is a casino. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like a typical utility chain, right? It really just is a casino. So it's probably needs to be regulated by the Nevada Gaming Commission more than anything. It's a really interesting thing. We should have actually asked earlier how they would view Hyperliquid. Well, I mean, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, Jacob. I really enjoy you.
Thank you. Likewise.
And when next I come to New York, I'll definitely hit you up maybe come and
Yeah, definitely.
check your coding and see what's going on. But anybody in the audience got any questions for Jacob? Otherwise, we're going to move to the next guest.
I learned a lot.
Welcome, just stick around.
I learned a whole lot. That was a fantastic. Another one. I don't know. You've kind of outdone yourself with this lineup, man. Thank you, JJ, for being here. That was an incredible session.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
That was amazing. I learned a lot. How are you, sir? How are you? Long time fan.
I'm good.
Long time fan. Always wanted to meet you.
Oh, nice. Well, glad to meet you finally.
Yeah, no, I love your profile picture. It's got me very intrigued. Your profile background, the hash, 3 hashes and the signatures. What is that? Tell me what that is. What is that from?
Well, it's just from all my experience in this crazy industry, and I kind of have this allergy to permission blockchains and
Me too.
a huge of decentralization. So really, that background is just an homage to that way of looking at things that I feel pretty strongly about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm on the same vein. I've been in the industry for 20 odd years, and I'm still shocked that we're even talking about private blockchains.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
we've already got fantastically high performance centralized databases. Why do we need private blockchains?
I think there's some segment of the industry, particularly in the TradFi world, that especially when it comes to privacy, are concerned. Although that's been solved as well with ZK. But so that's part of it. Part of it is just business and competition. There's some companies out there that have kind of sold the promise of private and permission blockchains, kind of blockchain without the blockchain. And I think it's largely passed. It was very interesting to see Level Zero come out yesterday, which I thought was, in that TradFi world, a bit of a shot across the bow towards Canton Network. So yeah, that's different reasons, I think. The competition will bear it out. And obviously, Solana, I think, is going to be the one that wins it all anyway.
Maybe we want to jump in. Let's talk about Solana. But Hadley, I think for people in the audience, it's important to understand your incredible career and your experience that got you here. Maybe you want to lead it off with like 5 to 10 minutes. Tell everyone about Hadley Stern, your road to crypto through technology, your discovery of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and now Solana, your understanding of the industry, and at this amazing milestone just before we get regulatory clarity, your feelings on that, whether it's important, how do you think it'll play out, what's your personal vision? If you want to lead the 1 hour interview with that would be great. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for your kind words. I got into Bitcoin first in 2014, and I actually came through it because to use a corporate term, was kind of voluntold to look into it. So I was Fidelity Investments. I started there in 2001, and my career there was largely focused in emerging technology and seeing how that could impact Fidelity's various businesses. So Fidelity is a very interesting company, very large, but it's also privately held. And because of that, it really has this dynamic of being very focused on technology. And one of the ways to look at Fidelity is people think about it as a financial services company, and financial services companies use technology, obviously. But in many ways, Fidelity is a technology company that happens to be in the financial services business, meaning that the company always had a very aggressive and forward-looking posture in how technology can help its business and help its customers. So as part of my leadership in the Fidelity Labs team, these things seem incredibly passe now, but Fidelity was the first brokerage firm to launch an iPhone app, and we did that right after Apple released an SDK. Was helpful with Fidelity's growth into cloud technology and various other types of technology. And in 2013, Fidelity every kind of 18 months does strategic planning at the executive team level. And one of the exercises was called frictionless capital markets.
Good Lord.
How Bitcoin could disrupt financial services. And
Good Lord, Hadley, this was in 2013?
This is before I got involved. Yep. This was one of at the sort of behest of Abby Johnson, the CEO and president of Fidelity, who through whatever quirk of time and history really saw Bitcoin very early on and understood that here was this thing that was validating the transfer of value through a decentralized system, albeit slowly, 4 transactions per second. But still, then you look across all of Fidelity investments and the tens of thousands of people who ostensibly are validating the transfer of value. And you've got this thing, Bitcoin, that's doing that it's on its own. So out of that strategic planning, there was a decision to have spin up what was called the Bitcoin Incubator. And I was asked to lead that out of Fidelity Labs. And it was a very small team. Matt Walsh, who is one of the founders and GPs of Castle Island Ventures, and a couple of other people were also part of that very early initiative. And we basically started mapping out use cases where how Fidelity could learn about Bitcoin, utilize it, build businesses on it. One of the first things we did, there's an instrument that high net worth individuals use called a donor advised fund, where people can donate stocks, securities, property to a charity foundation that they'll distribute the funds for. And we had some early Bitcoiners asking if they could donate Bitcoin. And that was the first thing we attacked. And we created this model where people could donate Bitcoin and later Ethereum. And since then, I believe there's been hundreds of millions of donations in crypto to donor advised funds. The next thing we did was we stood up a mining operation. There was a strong belief that if Fidelity was going to build businesses on top of Bitcoin, it behooves us to also really understand the network at a deep level. So we set up a first mining operation that's now become, since I've left, far more sophisticated and an actual business. And then the third thing that I was really involved in was leading the development of Fidelity Digital Asset Services, FDAS, which is now a leading custodian and market maker for crypto. So that was my early entry. But again, I was just being completely honest. I didn't read the white paper and say I was going to dedicate my life to this. I was kind of, to use a corporate term, voluntold. And I had my own period of quite a bit of skepticism because I had looked at so many different technologies over the years. And, this was very early days for Bitcoin, but, we had fabulous conversations with people. We brought leaders in the Bitcoin community through people like Mike Belshi from BitGo, Halleck from Ethereum, once Ethereum launched, came and presented and educated our team. So it was a very creative time. And we went through kind of Bitcoin and then blockchain and then Ethereum and went through all that. So those were kind of my formative years in crypto. I decided to leave in 2018 after being at Fidelity 18 years because I really wanted to get even deeper in the tech. So I joined Block, BLOQ, which is Jeff Garzak, who is the third core developer on Bitcoin, and Matt Rozak's blockchain infrastructure company. And that was my entree into the DeFi world. So I'll pause with that and let you ask any follow-on
That's
questions.
amazing. So you've met the OGs. You've been there from the beginning. One thing I wanted to ask you, so Fidelity back in 2013 was already
exploring Bitcoin. It's kind of funny that you use the word blockchain because the word blockchain didn't really exist then. Like, you have to remember, like, blockchain really came into the fore, I'd say around 2016, when people were kind of like, oh, it's an acceptable way for us to talk about this technology without saying Bitcoin, because, there was people were allergic. Fidelity was looking into Bitcoin in 2013, 2014, very specifically.
Wow, that's amazing. I've never heard that. That's incredible. So
yeah, and you can see, you can read some public writings, and there's some. I think it was at the 2016 consensus. Abby Johnson did the keynote there, either 16 or 17, and talked a lot about that early work.
So was this all also basically a reaction to 2008 from when you were working at Fidelity? Did they have their own internal reaction to the financial crisis and look at things as a solution, like the white paper and stuff? Like, what was the motivation behind all of this in 2013?
I think it came less from 2008 because that had already come and gone, although of course the after effects were a long time. I think it was less about, there was some curiosity into the political aspects of what Satoshi, wrote. I think it was very much like, is this going to be a new payment thing? So remember, these are the times when people thought Bitcoin would replace money. So another experiment we did, which is also public, is we allowed people to pay with Bitcoin in the Fidelity cafeteria in like 2015 timeframe. Because remember, this was the time when people really thought, it's like people were tracking what restaurants in Boston accepted Bitcoin. We were tracking different communities and seeing where Bitcoin. So it really was anchored on kind of the original spirit of Bitcoin, which was this thing that would replace cash and replace banks. The infrastructure piece and the other pieces came later.
Got it. So when people were using Bitcoin, then was it still taking 20 minutes for a transaction?
Yeah, this was the kind of crazy thing, we would have, and because Fidelity at that time probably had about 50,000 employees. It's more now, but it was actually a good way for us to organically find Bitcoiners, some who eventually joined the team. One of them is Alex Thorne, who's now the head of research at Galaxy and a good friend and a kind of luminary in this industry. He was in a different role at Fidelity, but a huge Bitcoiner, and heard about the Bitcoin cafeteria stuff. So yes, but these were the learnings we wanted to really learn by doing. Another interesting thing we did back in the day, Overstock was very infamous for you could use Bitcoin to buy stuff. So we had different people who said, okay, buy something on Overstock and then now try and return it. And that was proved we were just sort of trying to understand how this would work. And of course, the person couldn't get Bitcoin back. They then had to open an account and give a credit card to get the refund from Overstock. A lot of experimentation around that. And then, of course, Bitcoin has come out of fashion as a payment vehicle for so many
What's your
reasons.
thoughts on that? Yeah. Why was Bitcoin, why did it never mature to be a payment vehicle?
The biggest reason was, do you want to spend $100 today when you think it's going to be worth $1,000 in 3 years? So the big disparity is that Bitcoin people and Bitcoiners as well, we all talk about the price. We talk about it nonstop. So people just didn't want to part with their Bitcoin to spend. The other big reason is, of course, TPS, which is supposed to be solved by the Lightning Network, which has never really taken off as a usable solution. And now we've seen the explosive growth of stablecoins kind of take the place of that,
correct,
easy digital payment. So I think there's a myriad of reasons. I think the biggest reason is that people want their Bitcoin to grow in value. And so who's going to use something to pay for something that they're hoping 2x's or 10x's?
So if Bitcoin was seen more of a store of value and something you would save instead of spending, why is it so volatile? Why do people just sell it when it reaches a high? Why do we just go through this downturn? Why does it pull back?
Such a good question. I know Parker from the DeFi dev team has done a bunch of great research into this.
So you're on the same vein. You think there's some form of option strategies, manipulation, blah, blah, blah.
I don't know if it's purposeful manipulation, but I don't know if we've unintentionally rehypothecated Bitcoin with these option products. And so we've got unintended consequences. And so, the Bitcoin industry has been pushing so much into TradFi, but it's kind of careful what you wish for, because I think there's some element of TradFi that couldn't care less about Bitcoin or the price or whatever. And they just are arbing it and options and using it that way. So it really has nothing to do with what Bitcoin may or may not be worth. And then we've also seen these cycles have happened over and over again. So I'm not surprised. Like when Bitcoin was 125 or whatever it was at its height, I kind of felt like one part of my brain could see it going to 200. One part of my brain could see it going to 35. And it's just, that's the way it's been.
Yeah, I've recently, before we move on to Solana, I think this is really excellent for the audience to hear. Because you're an OG and you have a depth of experience we're sorely lacking in most crypto users who've just come in late to the game. I've just recently realized that if you look at a weekly chart of Bitcoin and correlate it with BlackRock's IGV, which is their extended software index, it's a mirror image. It's a mirror image from 2017. So I've recently learned that the bear markets, the FTX, the blow off top at 126 was not independent. It wasn't Bitcoin in a vacuum doing its own thing. It was literally correlated with a software index. Every software did that. If you have trading in front of you, go ahead and do it. You'll be like, what the fuck moment.
Yeah, I think that's what surprised some people, including maybe me, and I'm just was naive about Bitcoin, is that one of the things that it was always been touted as this idea of an uncorrelated asset.
Correct.
And that has just not proven to be the case.
Never materialized.
And, and then when gold and silver went absolutely insane, all of us were like, well, holy crap, maybe we missed the boat. But then maybe even what's gone on with gold and silver, I think is broader markets, stuff as well that has less relation. So I'm kind of disappointed that Bitcoin has proven to be too correlated. And then let's not get into the philosophical discussion around the debasement of the US dollar and what that means. 100K Bitcoin today is not what 100K Bitcoin was 2 years ago. But let's not get even more depressed,
Well, I mean, truflation is down to 0.78, so it's changing by the day.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean,
Yeah.
this is what I think what you mentioned before is also very important for people to think about, and that is the absolute obsession with the dollar price. When this thing was invented to replace the dollar, yet
Yeah.
it's a strange philosophical dilemma, like the human condition, right?
It is. And Bitcoin Maximus will say the best price for Bitcoin will be when 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin. And that will be the moment, right? When we've broken the system. We seem to be so far from that. It seems kind of absurd, that we would live in that world, but it's a very enticing, philosophically, it should make sense. There's only ever going to be 21 million of these things. It should be the idea of the Bitcoin standard. It should be the standard by which everything else is measured against. And maybe it is. Like
maybe we're being deceived. And
maybe you and I'll speak for myself. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite and still too anchored to the US dollar. Maybe it's like, if you're really beyond it, you should almost not care about the US price. You're like, no, there's only 21 million of these things, and 1 Bitcoin is 1 Bitcoin.
I mean, I've become fixated with the dollar price. I watch BTC XAU more than I do the dollar price. I think because of the gold potentially becoming the new reserve, the new currency, I feel like perhaps, the problem is, Hadley, when there's times of volatility, especially to the downside, everyone is searching for correlation.
Yeah.
It's the correlation bias. We're all looking for things to correlate. I'm depressed. Why? Maybe I changed toothpaste. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
at the end of the day, I believe we're going through absolute flux in every cycle. Monetary, political, cultural, technology. And so if there is no correlation, I think everything is searching for correlation.
Yeah, it's like all quicksand, and not, the biggest tech thing right now is how our lives are going to be completely upended by AI. And then, the political disorder. And, it's what I find kind of interesting in all this is that the things around the stock market seem to be very volatile, but the S&P and Dow, and this could change tomorrow. A lot of people think it would, just does this sort of steady growth. So it's just strange that there are these things outside the core markets that are very volatile. The core markets are kind of not.
Well, let me share you my perspective. I worked for Oracle for 15 years for Larry Ellison. He was my boss. And then got out of the industry, sold my options, got into music and real estate development, and then got back into technology when Bitcoin came along, just because it was pretty much an extension of the work we were doing in creating the next database, distributed systems. And obviously, went through Bitcoin into Ethereum when it came, dabbled around with Solidity and Ethereum, taught blockchain for a while. And then when Solana came along, got obsessed with Solana just as a technologist, just because of its unbelievable quality and design and performance. But along the way, I picked up trading and started to become a little bit disciplined in understanding trading, technical analysis, understanding leverage trading and things like that. And through the course of that experience, just as sort of a scientific mind, realized very quickly that the markets were being manipulated. Okay. How are they being manipulated? Well, they're being manipulated because they're unregulated. And then you go down the dark hole of what does regulation mean? Is the SPY regulated? and come to the conclusion that crypto is a very unique market. In fact, I don't believe there is a market. And the validation of my thesis is that we're currently struggling to create market structure law. That complicated. I believe that it's been a asset class which is a pristine technical store of value. I think even Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is, as far as a financial vehicle goes, probably the greatest ledger ever invented. But the decoupling is the dollar pricing, which is in a different closed loop. It's a completely separate closed loop to the actual technology, right? The price of Bitcoin is on a centralized server in the Seychelles on Binance's data center. It's got nothing to do with the Bitcoin blockchain, right? The same as Solana blockchain has absolutely nothing to do with the price of Solana on OKX's centralized servers in Singapore or whatever. But and these are totally unregulated software, these centralized exchanges, and they've sold leverage bets against the speculation bets against the ultimate dollar price of this technology. And I think it's got away with them. I think it's run away. Just like before, in the early 1900s, when they released the stock market to the public, it ran away. People got upset with gambling, right? I think gambling has become part of the culture, and this is the ultimate casino. And these exchanges, quote unquote, have been running an unregulated casino, and we are where we are now. And I think they have absolute control over the dollar price so that they can extract liquidity from retail and from hedge funds and prop firms. But I think that's where we are, is we have this massive decoupling between what these technologies are, what they're good at, and the dollar price. And then this whole complex of derivatives and futures and options, all centralized, unregulated, around a dollar price of these things that no one really even uses.
Well, you've got me even more depressed now, so thank you.
Okay, well, there's good and bad news, all right?
Well, just to probe a little more, do you think it's because I very much agree with you on the whole long tail of tokens outside of the big ones, but do you think that's even the case of something like Bitcoin? Or maybe it's even more so with Bitcoin because of the huge TradFi.
Well, let me tell you now, we just had Kristen Smith of the Solana Policy Institute, so I'll regurgitate what I said to her, which is so mind-blowing. This is the only commodity ever in the world where there is one actual ledger, so there's one asset, but it is traded in a dollar pair in 26 jurisdictions on 160 exchanges, and potentially 5 of them are regulated. So it is completely chaotic. And I think that explains the volatility. And I think that volatility is the reason that people consider it to not be a store of value. I think the actual pristine technology is flawless. I mean, nothing ever really changes on the blockchain. All that changes is the ledger, right? What's your thought?
No, sorry to interrupt. This is why when people say, well, Bitcoin has been hacked, Bitcoin has never been hacked, but it's been hacked on on exchanges, obviously. So it's sort of a similar attack vector. I think what's interesting in what you're saying, and this has been at the heart of the inherent contradiction of crypto culture, is this idea, and going way back to the Satoshi white paper, of no banks, no regulation, anti-regulation, libertarian, own your keys, in conflict with the market that we have created around this asset class. So it's almost like, the philosophical underpinnings of the thing itself has caused these problems. Because if you were to talk to so many Bitcoiners, they don't want any government involvement in any of this. And so, but, back to the stock market and the 20s and the creation of FINRA, self-regulation, kind of went through a similar type of battle around, you need to have self-governance and self-policing, otherwise things like this happen. But I don't see that. That may come to pockets in the global world of Bitcoin, but how it's going to be managed as this global asset class, it just seems incredibly complicated to ever imagine it being achieved. So then where does that leave us? I think that leaves us, unfortunately, as human beings, when the market is up, we don't care. And we're all exuberant and happy and having 100K parties and then 120 parties. And when the market's down, we get depressed like this and start to see it for what it is, but secretly we all hope for it to go up again.
Yeah, I mean, you listen to pure Bitcoin OG maximalists like Jack Mallers or Michael Saylor, they never talk of this. It's almost as if they're unaware. It's we just accept that the price is what it is. When we don't question where is the price coming from? What makes the price? Why do we just accept the price? Is it the same thing as we accept our Wells Fargo online banking balance as being real money? Like humans, we literally just trust it. When you actually look behind the price, what it's coming from a synthetic software memory-based order book on Binance in the Seychelles, which has no regulation, can literally make the price whatever they want it to be. And then they emit it into the Oracle networks, and it gets distributed around the world to the entire ecosystem of DeFi and to all the other exchanges, which correlate instantly to the market dominant leader. It's literally that synthetic.
So, but are you saying, because that's quite a worldview. I mean, if you take what you're saying at face value, the Binance is basically deciding the price of Bitcoin. Like,
yes,
they wake up and they say, you know what, let's flush out retail. We can get it down to 40. We want,
well, I think
people along.
Hadley, I don't think it relates as much to the spot market. In fact, we talk about it all the time here, the disconnect between the spot market. But what's more important is the derivative market, which, just like the stock market, is 1,000 times bigger than the spot market.
Yeah.
Okay. They have created this notion of perpetual futures. And these perpetual futures are sold to gamblers under leverage. Basically, they're bank loans. You're loaning money with an incredibly risky interest rate. And so they set these liquidation levels on which they can then keep the collateral. And I think what Binance has done is they've created the liquidity in Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin, the market cap of Bitcoin, by manipulating the price of Bitcoin to liquidate traders in both directions. So what they've done is they sell longs, they liquidate the longs, and with that liquidity, which is real money that they liquidate, they buy the asset to increase its price, thereby liquidating the shorts. Now they gain the momentum of the short squeeze as well as the liquidity of the liquidated shorts to appreciate the asset further. That's why you get the volatility, the pump, and the dump. So you get this extenuated pump where Bitcoin gets the price, and then everyone starts shorting again, right? Everyone's longing, and they just keep doing it. And that's the cycle you see in the chart. Is I believe it's a constant liquidity extraction using their perpetual futures to actually artificially create the value.
I mean, it's kind of ingenious. It makes the casino look like a charity.
And it's working. Okay, let's look at right now. Bitcoin is 67,000. There is $28 billion of shorts to 100,000 right now. So if they simply take the money they've extracted in liquidating longs, which is 43 billion USDT in Binance's wallet right now, and run the price up spot to cause the short squeeze and take the 27 billion that goes back into the spot asset, they realize a market cap of Bitcoin priced at 150,000. And they do it again. And slowly, incrementally, it goes to $1 million. And Binance becomes unbelievably wealthy.
Well, so based on this, if we accept this, what do? Do you just hodl? And you're like, whatever, it doesn't make any sense. It's not rational.
There,
I'll just,
there, there are
I'll
two
just
approaches.
follow spot and not get involved in options or perps.
In my opinion, there's several axes of decisions one must make right now. Looking at the current regulatory flow with this market structure, which will impose rudimentary anti-manipulation rules that have existed since 1933 in the stock and commodity markets on crypto for the first time. So this law, once signed by Donald Trump, will regulate crypto the same way stock is regulated, which means you can't wash trade. And wash trading is the mechanism Binance use. So wash trading, in essence, is quite simple. If I have $100 million, I can buy $100 million of Bitcoin right now in tranches of $1 million over every hour by $1 million, which will create giant green candles and attract everyone will want to be part of the pump. And my $100 million will go up to $250 million, which I can then sell. So I've turned $100 million into $250 million, and I've dumped the chart.
Yeah.
That's wash trading. It's illegal in the stock market. Obviously, it's anti-democratic. It's a conflict of interest. The exchange has too much power over their own order book if they have the liquidity. So it was banned by the SEC in 1933. But crypto doesn't have that rule. Anybody can wash trade, and everybody is wash trading. So Binance will simply just wash trade to liquidate their leverage positions. So if they have $100 million of longs at Bitcoin 66,000, they'll simply sell what they need to on their spot exchange to drop the price to 66,000, thereby making all that liquidity in liquidations and then run the price back up, buy it cheaper. All they're doing is accumulating the asset. Now, the interesting thing is they have 670,000 Bitcoin. MicroStrategy has 714,000. BlackRock customers own 775,000. Coinbase have 994,000. So they're still far behind these other organizations that have been actually legitimately purchasing it at the price they've been quoted by Binance. So they're also selling their assets. I think it's a genius scheme. So you can, as a purist, you can sit and say, I've lost faith. Bitcoin is not what I thought. But you can also say, this is how it happens. This is the mechanism that makes it valuable. Like, this is the mechanism that gets the real liquidity, the dollar liquidity, into the markets. They draw them in with the gambling addiction. Then they regulate it, and it has a flaw. And they create a market from then on. And if you look at gold, Hadley, it did the same thing. If you look at Google stock, if you look at Amazon stock in the beginning, Amazon did the biggest pump and dump I've ever seen in its first 5 years. It literally went up and dumped 99%. And then slowly from then on has gone to the moon. So I think it's an accumulation strategy that these large participants implement, and they are doing it on Bitcoin. Anyway, let's talk about Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're talking about Bitcoin, and then there's, what's going on with other coins as well. Because,
absolutely.
Or it's probably different types of manipulation.
Oh, gosh. I mean, you want to make this crazy. So you have these hundreds of 50 exchanges worldwide, unregulated, selling the same commodity, which is actually just one ledger. And now you introduce DeFi, which introduces another 100 venues doing perpetual futures and spot trading, open to manipulation. And now you add options on the ETFs, which hold the asset as collateral. I mean, literally, we've created the world's biggest casino.
Yeah.
That's where Bitcoin went, from the Satoshi white paper in a reaction to the 2008, potentially the previous largest casino, mortgage-backed securities. We've created another one.
So what does this do for you? I mean, someone, listening to this rationally, you'd be like, why the hell do you want to be involved in this space?
Because I think it's the ultimate financial vehicle ever invented. So the large manipulators, the large players like BlackRock, Michael Saylor, they know that if they can acquire it all, then they can store an infinite amount of value in it, right? Which leads on to the question of perhaps this has always been a US government project leading out of 2008. And perhaps the strategy is to acquire all of the Bitcoin and then reprice it like gold, which they just repriced to 5,000 in a matter of days.
So we've been anchoring a lot of the discussion along crypto as a financial product.
Yes, sir.
What about crypto as a technological product? Where are you in that life? Where do you think we are in the life cycle of that? Have we found product market fit for blockchain crypto as a technological product?
I think, in my opinion, as somebody that built the first blockchains, I mean, they were rudimentary, but somebody that knows what the vision was of a distributed system was to eliminate a single point of failure, was to create an uncensorable ledger or database. I mean, a ledger is just a fancy word of saying a financial use of a database. And to create uncensorable data, to decentralize data, to create no single point of failure. If I look at it like that, and then I overlay Moore's law, which has created this insanely fast fiber optic network called the internet, together with Jensen and NVIDIA's incredible ability to make chips so fast, 100 times faster a year, we've arrived in 2026 at a network and compute power that enables us to have something like Solana, right?
Yeah.
Which is, if you go to the Firedancer dashboard, I mean, go to GUI.firedancer.com. I mean, it is literally the most impressive piece of software UI I've ever seen. I think that this is going to be the future of payments, the future of markets, the future of financial transaction. And I think it's been adopted by the governments and been tested on us as crypto. I think we've been the testers of the technology to iterate it to where it is now. And I think they've been structurally putting in regulation, starting with the Genius Act, very structured and coordinated with a certain degree of friction to make it appear real, to where we are now with clarity. Once again, make it appear real, little bit of friction, not too smooth, and ultimately to be some form of outsourced CBDC. Stablecoin. I think stablecoin and tokenized everything, tokenized equity, stablecoins are just tokenized debt. That's all they are. Scott Bessent could literally go on his typewriter and say, okay, here's a new US Treasury bill for 10 billion, and then give it to a coder who could just write a little bit of Rust code and mint 10 million stable USDT on Solana. And you've tokenized, digitized that debt. You don't even need an issuer like Circle or Tether.
Yeah.
I think they've created that layer to obfuscate it so that it doesn't appear as malicious as one might think. So in my opinion, as an investor, I can accept that and say this is the future of the economy. This is the way human beings together with AI achieve an epoch of evolution, of productivity, to get to the next realm, wherever that may be, of the human species. As an investor, I believe you can invest in the infrastructure underneath that. I think people have been manipulated and narrated to fixate on the crypto token when the actual investment is the infrastructure, which is the layer one native token, the stake. Because if there's $1 billion of tokenized assets and $1 trillion of tokenized US dollars on Solana, the stake of Solana becomes equally valuable to protect it. So I think proof of stake is a very interesting thing. And I believe to be able to invest in that native token and to own some of the stake of that infrastructure is to be an early investor in the infrastructure of the future economy.
Well, this is one of the things I've always preferred about proof of stake networks. But, divorced from debates around immutability and 51% attacks between proof of work and proof of stake, but proof of stake networks have always felt inherently more democratic to me, in that the barrier to entry for Bitcoin mining is now basically impossible, but the barrier to entry to participate in proof of stake networks is not impossible. And I like that. I like that philosophically. I like that economically as well, especially for a network like Solana, where the returns from staking are not de minimis.
So let's just quickly jump a little bit forward. So your history, you went from Fidelity, then what was your experience with Marinade?
So yeah, I was the chief commercial officer for Marinade. I wrapped that up in October, largely for personal reasons. I got some aging parents, so I'm helping them out. But Marinade was a fantastic experience entree into the Solana ecosystem. Really great company, very interesting story in terms of founding at the Solana Hackathon, the original team, about 5 years ago. So I was there to really help Marinade enter into the US institutional market, the institutional market globally, but in the particular, the US institutional market with their staking model, which is very unique. So yeah, it was a great experience. And one of the things I loved about working for Marinade was whenever I would show up with swag at Solana conferences or events, people have such an affectionate view of Marinade. It was often people's first exposure to Solana staking through MSOL, which was liquid staking, really the first liquid staking token on Solana, and then the pivot to native staking as well.
That's right. I mean, it's such a great segue to talk about what we were just talking about, because most people, you talk about Marinade, talk about MSOL, talk about staking, they don't really understand that Marinade is simply just a program running on Solana. People don't even know. Exactly. Don't you find that to be quite insane? The ignorance and the misinformation, like these blockchains, I mean, let's call them networks. Let's call them distributed systems. Solana is a distributed system. It's one single state held in multiple physical distributed memories and synchronized over an insanely fast network. And there is one single ledger of Sol, and then it gives you the ability to run any program. Anyone in the world can run a program on what I call the supercomputer. They're basically supercomputers. Solana is a supercomputer, Bitcoin is a supercomputer, and Ethereum is a supercomputer. Sui is a supercomputer. These are supercomputers. Anyone in the world can run any program on them as long as you provide the gas. Anyone in the world can be a user. Anyone can use your program in the world. They are the most democratic, fundamentally, I was saying it to Kristen earlier, I believe they're almost socialist. Right?
And what a lot of people don't know about Marinade is the connection made between the validators. So a lot of people think Marinade runs validators. Marinade doesn't run the validators. Instead, it connects validators. Validators come into Marinade, bid through a stake auction marketplace, which is all done through smart contracts for the right to receive stake. All that is done through the command line interface. There's no onboarding. It's all done that way. And it works. It's got about, I think, 8-9 million of Sol now staked through the Marinade network. And every Solana epoch, it just keeps grinding. The stake auction marketplace runs, bids come in, and Solana is allocated all through smart contracts on this immense world smart computer.
Yeah, and one thing I love about Marinade is it's all open source, I believe, right?
It is, yeah. It is.
All of the rough programs are all available for anybody to see.
So it's really cool to see it operate and run and create this economic value that marriages, if I'm someone who wants to stake Solana and I can use this, but I don't want to stake just one validator, I can come through this, this DApp and just stake, and it gets automatically distributed to the top 100 highest performing validators for that epoch.
Yeah, I think Marinade has got just such a good brand. They've also managed to maintain this sort of trusted, high quality brand. Do you think that's because of the people, the founders are just good people?
I think it's the people, the founders. I think they did something very unique. They never did a token raise. It's one of the most decentralized DAOs out there, and it's been built and powered by the community. I think that's another reason why people really respect and trust the brand. And, Michael Repentny, who's the CEO and one of the co-founders, just a Solana OG, and this is one of the things I love about the Solana network and why I'm happy to be participating in DeFi Dev Corp as well. It's just a builder mentality. It's generally nice people working very hard and building. And, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to me, at the end of the day, Ethereum, I used it. I learned to hate it as an engineer because it was riddled with bugs, and I ended up having to write hundreds of lines of defensive code to work around its bugs, which, that's never been narrated in the media. You won't find anyone speaking about that because it's so tribalist right now, crypto. But it's a piece of shit, actually. As a technologist, I can tell you that. To me, it was built as an academic experiment, and it was then adopted as some kind of industrial, commercial product, which was never really ready for that.
Yeah.
And I think Solana is the version that's ready for that. I think the idea of Ethereum was taken by Anatoly with deep knowledge of mobile networking, which is ultimately what this is, and reformed, reshaped, re-architected, and re-engineered to be what it was meant to be, which is a supercomputer that can run an infinite amount of programs and service an infinite amount of users globally with a democratic ethos. And
I'm also going to add in, I think you're obviously spot on the technical side. I think there's also another very important aspect to the success of Solana that I'm very bullish on, and that's the human side and how they constructed the foundation. So the foundation, if you look at other L1s, a foundation is either totally hands-off and totally disorganized, or they're just totally, dictators and controlling everything. The Solana Foundation has an unbelievable balance of running very lean, very aggressive, and helpful, but not dictatorial. They want the market to succeed. So, when you asked, when Toli was at Breakpoint in Abu Dhabi, and he was on the main stage, I think he said something to the effect of like, success for him, for Solana, was him not being on the main stage as the founders. And that's where Solana has been this beautiful marriage of the tech side, but also the human side.
I agree. I mean, that's where my first love of Solana came from, was actually just listening to Toli. And then, I have a similar love for Sui, which is, which just like Ethereum kind of copied Bitcoin and added features, and Solana kind of copied Ethereum and added features. Sui has kind of copied Solana and has added features, and it's going to continue. There's, Hyperliquid took lessons from Stewie. I think it's an ongoing evolution of open source technology, which I love open source technology for that reason. I think it's truly human. I'm a musician. Every music you hear is just a clone of a previous inspiration.
Yeah.
I think that's open source technology. And so when you meet the founders, like when I meet the founders, the humans, and I listen to them, that's really where I make my decisions as an investor right now. And it served me very well, because it tends to be that if the founder is humble well educated, speaks well, makes sense, doesn't use much marketing garbage, then the actual product and technology that they're talking about and they're building and they're responsible for tends to be a higher quality. And that's coming from a software industry for many years of experience. And it's just proven very right. I mean, it's just, that is the way it works. And specifically for these kinds of public networks where, can you imagine how hard it is to be Toli or Vitalik, where you have trillions of dollars of value dependent on your every word?
Yeah, it must be a very surreal existence. And I can't imagine. I mean, it makes looking like being, the CEO of a public company sort of pale in comparison in many ways.
Absolutely.
Because, the level of responsibility is just insane. Yeah, it must be a very interesting life.
Yes, terrific. So it feels like we have 10 minutes left on the hour. Are you time crunched?
No, I've got until 5 o'clock, so I'm good.
So it seems as if you're on board with Solana. You're very much passionate about Solana. You dig it. You've come through Marinade. You're working with DFDV. You're part of the ecosystem. You're here on our space at Breakout. So what is your next move? Like, what do you want to achieve? I mean, you seem like someone that has something in mind.
Yeah, it's a good question. And, I'm actually reflecting on that, to be honest. I'm still very focused, and it goes back to your original question around the graphic on my, my header on, I'm still, and maybe I'm naive, maybe, but I'm still very bullish on this idea of this global ledger, this open source ledger, this proof of history in the Solana case, single source that can provide this way for all types of products, services, businesses to be built that is accessible to anyone. So at the same time, and this has sort of been the two sides of my brain, the DeFi side, and then the more TradFi side that knows what it's like to live and work and operate in a traditional business world, is how do you bridge those two worlds? And that's what I think is interesting about efforts like DeFi Dev, that is bringing the power of traditional securities markets to DeFi and vice versa. So that's really where I'm going to remain focused, is helping be that bridge between these two worlds, because I think both worlds have a lot to offer each other and they don't really understand each other very well. And so helping bridge those two worlds is where I think a lot of power and opportunity is.
We need more people to bridge those worlds. Even talking to the policy people, they're in Washington, D.C. trying to educate 65-year-old, 70-year-old regulators about decentralized technology. Can you imagine how hard that is?
Oh, I know how hard it is because I've done it. I've done it when I was at Fidelity, working with regulators, Bank of New York Mellon, and Marinade is part of the Proof of Stake Alliance, which is a great group that lobbies. So I've spent quite a bit of time down in DC. I will say the conversations have gotten, in 2015, you can imagine what the conversations were like. They've gotten incredibly more sophisticated. But yet, we still have this, and you can see this now with, the stablecoin legislation and some back and forth there along interest rate, interest being able to be earned on stablecoins. And now I'd say the challenge is there is understanding. And to the extent that there's understanding of the threat. And so, the battle to be fought is not one so much around education. It's now more around advocacy. And, money is a very powerful thing. And who owns interest and who owns the ability to make money is a very powerful thing. So it may be different to how Satoshi's vision of how this is all playing out in terms of, Bitcoin is the payment vehicle, but in many ways we're still fighting those battles that he started in 2008, and as this becomes realer and realer.
So what is the Hadley's speculation on Satoshi? Who do you think Satoshi was?
My best guess is it's a group of people. Don't know that it was an individual, but the spark for it to be an individual that makes sense is the fact that nothing is moved in that wallet. So my sense is it was representative of a group of people. I think it's amazing the secret has stayed this way so long. You know, I worked with people who were part of the Bitcoin core team. It was just never a conversation that came up. You never think to ask, kind of poor form. So, yeah, and then I think if you're a real conspiracy theorist, the idea that it's the CIA is kind of an intriguing idea too.
I think it is. I've been around this. Let me tell you a little bit about my story with Bitcoin. Is I was working in Silicon Valley, and actually with Brad Gerlinghouse was on a project that I was working on. And Brad actually was talking about building a distributed system way before 2008, late 90s. He actually, I believe, did a pet project with his companion, the CTO guy, what's his name, Schwartz. Never really manifested. But when I first heard about Bitcoin, first of all, the word Bitcoin is genius. Just the name. I think the name itself powered a lot of this. It's just a brilliant name. When you hear the word Bitcoin, you're intrigued. If they had called it, you know, Lucky Coin, which was where it was originally come from, right? I believe the original code of Bitcoin was a fork of Lucky Coin. And Lucky Coin was a fork of Junk Coin. And I've actually dug through GitHub and found the original graphics of the branding of Junk Coin. And it's a picture of a Chinese boat. They call it Junk. This was like in 2001, 2, 3, 4. And when Bitcoin first came out, I remember Brad tried desperately to be the better Bitcoin. And I think along the way, the ethos of these things has changed to the point now where I think that, don't get me wrong, I think that it's changed almost too far, where I believe the OGs did sell Bitcoin at the top.
Yeah.
I think most of them are out. They won't tell you that. And one of the beauties of these technologies is you don't know. But I think this Bitcoin thing came from the government. I think it's a government project. I don't think Solana is.
Yeah.
I think Solana is a truly public project, much like Linux was a true open source technology that's changed the world, that came from, you know, government software ideas. And I think that they work pretty well together, but I truly think that these proof of stake networks might be more valuable ultimately.
I actually think you're spot on. Look, if Bitcoin is trudging along at whatever 4 TPS, you know, there's USDC, it's all built on networks that can actually perform. If you were to do the math on the amount of value transfer happening in blockchain networks, I'm sure someone's done this, it has to be exponentially higher on non-Bitcoin networks, right?
No, I think so. I mean, I think the only way that it makes sense is if it literally is digital gold. And just like gold is very hard to move and transact, Bitcoin is actually equally hard now in a modern view and lens. I think that if the US government purchased or seized or nationalized MicroStrategy, IBIT, all of the ETFs, in fact, Coinbase, and they have 328,000 themselves, they would have roughly 2.8 million Bitcoin, and then came out and said, yeah, actually, we Satoshi too. So we have another 1.1 million. Then issued, you know, $100 trillion of treasuries and stored it in Bitcoin, regulated the markets, and then literally had the liquidity of the reserve, just like they have 8,110 tons of gold. they would have 3.8 to 4 million Bitcoin of the supply with a very stable price, and then could transact at a sovereign level to do trade deals. So just like now, they send a ton of gold to pay for a bridge or to buy Greenland. They would send 10,000 Bitcoin or whatever the numbers turn out to be. I think it's a very viable technology vehicle for that. But as far as being a human-based economy payment, the original white paper, I don't think it's possible. Now, what I find interesting, Hadley, is when you look at something like a tokenized Bitcoin on Solana. If you tokenize Bitcoin on Solana, like a Zeus or a wrapped Bitcoin or something, now all of a sudden it becomes a viable payment tool. But I think they sidetracked that with stablecoin by creating a non-volatile version of it. So it all just seems to me like a master plan. Now, if you go on YouTube and Google, how is the US getting out of the $38 trillion of debt, you'll find at least 100 different videos with the same story that are being taken down daily, clearly by the government. The one that I just shared recently is gone, basically saying the only way the US is going to get out of debt is to rebase the dollar, right? How are they going to rebase the dollar? Well, twice before they've done it through gold, right? By repricing gold, seizing all the gold. They seized all the public gold. Roosevelt, they made it a crime if you didn't turn in your gold. And then they just magically repriced it, thereby increasing their reserves 2x, 3x, just instantly overnight. I believe that they're doing the same thing with Bitcoin and gold. I think they have no intention of paying off the debt. I think they're simply going to devalue the dollar. And they're going to use these as financial vehicles to do that.
Yeah, it's a stark thought, given me food for thought in this conversation.
It's been a great topic. Yeah, I think we could talk about this for hours. It's really lovely to meet you. I've always wanted to meet you.
Yeah, I know. We should do this another time, and I look forward to it.
Absolutely. I'll send you a DM just so we connected. And then we do this every day, actually, just in a subscriber space, a couple of hundred of us, and we just talk rubbish all day. And it's a real safe space. It's not a public space. And there's people all over the world, and you're welcome. You should come in and join us. But everybody, that's Hadley. Any questions before we let him go? Anybody want to ask Hadley a question before he leaves?
More a comment. Hadley is the gigabrain who recently joined our board, so I look forward to working with him.
It's an absolutely brilliant move. I think Hadley is the bridge.
He's the bridge. Congratulations on getting Bradley, for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a terrific move. I'm so proud of you all. Hadley, thank you for your time, and go ahead and enjoy your evening.
We do have a DFDV chat right now. What would you like to chat about, Marty? I have Solana to $10,000 on my subject over here, but we can take this wherever you would like.
I would like to hear that. I would like to have that discussion. I mean, it kind of pigeontails perfectly into this discussion we just had with Hadley.
Unfortunately, I did miss most of this discussion with Hadley, and we'll have to tune back in later. But I will start you off with this, which is, I want you to imagine for a second that you were standing in Manhattan and the year is 1850. The island is 23 square miles. It'll never be 24. It'll never be 25. It'll always be 23 square miles. But since it's 1850, there are maybe 500,000 people living there. And it has seen absolutely explosive growth. 500,000 people is still up from about 60K people in the year 1800. But someone comes and tells you, hey, guess what, Marty? In 50 years, this little island that's 23 square miles with 500,000 people, it's going to have 3.4 million people on this island. In 1900, you're going to get the initiation of what is eventually going to be this massive train transit system known as the New York City subway. In another 100 years, every major bank, every major global corporation, cultural institution is going to need a piece of this island. How would you value that island? Or let me actually reframe the question. How would you value a plot of land on that island? Would you ask, well, if I set up a hot dog stand in this little corner over here and sell some hot dogs, what is that land worth? Would you look at the rent that you can generate from brownstone and run a DCF on it and say it's worth X? Maybe. But in both instances, you'd have obviously vastly undershot what the real worth of Manhattan real estate would eventually become. I think last year the median listing price was north of 800K. So the answer is no, you wouldn't just purely take an income generation sort of view in valuing it. You would look at two things: how much land exists and how many people are going to want or need a piece of that land if they want or need to live there. And that is it. So with that long preamble, that is actually the way that I have come to think about Solana over the last few months, as I've been coming up with a new valuation framework or way to think about this, is rather than thinking about all the wonderful things that Solana does and all the fees that it generates, which are still important elements to understand, I actually think of Solana as a digital city. And I think Parker a few weeks ago tweeted like Solana is a digital country. A country's a bit too overwhelming for me to think about. I'm a city guy, born and raised in New York City. It'd be easier for me to pin to that metaphor over here. So if Solana is a digital city, and there's all this stuff that's going on in that city, right? It's got a vibrant economy, things that you actually care about participating in. You should think about Sol, in this case, is owning a piece of land or a piece of property in that city. I'm happy to go into exactly how this model like gets very, very quantitative and the inputs and outputs on it, but that's effectively the underlying logic behind this valuation framework, which I think is very different from some of the other frameworks that exist in the market today.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the Michael Saylor New York City block analogy, right?
It is.
The
And
only
what's
difference is
interesting,
somebody would say, yeah, but you have to get rid of the inflation. And I mean, I think the narrative is so bad, and there is absolutely a plan to lower, almost eliminate the inflation on Solana. In fact, there is a proposal right now from Mike Novogratz, and also a
Yeah.
subsequent one from Helios, from Merit, to cut it in half in one update. So yes, I love the analogy. I like the supercomputer analogy. I think Solana is a global supercomputer that's accessible to anyone on Earth.
it's interesting.
And the total value, it's basically going to move and store the tokens which represent anything of value on Earth between everyone on Earth. And if you then step back and say, what is the security of protecting those tokens that represent all value on Earth, worth? That's the value of the stake that protects the network security, which is Sol. And it
Yeah.
should be fundamentally equal, if not more, than the total value of everything stored in it. And that argument to me resonates.
I see someone has their hand raised. Maybe let them.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about
my
your.
friend. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. Last night I kind of like passed out. It was so late on the spaces and my phone died. I didn't even realize. But thanks for having me on the space again today. And I wanted to ask about the Manhattan analogy. So are you saying it's gonna take what 300 years for Solana to hit 10K? Then you have to
I knew someone was going to hone in on this one. No. Not, it's certainly not in that time frame. I think it's just an apt analogy to think of, because most people, again, at least the folks that I speak to on the institution allocation side, don't really think of it in terms of scarcity of infrastructure. They're mostly thinking of it from the lens of like, all right, tell me, how much money does this thing generate? Can I like run a DCF on this? Can I value it like I value NVIDIA or AWS or something like that? And the metaphor does not exist for the sake of trying to tell folks like, hey, you got to wait a long time for this stuff to happen. But rather, that stuff will happen. There will be an economy there that folks should care about. There is, I'm going to say, scarcity or a true quote unquote free float that you can sort of back into. And I'm happy to dive into those components. But to get folks starting to think of Solana more like a city that's worth living in, and Sol, the token, as being able to participate and have a slot in that city, if you will. But definitely not meant to be a commentary on the time it's going to take to get there. So yeah, it may be worth talking a little bit about why I decided to come up with a little bit of a different valuation framework. And again, my history with DFDV, for those who don't know, I started off as head of investor relations. I recently moved into the chief strategy officer role, although I'm convinced that the executives and Joseph just wanted me talking to more people, which is why they gave me a C-suite role. Prior to doing IR for DFDV, I was involved in strategy and some of the investor relations materials at Kraken and spent about 8 years in long short equity. Which is to say I've got a decent flavor for having spoken to a number of different IR teams across the TMT space. I bring a little bit of my TMT investor hat to this role. So it was not entirely surprising to me when we went to get DFDV kicked off that folks didn't even really know what Solana was or how to wrap their head around valuing Solana relative to something like Bitcoin. And in fact, I've spent most of the last year, almost on a daily basis, having to explain what Solana is, what it does, what's being built on it, etc. And the problem is that we, as an industry, we being us in crypto, I think a lot of us are very hyped up about the innovation, the technology, that we focus too much on it, right? So for those of you who are hardcore Solana geeks, you'll recognize this phrase: proof of history is used to encode trustless passage of time into a ledger and append only data structure. When used alongside a consensus algorithm such as proof of work or proof of stake, proof of history can reduce messaging overhead in a Byzantine fault-tolerant replicated state machine, resulting in sub-second finality times. At this point in time, if I said something like that to a PM at Citadel, they would have either fallen asleep, started checking their portfolio on his phone or something, or, he probably would have wanted to kill me, or all of the above. So I've had to spend a lot of time just trying to talk about the outcomes that Solana is driving to. Forget about the tech. If you want to learn about all the wonderful stuff happening from a technological perspective, it's there, it's great. I highly recommend it to folks. But as a starting point, it's not really where I'm going to say most institutional allocators spend their time. So I spent a lot of time that we've had just explaining why Solana matters, the outcome it drives, or various outcomes that it drives towards. And I've spent a lot of time given a rough framing for how to value it, because as an exec at a DAT, frankly, 75% of my job is just convincing you that the asset that we're buying is a smart investment. Then from there we can talk about how we allocate capital, active management strategies, our on-chain strategies, etc. But if I can't get someone to believe in Sol, I can't get them to believe in DFDV, which is really just Sol on steroids. Or as I've been saying recently, if Sol is caffeine, then we're kind of a triple shot of espresso on crack, right? But you have to first believe in the underlying. And so the natural consequence of that is then after folks wrap their brains around, all right, I kind of get that Solana is infrastructure and I shouldn't compare it to Bitcoin. How do I value it? This is really where I think there are a lot of problems with the existing methodologies today. And by the way, the methodology that I'm going to talk about in a bit more detail here, this land metaphor, city metaphor, is far from perfect too. It certainly has its flaws, its holes. I expect maybe folks on this call to give some pushback and find what those problems are. But I'll give an example of one that I think has gained a little bit of traction, but still is somewhat problematic, which is folks have probably seen a discounted cash flow approach, which says, why don't we treat Sol like a stock, right? Take the fees that are generated on the network, effectively treat those like cash flows, find some kind of discount rate, forecast what those cash flows are going to look like on a 5, 10, 20-year basis, whatever it is. And it has never really sat well with me that you would run a DCF on the commodity of a digital network like Solana. For starters, Sol holders don't have an equity right or claim to protocol revenues, validator income, or whatever, right? There's no enforceable residual claim there. DCFs are intended for cash flowing entities with costs, reinvestment, capital allocation decisions from management, etc. Sol is a network commodity, right? Staking asset. It's not a firm with distributable earnings per share and things like that. So those are a couple of examples why I think the DCF methodology doesn't really make sense and probably shouldn't be applied to something like Sol or even ETH or whatever your L1 choice is. And then the second approach that I've seen is V equals PQ, right? For those who studied economics, it's the idea that the total amount of money spent should be equal to your nominal value of goods and services sold, right? Where M is money supply, V is the rate at which it changes hands, and P is price, and Q is quantity of output. And The problem with this is the variable v in that equation, velocity, like actually really messes with basically everything, because the model says that the market cap of your token should equal the economic output of the network divided by how fast that token is changing hands. So if the velocity is high, right, if people use it, sell it quickly, whatever, then the implied market cap stays small no matter how much activity actually flows through the network, right? So the beauty of this land or real estate or city model that we're kind of working on and we're hoping to publish soon is that it focuses a lot less on what Sol does, how much it moves, how much it earns, the tech, whatever. And it says the real price driver should simply be how much Sol do people need to own to participate in this really vibrant ecosystem. Marty, any reactions, thoughts?
Sorry, went to the toilet.
It's been a long day.
What was the question?
I was just curious if you had any reactions to the land or the real estate metaphor relative to, I'm going to say, some of these other valuation methodologies that are out there, whether it's been a DCF-based approach, the MV equals PQ equation of exchange approach on Solana. Have there been any valuation methodologies that have resonated with you and problems you've seen with what's out there?
If you know me, you know that I'm a little bit more of an abstract thinker right now. I don't see the price of these things as valid until there is regulation and market structure across the globe for these commodities. The price that you're seeing on whatever chart you're looking at is made up. So what is the price? There is no price right now. Once there's regulation, there will be a price. So first of all, that's where I am at. I honestly believe that. So when you talk about price, to me, it's hard for me to have anything. I can't look at historic numbers, firstly. I don't believe any historic numbers are valid before market structure. I think the price of these things is completely dependent on it. I think they're being set. I think prices are being set and distributed such. So, like I said before, I think ultimately, once there is structure and the price is loyal and honorable, in other words, the price reflects the actual order book of actual participants with actual on-chain assets, trading it between each other, PvP, and not market makers, spoof orders, synthetic versions, paper exchanges, wash trading. If you remove all of that, if we get to a pure PFP model where order books become legitimate, then I think it becomes equal to the value of securing the value on the network. So, like, I watch Solana right now, stablecoin issuance. To me, stablecoin issuance is the first true fundamental value. Circle is issuing literally $250 million to $500 million of US Treasury debt on Solana every day. Okay. Now, people might go, yeah, but what does that matter, Marty? How do I invest in stable coins? They're one-to-one. That's exactly the narrative they want. Okay. At the end of the day, to protect, let me get the count. Believe how much, do you know off the top of your head, how much USDC is on Solana? Let's look. I've got the feed here. The total USDC right now on Solana. I can tell you that by the week, by the day, the month, I have all the metrics. I believe it's around, let's just call it 50 billion, 15 billion, 14 billion. So in the last 30 days, $14.7 billion of stablecoin value was transacted on Solana over 2,386 transactions, compared to 15.9 billion across 1,400 transactions on Ethereum. They're pretty much neck and neck, 50-50 right now. Let's say 100 billion of the 300 billion is on Solana. Then the value of the stake to protect the network, to secure the network, interests, of that US Treasury is worth $100 billion. Should be at least $100 billion. Does that make sense?
It does. I really like your framing, actually. And this is why I like having these conversations, is because
Now,
I don't think
what's the market cap of Solana right now? 50 billion. It's 50 million.
50.
It's 50
It's
billion.
50. Yeah.
It's half. How much did Bitcoin come down? 50%. I believe that there is a much bigger strategy at play here. I think they are moving US Treasury debt, tokenizing it onto Solana, as well as Ethereum. I think historically they've tokenized it onto Ethereum because it had first mover advantage. There was no Solana at that time. It's become entrenched into a lot of institutional strategies. But I think slowly over time, based on my metrics, more Solana is getting more USDC and USDT is getting issued on Solana than Ethereum. New liquidity. And I think
I think you were right. And actually, the reason why I like this framing is part of my duty as the guy who manages IR for DFDV is to put myself in the shoes of an institutional allocator and say, all right, well, how are they supposed to measure risk of owning an asset like this? How are they supposed to actually come up with a reasonable price target? I mean, like, simplistically, one of the things that I saw very early on during my time on the buy side when folks were just starting to, like, I'm going to say reasonably talk about Bitcoin as part of a portfolio, but, you know, well before the days of the ETFs and everything, is folks would obviously look at Bitcoin, they would compare it to gold, they would compare it to debt, and they would say, all right, you just have to assume that Bitcoin gets to this percent of the market cap with gold, you slap your price target on based off of that, and, you know, you're off to the races. But folks struggle with the framework for Solana. People are going to gravitate towards whatever feels right or most familiar to them. Again, for some folks, that may be a DCF-based approach, even though I think there are problems with it. For some folks, it may actually just be, hey, you know what, I'm going to run the same, I'm going to say like wet finger in the air analysis of assuming you can get to some percentage of, you know, insert your asset class here. The attempt with this framework, Solana, the digital city, is to ask very simply, all right, price should simply be the demand divided by the supply. In this case, you would have to then identify, all right, what is the actual supply of SOL? What is the real free float? What is the actual amount of land that is there for you to buy in New York City in the year 2026? And then in terms of demand, it's figuring out like all the stuff that is actually going on inside of the economy. And those are effectively just simplistically the two parts of the equation that we tried to hone in on here at DFDV. Let me dive a little bit into the supply side. And again, I do expect pushback. This is far from perfect. And, you know, we're not.
Before we're on, I just did the math. Okay.
Yeah.
People, I just went and calculated, but stable coins and bridge TVL, in other words, real world assets, everything of value, currently stored on Solana is 48.15 billion. Okay. What's the market cap of Solana right now?
50 billion market cap.
Do you understand what I'm talking about now?
Yeah. I see where your methodology.
This is when you take speculation out, remove the fluff and the leverage and the bullshit which came out of the market. We are 1-to-1 with our current value stored on the network, which makes perfect sense. Given that, understand that we're probably going to see 100x times more stablecoin and probably 200x times more tokenized value coming onto Solana in the next year or two.
Let's flip this a little bit. I'm happy to start with the supply side of how we model things, but let's actually talk about the demand side. So let's talk about it, Solana as a digital city or supercomputer, whatever your metaphor of choice is, right? And we'll get into what the total free float of SOL is later on. Like, let's just ask how many dollars are competing for activity on the network? What is actually going to happen on the network? I think there are really 4 buckets to think about, at least 4 buckets that resonate with an institutional crowd these days. The first is real world asset tokenization. I think there's a second bucket that you can carve out specifically related to stable coins. I get that this is not entirely mutually exclusive with the first bucket I said, but, you know, again, I think you can treat that as its own class. The third bucket is agentic AI, and I expect that we could spend 30, 40 minutes or even an hour talking about that bucket and the demand it's going to drive across the Solana network. And then for me, the fourth bucket is like, does Sol ever get accepted as, call it, pristine collateral in TradFi, right? In our model, at least, we don't assume any benefit in the near term for that fourth bucket, and we're really much more focused on how big is real-world asset tokenization going to get, how big are stablecoins going to get, and how big is agentic AI going to get. And then based off of those three sort of like big macro assumptions, you can pinpoint a quote-unquote demand level for Solana that plugs into our model very nicely. Which of those do you want to dive into, Marty?
Start at the first one. Those are all good.
Real-world asset tokenization. So there are a bunch of estimates out there for this one, but I guess the first element is just talking about like why tokenization in the first place, right? And I think for a lot of institutions that I speak with, there's sort of this idea of like, well, like I work at Citadel, so therefore I can buy your stock no problem. Why would I need to buy a tokenized version of your stock? And I think it's a very like myopic view from the standpoint in which they sit, right? Because the first element that everyone points to for tokenization, right, and why it's massively beneficial is, of course, access, right? It's the idea that anyone with an internet connection can now own or trade assets. You don't need to go through brokers, no border restrictions, etc. So, someone who is historically barred from being able to buy DFDV stock, might now be able to do so without a Charles Schwab account, for example. But the part that I think gets really interesting that folks don't necessarily focus on with tokenization and what it really unlocks, and it's like a core thesis that we have here at DFDV, is the idea of mass composability, right? So you can almost think of financial assets now as becoming these Lego bricks or building blocks that you can combine and program. Imagine today, you go into earnings at a traditional long-short equity shop, you're either long or short Google, maybe you have some options thrown on top of it for hedging or whatever have you, but that's kind of it. Versus in a world of tokenization with equities and being able to, I'm going to say, compose micro bets within any speculation that you're taking, you might be able to bet that Google beats earnings, but they might miss on cloud revenues, or vice versa, right? The headline metrics might come in soft, but cloud might be substantially better than people are expecting. Or maybe you can parlay your view on Google with a view on Amazon earnings if they're reporting the same day, right? Those are like composable elements that aren't possible through traditional infrastructure today that I think tokenization unlocks. And of course, there's like the obvious things that we all know and love as folks who've been in crypto for a while, right? Speed and cost improvements. But again, I think from the standpoint of someone sitting in Citadel's seat, they look at speed and they're like, oh, my centralized infrastructure is pretty good. Like that doesn't really matter to me. So maybe from their lens, it's much more about on the margin saving on costs, for example. All that to say, that's my precursor for, yes, we are bullish on real world asset tokenization. Now, depending on the estimates that you see out there, I think BCG had their view that the real world asset market was going to grow to somewhere around 20 trillion by 2033. Standard Charter had 30 trillion. We're assuming in our model 40 trillion global tokenized real world asset market. That's at maturity, so I'm not putting a timestamp on that. I'm not saying like, hey, this is going to happen next year, but you can imagine maybe like 2030, sometime beyond that. And for a variety of reasons, we think Solana is going to capture at least a third of that market. How does that shake out relative to where they're at today? Well, according to some third-party sources, they're at roughly 6-7% of real-world asset tokenization today in terms of market share. If you were to actually look at tokenized equities, Solana's got a substantially larger share of tokenized equities relative to their overall RWA market share. And all you have to do is assume that of the RWAs that are hosted on Solana, you assume that about 5% of that value is held as SOL for gas, liquidity provisioning, settlement collateral, whatever. So from there, you can take your 40 trillion, multiply by your market share, 30%, multiply by that 5% of value held as SOL, and you get 600 billion in what I call structural Solana demand, right? And that's like the first big bucket of demand and end state that we're sort of thinking about when it comes to the economy or the activity in our very big digital city over here. So I'll pause there. Any reactions? If not, we can go into the next bucket, which I think you started to touch on, which is stablecoins. Yeah. So the stablecoin one, and again, understanding that this isn't necessarily like completely, mutually exclusive with bucket A over here, but the idea here is that I think a lot of institutions do focus in on stable coins in particular. They seem to have found pretty good, quote unquote, product market fit, according to a lot of reports that we read from institutional allocators. Like they're just very hyper obsessed with it. Of course, we know that there are a whole host of use cases beyond it, but it seems to be the one that has really grabbed Wall Street's attention. So the idea here is that moving money on Solana requires SOL. So to the extent that Solana is going to be processing an increasing amount of stablecoin volume in the future, and it processed about $12 trillion in stablecoin volume in 2025, what is your end state? What is your at maturity again? And what is the rough like market share that you think Solana can achieve in that end state? And we think, again, fairly conservatively in our model, that if they did 12 trillion last year, probably not unreasonable in a more mature state that they can get to, maybe close to 3x that. So right now we're just assuming $30 trillion of processed stablecoin volume on the Solana network at maturity. And if you assume what we're calling 0.2% reserve ratio, which is the percentage of the annual volume that must be held as SOL at any given time, again, just for operational fuel like gas for transactions, LP reserves on USDC and SOL pairs, for example, that gives us another leg of structural demand over here of about $60 billion. Again, on an assumption that I think is fairly conservative, given there's an argument to be made that stable coins could reasonably explode much higher in the next 5 to 10 years. So now, this brings us to the most interesting bucket in my mind, and the one where I'm not going to pretend we have a crystal ball or we have a very precise way of looking at this, and it's also the one where I think we could be the most off, if that makes sense, which is agentic AI. And the idea here is, if an AI agent wants to go and transact, it needs to hold SOL to function on Solana, right? And there's obviously been a rapid proliferation of AI agents, and it's been sort of the hot thing everyone's paying attention to. For example, OpenClaw passed 100,000 GitHub stars within weeks of launch. You obviously have the advent of Opus 4.6, which is smashing all of the previously held benchmarks. And the idea here is that you need only have these agents choose a blockchain of some sort to transact on in order for this to become a pretty meaningful demand driver on the Solana network. Depending on the source you're looking at, the early indications for Solana, small scale, small base, they're pretty promising, right? So there was a report from Franklin Templeton that showed that 70% of AI agents are choosing to operate on Solana. I think if you look at the X402 transaction data, roughly half of the agentic AI volume is going through the Solana network. So again, this one is very pie in the sky, kind of loose, but you can assume that the global AI agent market reaches, let's say, $1 trillion at maturity. Assume about a third of that economic activity moves on chain, and then assume about another third of that goes over to Solana, and that agents have to hold, let's call it 10, 15% of their spending flow as SOL at any given time, again, for gas or operating wallets or whatever. That yields another, call it 10 to 20 billion of structural demand. Again, I think that's fairly conservative, right? Especially since the AI agent economy is really in its first inning and there's no reliable baseline for how many agents are going to exist, how much SOL each is going to hold, what share of agent commerce is going to settle on chain versus on traditional rails. I tend to think it's all going to move on chain, but that's obviously a very SOL maxi view for me to take. But that estimate is just a loose guideline for investors to start thinking about the kinds of things that they should be plugging into their models to get a sense of the demand that can go through the Solana network as a result of agentic AI. So that's really the third demand component of our model that we're going to publish to institutions so that they can then make their own assumptions. I imagine some are going to take meaningful haircuts to that $1 trillion number that I cited. Some may actually make it much, much higher, right? So it'll be interesting to see some of the institutions that supported us very early on. It'll be interesting to get their perspectives on that. Any reactions to that, Marty? Any thoughts on agentic AI and what it implies for Solana, or any comment on this frame of thinking?
Yeah, I think agentic finance has a lot of unknowns, just like AI itself. I mean, anybody in AI will tell you that the models have improved by magnitudes every year and continue by magnitudes every year. surprising them even. I think agentic finance will do the same thing. I think it'll start off as an experiment, and once it reaches any level of maturity, will go exponential and probably chaotic for a while. But I think that it is probably the future of these networks, in my opinion. If AI is what it's claiming to do to productivity, then there will be an equal agentic finance load on these networks in the same exponential productivity growth matrix. There'll be incredible demand, in my opinion. I think there'll be more demand than we can even comprehend. In order to realize the productivity of AI, I think the demand on the currency that is used by agentic finance will probably go exponential, way more than human beings. I mean, if you look at human beings' production, if it's a unit of 1 per day, AI is a unit of 1,000 equivalent today. And it's 24/7, doesn't sleep. So these networks will be churning and being used by these AI agentic finance algorithms, trading, shopping, doing business, running businesses, to, I would say, 1,000 times more the demand than there is right now.
Yeah.
So I think agentic finance is a way bigger thing than people realize.
Yeah, completely agreed. It'll be, I mean, I'll be really interested. We're going to be publishing this model hopefully in a couple days here and writing a little blog about it. But I'll be curious when I look at this a year from now, 5 years from now, how vastly I underestimated the agentic AI, I'm going to say, opportunity or demand level over here. Because folks just generally, myself included, struggle with exponential curves and exponential thinking. So I tend to agree with you. I think it's going to be way bigger than folks anticipate. I see someone with a hand raised.
Yeah, about agents. I think it's just interesting that with agentic finance, X402 launched on Base, and now Solana has captured about 80% of the volume. And then there was a bit of drama with people claiming how each of these ecosystems has sort of tried to claim the role of, oh yeah, we're co-opting X402. But I think at the end of the day, the infra itself has already won, because agents are going to change the way we do business, right? It's obvious in so many use cases now: design, productivity, finance, trading in a bit. And I think payments is just one of those use cases that is going to stick, because the rails already exist, right? We just need the infrastructure that can scale. And I was talking to a dev who's building a trust and reputation layer for X402 payments with agents. And it's very interesting seeing people already starting to ask these hard questions like, okay, yeah, this tech is great, right? But how can we get it to scale outside of just being in these siloed chains where, you know, there's volume, there's demand for the tech already. And now how can we sort of open the floodgates so it's something that can scale out of these little playgrounds that we have on chain and be useful in the real world? So I think that's where the real promise of this tech is, being able to apply it in the real world. And it feels very early, you know. I feel like the kind of feeling that I had when I was first learning about crypto. These are the frontiers of the tech that we have right now. That's how I feel about agents.
Completely agreed. This morning, I think we actually had we're talking a little bit about AI in a slightly different context. I think we were debating the implications on the labor market, both near term and longer term, and whether this is going to displace workers or whether the nature of their work is just going to change, et cetera. But I remember a comment from this morning, and I can't remember if I made it or someone else made it, which is just the very simple idea that crypto has this overhang right now, not just because it's trading in tandem with software, because crypto is software, but also because AI seems like a more investable class right now. It's inherently outcome driven. People can pull up ChatGPT or Claude and have it do things for them. And it's very easy to also understand the picks and shovels when Google comes out and says, hey, I'm going to double my CapEx spend in 2026. It's very easy to connect the dots and say, well, NVIDIA is an investable asset class, right? That same connection or that same ease of understanding the investing use case is frankly not there for crypto, because there are so many L1s for investors to choose from. people have a tough time with even coming up with a valuation framework, right? Which is the genesis of the conversation that we're having right now. So I think, to your point, trying to reframe crypto as like the underlying rails or the infrastructure in which these agents are actually going to operate and transact is a pretty simple way for, I don't know, like a pretty bullish crypto narrative to take off. And then all of a sudden, like, we're not talking about which model provider is going to win. It's all going to be the discussion similar to the way it is right now. Like, I think people have a tough time deciding whether it's going to be Anthropic or OpenAI or Google. And depending on whether you're having this conversation now versus 6 months ago, you'd have a different answer. It was kind of indisputable throughout that entire time that NVIDIA was going to be a winner no matter what. And we need that same conversation to happen with crypto, in my opinion, where instead of like folks thinking like, oh, it's can I put my dollars towards an AI investment or can I put my dollars towards crypto? It's like, no, if you're bullish on AI and you're bullish on agentic commerce and payments and microtransactions and like all these things happening at such rapid scale, you should be bullish on crypto as like part of the picks and shovels of that equation. Like AI and crypto need each other.
And I think it's a very interesting thought exercise with second order effects. When you're thinking about second order effects of things that happen, or if you're just observing the trend of news, if you're locked in enough and you're just observing things and you think about what could be the effect of these things downstream, where my head is at when I think about crypto prices right now, maybe this is hopium because I'm just trying to think of a way to be bullish long term. But honestly, I just feel like if you can zoom out long enough and you can understand the things that really matter, I don't think a lot has changed beside coin prices. The tech is still good. I think the fact that a lot of people are not going crazy about speculation right now is maybe it's a bit of a silver lining, because now we can have more, space to talk about things that are really interesting. And as you said, the fact that the payments and possibly trust and reputation layer can live on chain, and it's already pretty much the simplest way for agents to transact. It's like an entire whole species of organisms. I was reading this article about how the Anthropic CEO said you should imagine in a few years if a new country appeared and there were 5 million people and they were all smarter than you and they could do everything better than you. And I would like to add one layer on top of that thought experiment. And what if all of them could only pay and transact on chain? So you can see how this tech is going to be inevitable in the world that we're heading into. So it's just like, this is going to be big. It's now left to you to sort of see how you can position yourself and prepare in whatever your case may be, like whether you're an investor or you're someone who is building something or you're someone who is just being in the space and observing. I think the thesis is kind of coming together, but yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's a great quotation, by the way. I need to go and find that. I see Jim has his hand raised.
Yeah. Hey, Marty. Thanks for the mic.
What's up, bro? Fuck, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, I hit you up a couple days ago, coincidentally, on a couple things there. So thanks for joining us. Number one, fascinating points you're raising. So we're obviously in a perfect storm, right? All roads are leading to tokenization, right? You brought up treasuries. You could also bring up how the BTCC has already tokenized pretty much every QSIP, and they're just really ready to go, waiting for regulation to fall into place. As Marty, you were talking about after you came back from taking a leak there. But yeah, you guys are touching on all of the hot button issues. I see everything is coalescing around one thing, and that is basically boils down to digital ID, right? Right now, the industry is piggybacking off of KYC, AML at the on and off ramps. That's kind of a band-aid. That's a workaround. That's not going to work for the agents. You brought up Opus 4.6. I mean, the world is changing every fucking 2 weeks. The speed is just increasing exponentially. I mean, you thought it was dizzying last year. At this point, it's every week. You're obsolete if you're not on top of this. So, okay, so let me wrap it up. So really, in order for agent-to-agent activity for any tokenized assets, okay, so the whole world is moving towards you, right? So the whole petrodollar, correspondent banking, U.S. colonialism, old world, is falling apart at the seams right now, right? And it seems like, the government is hanging their hat on digital stables, right? Between, Liberty Financial and Lutnick right next, sitting in the Oval Office every day with his sons making billions of dollars, and Cantor in bed with Tether. It's so obvious that the whole, I don't want to get tinfoil, is obviously going to be on chain. And it's not only about Bitcoin, that's really narrow thinking, right? So anyway, so the point is that everything is moving towards identity, right? So we haven't heard anything about the Fed. This is really my question for you. So the FATF travel rule, right? That has been passed, right, by the Swiss, right? The BIS really pretty much is ready to take over the whole FX market, right? You got the BRICS nations tokenizing gold, in competition to the dollar hegemony, tokenizing treasuries. But in order for the agents to take over, which is inevitably it will, like I said, the depository trust already has every single QSIP that's traded on every single asset class already tokenized. They have it. It's already ready to go. Larry Fink has said it for the last couple of years, and he said it out of his own mouth. He said, the only thing we're waiting on basically is a digital ID. He said it at Davos this year. He said it last year, and he said it the year before that. So what it really boils down, again, the travel rule, as I'm sure you well know, requires you to not only provide your KYC to your wallet, but to the transacting party that you're dealing with on the other end of the transaction, right? That is where we're at. Until and unless that, I see that as the Excalibur moment, right? Whatever technology is it to cross that chasm is going to inherit the world, literally. So to sum it all up, where do you see identity going?
Very, very big question over here. And Marty, please feel free to chime in as well. Yeah, funny enough, I say this as someone who was like very early on, someone who got very into the .eth domain names like Frenzy, like way back when I was more involved in the Ethereum ecosystem. And we tried to come up with what our strategy would be around like decentralized ID a little bit during my time at Kraken. I won't go into too much detail there, but all this to say, you can't have like, I don't know, like a multi-trillion-dollar tokenized bond market simplistically if there's absolutely no verification going on. And to your point, the traditional answer of KYC, I mean, that's not going to work for agents. You can't KYC a bot that was spun up just like 35 seconds ago or something to go and rebalance a portfolio and et cetera, et cetera. So the good news is we're starting to see some, like, there are already some solutions that at least are, obviously not at massive scale yet, but do address this, right? So if you actually, Solana's got a very good explanation of this on their what is X402 on their website, but they have an agent commerce kit that basically adds some of these, call it identity layers, right? So they've got a verifiable agent identity that uses secure receipts. I think they call it agent commerce kit pay receipt or something like that as a verifiable credential. So what this does is it allows like an agent to just prove ownership, authenticate themselves autonomously, and basically have like compliance grade payment proofs that address like this identity issue, right? So do I expect that this is going to be like the be all end all solution is, the tokenized real world asset market goes towards, tens of trillions of dollars? Probably not. You're probably going to need a little bit more to deal with that at scale, but you definitely have the start of it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
right
think
now, treasuries are the low-hanging fruit, right? I mean, you only got your 24 primary dealers, and you got your, the tokenized treasury ETF from BlackRock. So there's only a couple of dozen players right now in the treasury market. That's why that's the perfect sandbox, because there's so few players. But to open it up to like all assets, that's crazy. I'm sorry, Marty, did I step on you? Over.
No, I mean, from what I'm aware of in agentic systems right now, the leading technology for agentic KYC is called MCP. I think it stands for Model Context Protocol Identity, MCPI. It's like an open specification made by Anthropic in 2024, if I remember.
Yeah.
Basically, it creates a biometric proof, kind of like a proof in crypto, makes a biometric proof, which the agentic agent will have to provide. in order to
Oh, like they
interact.
encrypt, you scan your eyeball into Sam Altman's WorldCoin globe
Yeah,
and
you'll
they
probably
crypto
scan it on an
key.
app.
Yeah.
You're referring to it was the model context protocol. Is that
Model
right?
context protocol. It's from
Yeah.
Anthropic. You can, if you Google MCP-I is model context protocol identity.
Well,
So
you know,
basically it says who the agent, it basically tells, it's a digital footprint of who the agent represents. So what permission, delegations, what they can do, authorizations, or enforcement, all of that stuff wrapped up into this protocol.
you know, it's rumored that one of the goals of Stargate, which is, Larry and Sam along with SoftBank, right? The whole Project Stargate, out of the White House, the $500 billion, thing. So part of that, a core piece of Larry's strategy with Stargate is to have electronic health records, right? So so you take basically, once they have your health record, basically they have it boils down to they effectively have your DNA, right? So that they could sequence your DNA or a piece of it, right? Put a crypto cipher on it, and that could become the global digital ID database, which everybody, because I mean, think about it. Your DNA could be, or they take whatever, a few snips of it. There's billions of them, right? You can't do the whole thing, but they take a piece of it, apply a cipher, and that becomes your MAC address, right? Your MAC address. That's what's underneath an IP address, right? Basically, every node on the net has a unique identifier, that
Oh,
hex
here
code.
I found it. If you guys want to go see this technology, it's MCP. They have their own website now. It's called, if you go to in a browser, model context protocol identity.io. I could share it with you all. Go check that out. It's unbelievable. So it says taking inspiration from the MCPI, extends the MCPI with cryptographic identity and delegation. It enables AI agents to prove not only which user they represent, but also that they have explicit permission to act on the user's behalf. This capability allows agents to interact with services requiring strong assurance of user identity, whether for personalization, access control, or regulatory compliance.
Seems okay, right? Like, I'm not sure if it necessarily solves the issue of like, who exactly is this AI agent, and are they authorized or can I trust? But interesting. We have a minute left here on Solana 10K, and we didn't even get to the supply side. So let me give a brief overview of that, and then I will hop. But we've talked about the demand side, so real-world asset tokenization, stablecoin settlement, agentic AI, and then TradFi collateral, for which we're giving no credit, but that's certainly a flex in our model. And the idea is that on the supply side, you would take the circulating supply of SOL, and you would back out 3 different areas or 4 different areas from the effective free float. Number 1 is the supply of SOL that is staked, which has been roughly stable at about, call it 2/3 to 70% of the total circulating supply. You would back out DeFi locked SOL, right, which we sort of consider as like productive capital as at work. The supply held by DATs, ETFs, and institutional holdings. We saw very recently that Goldman disclosed they have $108 million in SOL. I think the idea is that as banks tokenize assets on Solana, they'll need SOL the same way like they need central bank reserves to settle, post collateral, etc. So many of the institutions we're buying are long duration holders for operational purposes rather than just purely making a speculative bet. And then some portion that should be excluded from the free float of Solana for app reserves, stuff for protocol treasuries, rent deposits, gas, etc. That leaves approximately, depending on your math, like 10 to 15% of the total circulating supply as the genuine free float. Take that demand we just spoke about, divide by that limited supply, and that, in effect, is the price of the land because it is the only land that is actually for sale. The pushback I expect, and we can talk about this at another point in time, is simply that all that stuff that I said should be excluded from the free float, well, technically it can go back in the free float, right? Nothing stops you from unstaking and going and selling your Solana. And frankly, if we go from a $80 SOL to $1,000 SOL, $5,000 SOL, naturally you'd expect there to be some sellers. But the question is just, does the corresponding supply increase not also coincide with some corresponding demand increase? I would find that highly unlikely. And then, of course, there are going to be a portion of folks who I would say just go and either unstake over time, right, as the inflation comes down, but maybe that goes into DeFi or maybe goes to other areas of the ecosystem. So, but again, we expect to publish more on this, publish our model, have more discussions with
On your
spaces.
website.
We are going to publish this model on our website eventually. Timing TBD. I'm hoping to do it sooner rather than later, but I want retail and institutional investors to be able to see what it is that we're assuming on both the supply and the demand side, and to frankly come knocking at our door and say, hey, I have this huge pushback or huge rebuttal on this element over here, or this is really dumb for this reason, and to be able to plug in their own assumptions and for us to get smarter as well by talking to other people. So if anyone has any questions, pushback on this, if you want to get sort of like an early teaser on the framework, feel free to hit me up. I'm always happy to chat with folks on it. Hopefully we get a lot smarter as a result of chatting with more people on the right way to value this.
Brilliant. Can't wait to see it.
Hello, guys. How is everybody doing? It's
Very
great to
good.
be here.
Okay, so everyone, we've got Gabriel is going to be doing his macro talk. I've been very excited for this. I think it's perfect timing. Gabriel, why don't you just go ahead and start when you're ready? And it's all being recorded.
Thank you very
No
much.
problem.
Yes, well, let's start with this, the narrative of the 4-year cycle, or it's the business cycle. The ISM is not moving up. Which one to follow? I was digging deep into the charts and putting all the theses together. We are at a gray area that we haven't been before. Each prior cycle for Bitcoin, it topped together with the ISM, but this time the ISM have barely just moving above the 50. Now it's at 52.6. But we are seeing the prices moving down. So the 4-year cycle is dominating as of now, but we don't know if it's going to keep on dominating, then it's going to shift into the business cycle later on. So we are going to dig deeper into the macro forces that shapes the cycles, which is liquidity. The Fed we kind of pick on those signals to be allocated accordingly. So how I am viewing this is that the Fed balance sheet is not going to expand as much as everybody thinks is going to. It's actually going to expand as much as the GBD. So it's going to go like 2 to 4%, nothing major, about 40 billion a month. But even that has been on hold due to the second government shutdown. So there has been not a lot of liquidity going into the market. And then we're going to have the new Fed chair who was really against quantitative easing or expanding of the balance sheet, but he's more to leaning towards the stimulus from the banking sector, the private banking sector, just like before 2008. So we are at a major shift. And what I believe that this major shift will take some time until it unfolds. We were all very excited that the Fed was ending quantitative tightening, but the price reaction was not regarding Bitcoin. Even it was the same last time they ended quantitative tightening, which was 2019, Q4 2019, and then we had a crash before COVID, then a rally. So these things will take time until the expansion of the balance sheet, the new liquidity, dropping interest rate later on in the year, once everything is settled. So probably what I believe, based on the technical perspective, beside the macro, I think we're already, let's put it there, we're already in a bear market. The question is, how far down will Bitcoin goes until it starts catching up with the macro again? Because now it's basically it's dislocated from the NASDAQ, from the ISM, but it's following more of a tech ETF, as we have mentioned before when we were looking at ARK ETF or the IBIT tech ETF as well. So we need that next wave of liquidity, of easing financial conditions to hit the risk on assets, so that it will shows on the prices of Bitcoin and altcoins as well. And I believe that might happen somewhere towards Q3 of this year, once the dust is more settled.
Excellent. So can you define for the audience, Gabriel, what is a bear market?
Well, a bear market is basically a downtrend. It can last from a month It can last 6 months or it can last a year. That is basically a downtrend with lower highs and lower lows. And the only way for breaking that downtrend is once you have a rally that will extend a few amount of days, then a smaller pullback that will exceed 10 days, then a second rally that will take the prior rally's high, but it needs to be confirmed both in Ethereum and Bitcoin. So we had that situation once BTC went to, let's see here, I think it was 98, and it was confirmed a bullish trend on BTC, but it was not confirmed by Ethereum. The line for Ethereum was 2,400, but it did not overtake that line. So it dumped back again. So the beginning of a new bullish trend was not confirmed by Ethereum. And Manuel Blay also uses the principle of confirmation, which basically means that you use two assets in the same domain. You use two assets at the same domain, and they complement each other. So you kind of understand what's going on under the hood. So in crypto, he uses Bitcoin and Ethereum. In stock markets, he uses the Dow Jones Industrial, Dow Jones Transportation, and the NYC Composite. So he uses those three indices, but he only needs the confirmation in two of those indices. So it's really a strong method. You can tell directly when the rules are not met. You don't need even to wait for a daily close. Then you know that the uptrend is really false and we're going to keep on going down. So as of now, it's been a bear market since Bitcoin broke from the 109.
So when we broke the 109, then we've had only lower lows, lower highs. We had one
Exactly.
higher, that one moment, like you said, right? The 98 touch. But that was sort of a trap.
Exactly. And if you zoom into the chart without looking at them as lower highs and lower lows with a confirmed downtrend, when you look at chart pattern, and that is a bear flag with a target that was already met. So let's see here. The beginning of the pull of the flag was 124, let's say, K, all the way to 81. That is the pull of the flag. And the flag started from 81 to 98. So the breakdown, you take it from the measurement from 124 to 81. You take it and you put it at 98. It gives you the 60K level. So that target is met. We had the same pattern was showing in the previous downtrend bear market in 2022. That was occurring between November 2021 and March 2022. And once that bear flag was broken, the target was 17K. So for me, the amount of the sell-off, the distance from the moving averages, looking at previous patterns, looking at also the on-chain metrics, the correlation between Bitcoin and MicroStrategy, the pattern movement, it's giving me a vibe that Bitcoin now is similar to either 25K in 2022 or 17K. So it's either the first low or the second low before the final bottom. I'm leaning towards the similarity in the movement that it's the same price as the 17K in 2022. So I'm expecting a strong bounce based on the TA and the Elliott wave that might fail as well and put a slightly lower low, which will give us a bullish divergence on the RSI on the weekly. Similar move to the previous bear market bottom. And probably that will be in synchronize before the macro liquidity start picking up, before the Fed decisions will be more positive for the risk-on asset. Because when we look at the broader market, all the risk-on assets in the stocks, they are selling off. So it's not just coin and crypto, they're tightly correlated. So there is a force that forcing everything to be selling off.
And what indications can we see? What are the most important indications we can see coming up? Let's call it from FOMC, interest rate decisions, Kevin Walsh, the ISM readings. Like, what are you looking at next to give you a clue to, potential reversal? What would trigger reversal regarding this sort of macro indicators coming up outside of charts?
Outside of charts, I'm looking at the new orders minus inventory, so the delta between those readings to predict where the ISM will be a month ahead, because that survey gives you a roadmap of how the ISM will look like. So for me now, I'm seeing the next month the print's supposed to be higher. That helped me to identify that the bottom for this cycle, or moving on into 2026, it was already in when the ISM was at 47.9. That was 2 months ago, if I remember correctly. So it was in January for the December reading. So that was already in. So that's what I'm looking at on a monthly basis. It comes also the first day of the month. And I'm looking at global liquidity. I'm following Michael Howell, his framework. For him, liquidity have peaked, but something is telling me that the new Fed chair and new policies will have its impact on liquidity going higher, but the time duration until that comes, that put us in the same window as the bottoming process for the 4-year cycle. And I'm also looking at gold to show me the way where the money will rotate from metals into crypto. We had that big sell-off event on silver and gold. So I think silver have topped out, but I'm really waiting for the rotation from gold to come into Bitcoin. So that lagging perspective, about 9 months lagging. So once we see gold kind of going sideways, then we know it's time for Bitcoin to start outperforming. There is also some very important macro indicator. It's the copper to gold ratio. That is a clear indicator for the expansion of the business cycle. That is also important. And the Taiwan PMIs, they front run the ISM manufacturing PMIs with 3 months. So it's a forward-looking indicator. So those things, I like to look at them together.
So what would Michael Howell say about the moves in gold and silver? Has he made any comments on that? Did it take him by surprise, or was that something that he was expecting?
It was something that he was expecting as of what he called a late cycle move where commodities will really outperform. So he basically had a system of traffic lines, let's put it that way. So he calculates which assets will outperform during the cycle. And based on that, he will understand where we are in the cycle. And so far, he has been correct, to be honest. When we put his framework with crypto and we saw the top was at 126.
If you go back to some of my old posts, Gabriel, I did this the other day from 2023. There was the cup and handle forming with a target of 126 back in 2023.
And it's good that you mentioned the cup and handle, because we have also a cup and handle on Bitcoin as we speak right now. I don't know if I can share the charts in the space.
If you have it posted anywhere, you can share it in the space, or you can put it in a group. Yeah, I don't think you can actually share.
Or let me send it to you, so maybe
Yeah,
you
send
can
it
put
to
it
me.
in the.
Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, we have a big cup and handle on the coin chart, which is very similar to the.
On what time frame?
You can look at it on the weekly, on the monthly.
Oh, it's the beginning of a similar cup and handle as before.
And it's similar to
That's
gold and
exciting.
silver.
This is
Yes.
exciting things to hear, everybody. So what is the target it's giving us?
Basically, it's not really a target because it's unclear if it's gonna hold, because the bottom, it's still the bottom there is somewhere at the, let's say, mid to low 50s. So it can wick a little bit underneath it, yeah, as long as it does not close. But if that one is confirmed, then we're talking about 180-ish thousand Bitcoin. That is the target. And it's very similar pattern to the one that gold and silver had before this massive break. You can check your Telegram. So I send you the charts there. Yeah. So that is the one that I'm also looking at, 100% transparent. I talked to Manuel Blay, I had a workshop with him, and he mentioned this, and he mentioned it very clearly that it was in his letter to sell Bitcoin once it broke the 109, and the confirmation was as well on Ethereum. But he mentioned that he will never sell Bitcoin. He said, I put these in my newsletter because some of my followers, maybe they want to trade it. But for me, I will never sell it. It was a decision that was made. I bought it once, and I'm not going to sell it only if I go broke. It's the same as gold for me. And Michael Howell, I think he have also the same view as a long-term horizon, because he thinks it's a inflationary hedge, and it's in a secular bull market that is impacted by a cyclical bear market. So that he mentioned these things very clearly in his letter as well. So both of them are bullish long term, and we have to distinguish what the long term is. For these gentlemen, it's like years, but it's a bearish downtrend. And those bearish downtrends for them is where they allocate more. And we're talking now about Bitcoin. We're not talking about alts or whatsoever, because these guys are older in age, in experience. Maybe they want to take less of a risk, so they move only into Bitcoin.
That's good news to know.
Yes, I have also put some levels to be aware of where that the price might go down to. I also sent you those charts. It's based on some chart patterns, similar behavior as previously, moving averages, and what to expect, how low the price can go, and the similarity with the pattern between MicroStrategy and Bitcoin.
Oh, right. I've seen this. Wow, this is cool. Okay.
Yeah. Just like having a bigger perspective to understand, okay, yeah, well, maybe the thesis behind the ISM is the dominant one, but so far it's been lagging. As we all know, the stock market will have a cool-off period during the summer period, so that also might impact the prices of Bitcoin as well. Just to be aware that we might have a bottom of the 4-year cycle correlating with the summer period, cooling off period until September, and then we pick up and start trending higher into Q4 of this year. And that will eventually be also where the ISM will really move into expansion. So I'm just calculating both scenarios. Will I change my mind? Of course, if the price proven so, then of course we all have to change our mind. But as of now, the price is not showing that. But what it's giving me is a dollar cost average to DCA, and I'm gonna keep on DCAing. I'm gonna buy even harder once, if we go into the 50s, low 50s, that will definitely be my last capital. I will be putting it in those regions if I'm lucky enough to get those prices. And now there's going to be a lot of Fed going around, a lot of people talking that, well, Bitcoin will never come back. It's tied to Epstein or whatever that nonsense is. Yeah, those are the same people that were calling for a 12K Bitcoin in 2022, or were calling even for 5K or back to 3K because there was quantitative tightening or we're going to have a extreme wave of inflation, just like in the 20s, 30s. I mean, 1920s, 1930s. All of that was a BS. They were just people were talking and out of nonsense and scaring everybody off. And basically, they are paid, all these newspapers or these channels, they're basically paid to scare the retail so that the institutions can accumulate. And usually what they say is completely the opposite. And we never had that big wave of inflation. Actually, that was the top of the inflation in late 2022. That was also the bottom on Bitcoin as 15K, as was shown on the on-chain metrics, on the higher time frame charts. It was the same bottom on the ISM as well. So these cycles, they just repeat, but at a different price, because it's a exponential assets that have a limited supply, and it's reacting positively expansion of the money supply. So as long as the money supply keeps on expanding, the debasement of the currency, we will always have a higher highs and higher lows on Bitcoin as of cycles, not as of a daily chart. What happened on the 4-hour chart, those are irrelevant. Those are only for traders, not for investors.
What is your opinion? What is the difference between a trader and investor, just for the people in the audience?
A trader would never care about what the price is. He cares about only the setup of the trade.
Correct.
His entry level and his exit level and his stop loss or the risk management, depending on his time frame. If he's trading on the minute, 1 hour, 1 day, then we can call it, a swing trade or whatever. And there where they use leverage, so they do not care if the prices keeps on going up because they are leveraged. So when they take the profits, they already made their profits and they wait for the next setup. But as an investor, no, you don't care about those daily, weekly moves. All you care about is having some kind of a model that you follow when the prices are extremely overvalued or extremely undervalued. And those models, you can easily read them from the charts and from the on-chain metrics. From the charts, basically the percentage above the 200-week moving average, how far the price is extended, and how far the price is close or underneath the 200-week moving average. Then you know when to DCA and when to take something off of the table to wait for a better buying opportunity on dips to accumulate more.
Anybody
Yes,
got
sir.
any questions for Gabriel? Sure, we have some questions. Just raise your hand, anybody in the audience, if you want to ask any questions.
Well, it's very macro. Do we have a near-term assessment, like a current day or week? I think we all want to know. I mean, yeah, I think the longer term is like, at this point, it's a great conversation, but I think if you're looking at it, if you have been looking at it, I'm curious if you have an opinion on current price action. I think it's very interesting. We've been over the recent past dumping into this. It's been cushioned quite well. So there's definitely buyers coming back in this level.
I mean, we
hold. I highly doubt it holds. I think that we probably.
I mean, if you look at the weekly chart on Bitcoin and you put on a 200, an EMA and an SMA, right? We've literally came down, hit the EMA. Pretty much, we dipped down to 50% between the EMA and the SMA, which I call the accumulation zones between 68 and 58, and bounce back up. Now we're back to 68. So we're kind of exiting the accumulation zone over the 200 EMA, and we're testing it right now, literally right in front of our eyes.
I think that it's like up to maybe 78 to 87, and then back down to smash through the 60, touch 58 or 57. And if we crack cascade to 55, then that'll be fucking nuts. But I still see taking out these levels if we do continue up.
Well, those are almost the same levels that I have. The first drop have already happened, it was about 39%, I guess. We're talking about from the 98 level. If we measure that one, and it came to the 200 SMA, 200-week SMA, with extremely oversold on the RSI, on-chain metrics, and etc. So even on the Elliott wave count, if you put the chart on the weekly, there is a similar megaphone pattern. You just connect the highs, the December 2024 highs with the October 2025, with the April bottom and this recent bottom. You see the weekly closes during March and April 2025. Just draw a line. It's exactly the similar move to the previous cycle. So the price came exactly, touched it there. It touched the 200-week simple moving average. And there is a bounce. The bounce, I think it's probably going to fill the CME gap, which is at 83K, but not sure if it's a must, because the previous bear market, it did not fill it only a few years after. Or so actually, to be honest, it's almost 2 years after when the bull market started. But on a technical basis, there is a bounce, a strong one. And then there is the final leg down. And that will come somewhere in the mid 50s, probably low 50s as a worst case scenario. I have the extremely worst case scenario putting at 45K. If the range bound does not hold, the range bound for 2024, then we have a zone on the weekly. It is between 46 somewhere all the way down to 40K. And that will coincide with the 350-week moving average and the 300-week moving average, which were the moving averages that were holding the price in the previous bear market once the price dipped underneath the 200 moving average. So there is a pocket there between 45 and 50.
So if we smash the CME gap and we come back down and blast through 60, try and test a bottom past that, probably put us just below that 200 SMA again, just like previous. We wiggle below it, threatening to scare the shit out of everybody. Hopefully recover over it within a couple weeks or so. And then maybe that'll be actually what we call the bottom.
And having a bullish divergence on the RSI, just like the previous bottom. But would I wait for that? I mean, of course, once we get into the 50s, I'm going to start DCAing slowly.
Yeah. I mean, you go. I'm showing up at the car dealership to sell my car if it actually touches 50.
I'm talking with my parents to sell the house, I guess.
We're selling everything.
I swear, I'm not joking. I'm talking to them because
you could buy
I was
another
like,
car and another house in about a year or two.
you can buy 5. In the next bull market, you can literally buy like 5 because based on the exponential charts and where Bitcoin is going, I believe it will put a somewhere 100% above this all-time high that we had. So somewhere at $250,000, I guess. I'm not giving everybody hopes and dreams that it goes to 1 million next cycle. No, let's be realistic, okay? No one knows. Maybe if all the governments will start buying at once, maybe that will happen. But to be realistic, to have less expectations, it's always better because then you can calculate more as a normal human being, so you don't get disappointed. So you have a plan instead of saying, oh, well, it will go to 1 million. But guess what? It did not go to 1 million. So you have to prepare for the worst case scenario. So for me, it's if it goes down to the low 50s, I'm definitely going to buy with everything. Yeah. My target for the next cycle, $250,000. That's what I believe. Will it go higher? Sure. But as of now, no one knows. But that is a decent target to put.
Selling my kidneys and selling my dog's kidneys.
Yeah. in the black market. I
He
was
knows how much kidneys are.
yeah, I was doing that with ChatGPT just to make sure.
Just to see if I have something I'm sitting on. Some dry
Yeah,
bone. What's the
exactly.
truth?
So probably selling the house, and yeah, that is the smartest thing to do, because I was talking with them about that Q1 2019. They did not listen, so this time they have to listen.
Any other questions? We can just leave this running if you want.
Absolutely. If you can share the charts that I sent you, that will be amazing. If you cannot, I will try to post them as we go so people can see them.
Terrific. Okay.
But also there is the Elliott wave count. Now, this may sound very strange to people, but sometimes you can have two counts, a bullish and a bearish, because you are in the same wave count. But that wave count is either you are in wave 4 before the big wave 5, or actually you are in the first leg down of the wave 5, and then you will have a bounce, which is what we were talking about, to the 83, 85 region, then having the final leg down of the wave 5, which will go to the 50 levels. Both of them, the bullish and the bearish count, are pointing at a bottom now is forming, and a bounce is likely. And based on how high the bounce will go, how the price will react, it's either it will continue to the 180K, or it will come back crashing lower to put a slightly lower low, which will be the bear market bottom.
Sounds good. That's about as good advice as you're going to get. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got Derek from Neutral Trade. I've wanted to talk to you for a while.
Yeah, likewise.
So Derek, as normal, I'd love to hear your story. What is Neutral Trade?
Yeah, Neutral Trade is an on-chain quantitative strategies marketplace where we list the best quant strategies on-chain for everyone to access to. We are the risk creator where we vet the best teams, interview the trading teams, and tokenize their strategies on Solana, where anyone with a wallet access can, have exposure to one of the, best strategies in the world, managed by the top tier teams. We believe that, crypto bros in DeFi are very underserved. These trading teams normally serve the high net worth or family offices, and we want to democratize financial assets through DeFi. And that's all what we do.
And what is your background? I think it mentions you come from Goldman Sachs, right?
My personal background, I come from management consulting, but my co-founder and CIO, he comes from Goldman Sachs and a top-tier hedge fund called Balyasny Asset Management, which is a multi-strat hedge fund managing quantitative strategies.
Wow. So what was the real moment that you guys decided to move from traditional hedge funds to crypto? Well, how did that happen?
Yeah, so when I was in my previous company, I was running an exchange where we were taking in clients' deposits to farm funding rates. And we also had a fund where we serve high net worth and family offices on highly sophisticated strategies. But unfortunately, there's a lot of KYB, KYC process, a lot of onboarding friction and setting up legal structures in order to serve them legally. And I realized all of these friction are not needed when you have DeFi. Because in a smart contract vault, you can essentially calculate NAV accurately. You can calculate the performance fee, management fee accurately, set up any lockups you want. And I realized a lot of these trading strategies can be hosted DeFi, and you don't really need a CeFi centralized platform to host them. That's when I see the power of DeFi, where you can basically do capital formation easily. And that's how I got my inspiration to start Neutral Trade. So to get the best talents, I need someone with a quantitative trading background. And I've known my co-founder for more than 10 years during uni days. I went to management consulting and he went to the trading finance side. And we came together since I'm quite connected in the DeFi space and he's very sophisticated in the TradFi space. We joined forces to build neutral trade together. And yeah, we've been building this for 1 year. We reached product market fit
slash
2-3 months. Sorry?
I'm on your website now, Neutral Trade Strategies, and I'm having a look. Can you explain a little bit to the users who might be new to this and interested, like what exactly are each of these featured things? The market neutral, what exactly is market neutral, directional, index, private credit, yield? Can you go through each one and explain the difference?
Yeah, sure. So we have different categories of trading strategies. Our flagship ones are the market neutral, delta neutral strategies, where no matter the market goes up and down, we make money for you. Essentially, the trading strategy hedges the market exposure and arbitrage between the exchanges and generates a safe yield for user to hold. On our websites, there's 3 types of strategies. One of them, the flagship one, is a GLP delta neutral, where we arbitrage the trading rates between Jupiter Perps and Binance and Drift. That has a very long track record of 15 months. We have returned around 30% in 1 year for our users. The other 2 strategies are like doing some spot perps arbitrage between 7 exchanges as well. The cross-exchange app is very hot right now, yielding more than 17%.
17.68% APY.
And you can see on the graph, it's pretty stable. There's minimal volatility. Despite the big market drawdown lately, the performance is still very stable. And this is something that high net worth investors would invest into. They don't like the volatility of crypto. And we are here to bring these sophisticated strategies to on-chain for anyone to have access to.
And this uses
a strategy curator that is based in Korea. We have vetted them. They manage more than 300 million in a. They are pretty sophisticated. That's why we like them and we have listed them.
And this strategy uses Binance, OKX, Bybit, Gate, Lighter, Hyperliquid, Drift, Copper, and Sifu.
Yes.
Good
so
Lord.
We take a lot of thinking into improving the security, improving the custody risk. So what we do is we route the money into Copper and Sifu, which is off-exchange settlement solution. Essentially, what it does is that the exchange will issue the credit for you to trade on the exchange based on your collateral on the cold wallets in Copper or Sifu. That means that you are not taking the counterparty risk of the exchanges. The best example being FTX. If your funds are in Copper instead of FTX, then you will be safe if FTX went down. So these are the institutional grade security controls and solutions that we use to protect user funds to make sure a lot of the risks are mitigated. And 7 exchanges on this strategy right now is yielding quite a lot of money. The collateral is usually moved between these exchanges to earn yield.
When are you going to expand from the 5 million TVL? It's full now, right? So
yeah, probably we'll check with the trading team whether there's any capacity, and then we'll slowly increase the cap. This is a highly scalable strategy because it does a lot of funding rates arbitrage, which arbitrage between the different perpetual funding between exchanges.
And the APY, how is it quoted? It's annual percentage rate. So it's over the entire year. So for the average user, like someone on this call, they can pretty much say APY divided by 12 would be monthly, etc., like that.
You can click a button on our website and change it into APR.
Okay.
So APR would be 16% now, and you can divide by 365 days. That's your daily rate.
Oh, there we go. 7. Okay, got it. Wow. Okay, cool. Wow.
And it's calculated between the difference in share price over 30 days. So it's an actual amount. We look at historical share price difference and then analyze it to calculate this number.
Wow, that's crazy. And
so our protocol is built on top of Solana. So you need a Solana wallet in order to connect and deposit money in.
So when somebody connects their wallet and deposits, it's all USDC, right? Then is that you
Yes,
take the
yeah.
USDC and then it goes into like a commingled wallet where your strategies use it, or how does it work internally? Like the wallet structures.
Yes. So yeah, any user can connect their wallets. They can choose a strategy they like, and then they can deposit money in. So it goes into a non-custodial smart contract vault, where it's audited 3 times, and where there's a lot of token approvals. What that means is that the trading team cannot send the money off into somewhere else, other than the whitelisted addresses within the vault. So it creates a walled garden between where the trading team only have API trading access to trade, and they don't have access of the funds to send it off. And we feel that this is very safe. A lot of other teams directly send money to the trading teams to trade. What we do is we do it in a way, what we call SMA, sub-management account access, where we grant trading access to the teams to trade, but not the custody access. So user funds safety is our priority always. So we spend a lot of time figuring this out.
I'm reading your documentation right now. It's really impressive. Okay, so then that's the market neutral strategies.
Yep.
And just for the audience who might not know what that means, what does market neutral mean in hedge fund terminology, in strategy terminology?
Market neutral means you don't take directional risk when the market goes up and down. That's which a lot of the projects like Ethena are doing, which is delta neutral, which is a subset of market neutral, where you don't take specific price risk on the asset exposure. Market neutral means that sometimes you are taking volatility risk, gamma risk, other type of risk. Under the Vesco's model in the options pricing, there's like delta, gamma, etc. We currently, all of our strategies are delta neutral in a sense that you don't take any of the market movements risk. But in the future, when we include some long short strategies, that could be market neutral, wherein you are not taking market exposure, but there could be a drawdown in some correlation risk. And that is quite complicated, but we'll put some clear documentations when we launch these type of strategies.
Amazing. Okay, so those are the market neutral ones. Then directional, like why would somebody pick directional over a market neutral strategy?
Yeah, so high risk, high return. Directional risk, we have 2 types of strategy. One is mean reversion, one is momentum. So as you can see, the APY is much higher. The targeted returns are usually 50 to 100% a year, but the volatility is much higher. So there could be a drawdown of 7 to 15% based on the backtest and the actual record of the trading strategy. What it does is it looks at trading volume, open interest, a lot of these price data on-chain and off-chain price data to guess whether the market will go up or down for that specific coin. It's similar to, playing poker or playing blackjack with counting cards. So it's all very calculative. You are profiting from retail's trading. So it works well when there's a lot of retail interest in these type of trading strategies. And yeah, we've also worked with external teams on this. We put in our own treasury money to make sure they are legit, and that's what it says. And yeah, we list them when they pass our due diligence process.
And what actual tokens are these strategies, like the CTA Adaptive Alpha? Are you transparent as to what is actually being traded?
Yes. So if you go on our website, the utilized token, we say that is Bitcoin. So they usually trade highly liquid tokens. They don't trade, shit coins due to the liquidity issues.
So that's market neutral, directional, CTA Adaptive Alpha, CTA Momentum. When would a user pick the momentum, and how come it doesn't have? Oh, it's under a revamp. Okay, well,
so unfortunately, it has been working very well for the past year. but it had a big drawdown, like 15% in one day on a Sunday night last week. And we
Right.
have to cut the strategy. This is similar to what hedge fund do, where they have straight risk control and they cut the team when they have a big drawdown. It means that the strategy is no longer working in this market regime. And we have to work with the trading team to revamp the strategy to make sure it works well in the upcoming year.
Gotcha. And then the little 1x, 2x, is that some kind of reward in your own token?
Yeah, that's our entry points. We want to reward users who participate into democratize the on-chain hedge fund regime. We feel that a lot of these hedge funds are closed source and they don't allow access for retails. We wanted to democratize this and allow anyone to participate and contribute to this ecosystem.
Amazing. Okay, let's keep going. This is really cool. I'm going to definitely use this.
Thanks.
Then talk to us about index strategies.
Yeah, sure. Before going to index, usually market neutral fund, they will do a mixture of different type of low correlation strategies. So what I'm saying is that we have all these isolated strategies listed on our website, but to manage your fund properly, usually they do 90% market neutral, 10% directional, where they get a blended return at the higher market rates. And why that's great is because, if you have allocated 90% in market neutral, then even though if the CTA strategies, directional strategies had a big drawdown, you kept the risk into within 10%, such that the market neutral will cover the losses of the directional strategies. So overall, when you are presenting your returns to your clients, you are still an up month, despite having a small drawdown of volatility on the directional strategies. And this is what hedge funds do. They mix different type of strategies together. They balance the portfolio, making sure they are uncorrelated, which means that in different market regime, you do well no matter what. And that's the dream of what we want to do, mixing directional and market neutral strategies. So moving on, index is something that is not what hedge funds do. It's similar to what BlackRock do. They sell index ETF products for users who are lazy. So it's a pretty vanilla, simple product where we buy and hold tokens for you, and we balance the exposure weekly or monthly based on the mandates in the strategy. So for example, Moon LP, we basically buy JLP and FLP to farm yield for you. And we maintain a standard ratio based on the utilization and the yield on these trading protocols to earn yield. For Hyper JLP, it is a quick spin of what JLP do. JLP usually means that it holds Bitcoin, Solana, and ETH. But last year, ETH has not been performing very well. That's why we switched the ETH side into Hype. So we were helping users to hold a Coinbase BTC and then Hyper Liquid in this index. So we believe these are the three pristine assets to hold last year. So it has been performing quite well. But unfortunately, it's a bear market, it's a drawdown. But yeah, the aim for these indexes is to track market movement, and we buy and hold for the users and charge a flat management fee.
What fee do you charge just across some of these products?
Yeah, so for market neutral directional strategies, we do need to share trading fees cuts to the trading teams. So the performance fee ranges between 20 to 25%. We really want to incentivize the trading team to continue to do well. And that's why these fees are imposed. And that's kind of the market rates that people pay to have access to these strategies. So yeah, it's 20 to 25% on profits. So basically the trading team will not make any money if they lose money for you. So they are highly incentivized to make money for you. And as a platform in neutral trade, we are also highly incentivized. We only want to onboard the best strategies that makes money. Because if a strategy loses money, we actually don't make money at all. So that's how we are aligning our interests between the users, between ourselves, the platform, and the hedge funds.
And so there's no fee to actually place the position. So if I put 1,000 USDC into your JLP Delta neutral, then it's 1,000 USD applied to the strategy, or do you take a fee up front? No fee.
No, we don't take any fee upfront.
So it's only 25% on performance.
Exactly.
So it's exactly like a hedge fund. Wow.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. And then the private credit. That's an interesting one. What is the private credit?
Yeah, we like private credits because it helps other projects to bootstrap their liquidity. So what we do is we speak to different project teams and understand that they may have TGG plans and they would like to boost up some of their TVL in order to bootstrap their protocols, landing, DeFi stuff. And we usually negotiate good terms in exchange for their token airdrops, which yields between 18 to 20% based on the token price when they TGE. So what we did with Termex is we raised 2 million for them in exchange for this TGE token incentives. And we are looking forward to the TGE this quarter, hopefully, and we'll return the tokens back to our users. It's essentially VC without the downside risk.
Got it.
You are getting upside exposure of the project's token without any potential of losing your money because it's a loan rather than an investment in their equity. So we like private credits.
That's really clever. And oversubscribed, like the one I see here.
Yeah, this is very good because Lighter LLP has been yielding a lot of points and yield in general. We spoke to the team to get access to the vaults directly, and we help user bridge the money from Solana to Lighter to farm the yield. Yeah.
And then yield enhancement. What is that?
Yield enhancement essentially is to earn yield on top of your collateral. So it ranges between Solana, Bitcoin, and ETH. And we help you earn yield on top of your Solana. Right now, it's not performing very well. These strategies are under a revamp. But the theory of this strategy is that you use Bitcoin as a collateral, you borrow USDC out, and you deposit into the market neutral strategies, where, if your market neutral strategy is earning 15% and your borrow rate of your USDC is 6%, then you can earn the yield spread.
Got it.
And buy more Bitcoin with the yield spread and return more Bitcoin to the user.
Got it. So these strategies are basically lending strategies. So let's have a look here. So this is super cool. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually see a lot of people wanting to use Bitcoin with yield. They really like Bitcoin with yield because Bitcoin is not that useful. You can't do much with it. You can't stake it. So there's a lot of demand I see in the space where people want to utilize the Bitcoin. And if you stake your Bitcoin here, we can use it as a collateral to borrow money out and then apply some market neutral strategies on it to make your Bitcoin useful and to earn extra yield.
Excellent. So those are your strategies. Then on the next page, it's your earn page. Can you talk about it? What is NT earn?
Yes, NT earn is the safest strategies out there because it's up only. It's a purely lending strategy where we lend to Camino, Drift, and Jupiter Land, the top protocols on Solana. Do it in a way where we are highly risk adjusted. We have a lot of security practice to make sure users are earning the highest risk adjusted yield. So at a start, we basically diversify the exposure between these three lending pools. We also track the utilization and the APR within these lending pools to make sure we always have liquidity to redeem the money for our users. What that means is that sometimes of these lending pools, they are highly utilized and you can't actually pull money out when all of the USDC is pulled out. So we track them and make sure there's always sufficient liquidity for our users. And we basically have a very good pull out scheme. We pull out when there's market stress, when a lot of collateral got liquidated, there's not enough USDC in the lending pool, we pull out immediately to make sure our users are safe. We like this because we don't see a solution in Solana. A lot of them are optimizing for the highest yield without the risk management in place. We take this seriously because we also put a significant portion of our treasury money into this to make sure we are basically directing our liquidity to the protocols where there's borrowing demand and to earn the highest risk adjusted yield for our users.
That's amazing. It's such a creative products. I think this is cool. So, I mean, this comes from your experiences with traditional finance, right? It definitely is very new. I've seen so many of these platforms, and these products are very unique.
Thank you. Yes, I am building this because I don't see anything similar. I think a lot of these protocols are optimizing for delta neutral stablecoin yield items. But if you are operating a hedge fund, then you actually want different type of strategies, not just delta neutral. And there's a lot of cool strategies out there that people are running. We are very excited to launch options strategies as well in the future. We know a few teams that's doing quite well on the options market making strategies. And we basically want to bring them all into DeFi for anyone to have access to. The beauty of DeFi is you can do a lot of leverage. That's what I'm going to talk about next.
There's so much leverage, and if you use it wisely, especially with your delta neutral strategies, it's very clever. So then I'm looking here across the top. So then portfolio would be an aggregated view of all of your positions, correct, for the user?
Yep, that's correct.
And then points would be your accrual of points for everything you can see there. Then referrals, can you give me a referral code?
Yes, of course. You can generate your one if you connect your wallet.
I'll tell you what, if you give me a referral code, I'll promote you.
Yeah, I'll do that. I will customize one for you.
Perfect. Because I think this is really cool. I specifically want to promote your market neutral strategies.
Thank you. Yeah, when we raise cap, I will DM you.
Yeah, and then your analytics, I see you got about 50 million TVL, 46.6 across 12 strategies, right?
Yeah, 46. Yeah, 46 million.
And I can see there, wow. This is a really cool chart. You can hover over the chart and see exactly where everything on the TVL. I've never seen anything like that. That's so cool. Very neat website too, I must say.
Thank you. We hired a French studio to help us.
Yeah, this is really high quality.
They also design for Jupiter these days. Yeah, they are very good at design.
Yeah, I'd like to become an affiliate or maybe what's this ambassador program?
We are still revamping it. We reward them with real money rather than points.
This is cool. I got a lot of high net worth people that I want to show this to.
Wow.
Yeah, this is neat.
Well, very glad to have you.
Well,
essentially,
better
we
than,
also want
better than doing their own perpetual trading and rubbish, where they're just consistently losing money. This is exactly what I've been looking for, something like this.
Thank you. Well, to be fair, they are fueling our yield. Those perpetual traders are.
They're fueling.
We need them to yield.
You sound like Binance. They're fueling our yield.
Yeah, fueling our returns.
For a new person, like somebody listening on the call right now that might have, let's say, 10,000 USDC they want to put somewhere and generate yield, what would you recommend, like step by step, they should do? So they should come, connect their wallet, and then pick a strategy. And how would you start it? Just like maybe for like beginners, intermediary, advanced. Like what strategies would you pick? Give us like a little bit of a taste of what you would recommend.
So I would pick whatever there's the highest Sharpe ratio. So Sharpe ratio is the best metric for hedge fund strategies, where it measures the risk-adjusted returns. It measures the quality of the strategy and the stability of the strategy, since it's like returns over volatility of the strategy. So Sharpe ratio is something very
What
good.
is a good Sharpe ratio? Like what value?
Actually, anything above 2.5 is very good. Anything above 3 is amazing.
So your delta
in
neutral
DeFi.
strategy at 3.37 would be considered amazing.
Yeah, it's one of the best. I think a lot of the trading firms run GLP delta neutral now. We've vetted a lot of the teams. Most of them run the same strategy, and it's getting very crowded. That's why you can see the returns are not doing too well lately, mainly because the
crowded.
trade is getting way too crowded. The cross exchange app is very good for this market regime. It's basically earning money from the silver trade. Commodities, there's a lot of dislocations between exchanges on these commodities. We expect the strategy to continue to do well. So stay tuned, subscribe your email with us. We'll send an update when the cap is raised.
Yes, please do. And then your hyperliquid funding has got a sharp ratio of 10.11.
Yeah, because it's a simple strategy where we buy spots and short puts.
Gotcha.
It's similar to what Ethena are doing on Bitcoin and ETH on centralized exchanges. A spin that we did is that we allocated 10% of the funds into HLP, which is the LP of Hyperliquid. And it usually do well when there's a big liquidation on 10th 10 and last 2 weeks. When they have a big liquidation, the HLP vault earns a lot of yield. So it actually covers a lot of our yield source. And we've been farming the funding rates on Hyperliquid for this.
And then
exchange.
with regards which strategy you picked, would you say that it's important to time the strategies? Like if you think that the drawdown is over, or if you think there's an extended bear market coming, but would those sort of high level time frame analysis play a role in which strategy you pick? Or
Yeah, so I think there's skill involved in picking the right strategy in different market regime. So it's definitely not that easy for a user. So if I were a new user, I would diversify across the 3 trading strategy. So you get a good return in a blended way. But I'll allocate 20% of my money into CTA because sometimes you're in crypto for a higher yield. You do want some higher yield strategies and not just 15 or 10 to 15%, especially when we don't have leverage up yet. When we have leverage, then definitely go for delta neutral. But before leverage, I think you can do CTA as well. I think that's also a very good strategy where you try to outperform the market with quantitative methods. But yeah, in the future, we'll probably have a master vault where we help you allocate to the best strategies that is doing well. I think a lot of people are asking for this.
what you should have a page on the front that basically says like a slider that says risk. And then the user can, in basic mode, can just slide it to the left for low risk or slide it to the right for high risk. And then you internally can allocate to the different products based on the slider.
Makes sense.
Yeah, make it really simple for users.
Yeah. I think right now it's a bit scary.
Well, I mean, you're so used to this terminology and stuff, but for a new user, yeah, it's very overwhelming. I mean, I think this is the future of how people will invest.
Yeah, I think that's the future of asset management.
And so eventually
Definitely.
people will get familiar with this terminology and this layout. But yeah, it's very overwhelming for a newbie in crypto. But I mean, it doesn't take long. It's definitely the best presentation of this type of product I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is great. So everyone on the call, this is Neutral Trade, NEUTRAL.trade. This is some unbelievable stuff. I mean, if you want to earn some passive income in market up and down, this is what you use, people. Be a hedge fund. These guys are going to do the trading
Yeah,
for
hedge
you
fund.
so you can go walk in the park.
Yes, sir. Stay neutral,
Stay neutral. There
in
we
this
go.
market.
Stay neutral.
I like that.
Yeah, stay neutral. That's an excellent phrase. Stay neutral. And then I see everything else is great all over. You've got the docs terms, you've got your audits. Everything looks good. This is terrific. Yeah, man, this is great stuff. So I'm going to contact you. I really want to get an affiliate code.
Yeah. I'll generate one for
And
you.
then I'm going to put
Nice one.
some USDC in one of these things and see how it goes. Which
Thank
one
you.
you recommend? Should I do the CTA adaptive?
I think the cross exchange app is good and the CTA adaptive. Yeah, both of them are good. I'll ping you
They're
when
both
the cap is
nearly
raised.
full, so let me know.
Yeah,
Well, I
I'll
mean,
let you
that's a
know.
lot of money. You're still 400,000 short on the one. That's a lot. And the other one around 1.9 million short of full. This is excellent stuff, my friend. There we go, everybody. And you can see his Twitter handle is in the space. If you want to contact him directly to ask questions, is that okay? They can contact you directly?
Yep, they can DM me.
Any questions? And yeah, neutral trade, people. An amazing new TradFi style hedging strategy, product builder, offering just real easy. Connect to your wallet on Solana. No funding accounts, none of that rubbish. Just connect with your USDC. Boom, you're done, and you only pay if they perform. Which I think is an amazingly new kind of an offering, because these things normally in crypto, first of all, you have to fund an account, right? So you have to give up custody, and then secondly, you have to pay like Jupiter and stuff, like astronomical fees to enter and exit the positions. So it's kind of like backward, like you immediately loot down when you enter them. And this is kind of coming from TradFi. It's more of if you profit, you pay a fee. And I think that's a better model. So I think it's cool. And especially on Solana, where it's very free transactions, you know, you can go in and out for very little cost, right? If I take 1,000 USDC into like your cross arb thing and then I immediately withdraw it, how much would be taken out?
So we actually charge a withdrawal fee, small withdrawal fee, because like we want to disincentivize people to withdraw.
Is it always?
There will always be a withdrawal fee, but how it works, it's quite interesting, because the withdrawal fee are actually put back to the trading strategy. So it means that if you're a long-term depositor, you're earning withdrawal fee from other users who withdrew early. And we like that because every time when someone withdraw a large amount, the trading team will need to unwind the trading strategy, which they will eat in some of the trading costs. And we don't like that. It means that it hurts the existing investor when the trading team are forced to trade and pay trading fees. And that's why we think that the withdrawer need to pay the withdrawal fee and subsidize the existing investors.
That makes sense.
On what they lose.
I think that makes sense. Is there anybody with any questions? Wes, Ted, maybe Gabriel? I see you're in the crowd. What's up, Gabriel?
Hey, what's up, Marty?
There you go.
Hello, everybody.
There you go. Gabriel's in the house.
Hope everybody's doing well.
Anybody got any questions before we let Neutral go? I think this is a really, really special thing.
Yeah, very cool. I've been looking at it too. I appreciate you taking the time to run us down everything. It's great.
Thank you.
Super cool.
We hope to make it more simple. Any feedback would be lovely.
Yeah, I think I'm going to contact you. I've got a lot of ideas.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. And you're out of Korea?
I'm based in Asia.
Okay, got it. So it's, what is your time there? It's the middle of the night. It's the morning.
Oh, it's 9 a.m. here.
9 a.m.
It's all
Oh,
good.
still morning. Okay, got it. Are you going to Consensus or not?
Yeah. I'm currently in Hong Kong.
Brilliant.
Yeah, for Consensus.
Excellent. Fantastic. Really appreciate your time, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone.
Yeah, and we'll contact. I'm going to help you. I'm going to promote you. This is really good stuff.